Futures holding on to negative territory here, only just though. We're trying to get back to break even to kick off a brand new week after, a pretty positive week to say the least, specifically for the NASDAQ and tech going into the weekend back on Friday. A couple of individual economic data releases to make note of this morning. Coming up first at 9:45 and then 10 a.m. We'll get both the S&P and the ISM manufacturing PMI numbers. And then I believe it's Wednesday or Thursday this week. It's the services side of these numbers that will come through as well. Again, S&P and the ISM numbers. ISM typically the one that moves the market more than the S&P, but we'll bring that to you regardless coming up when they happen. Also, obviously, FRC in focus here this morning. Downside in a big way once again halted. Yeah, it's probably not going to resume after JP Morgan announces that they've reached a deal to pick up most of the assets. We'll talk about that coming up. What does it mean for both? What does it mean for JPM, obviously, available to trade for us this morning? EVs in focus as well. Chinese delivery data comes through. It's first day of the month. We get April deliveries from Li Auto, XPEV, and NIO. Tesla back on watch as well. A little bit downside here this morning on that note about the Biden administration's initiative on the biofuel and EV side might be delayed. So what does that mean for not only Tesla, but all EV manufacturers at this point? Brand new week. It's Monday. It's a brand new month as well. May 1st, 2023. tradertv.live starts now. And that's the way things are shaping up right now. We did just get there for the Dow. Anyways, back to zero, dead flat. 0.1 for the S&P, 0.22 downside for the NASDAQ. It's been that way or so pretty much throughout the entire pre-market. 2% move downside for crude oil to kick things off. 2.5 here for Bitcoin and Ethereum back to the downside after a pretty positive week last week. So we're talking banks, obviously, this morning. That's going to be the top headline. Just seeing Jamie Dimon making some comments maybe about this FRC deal that comes through this morning. Sharif here as always. I mean, going into the weekend, we were talking about the fact that it was, heading in that direction. It seemed like something was going to happen. Comes out on Friday that receivership was the most likely outcome. But here's JP Morgan to not necessarily the rescue, but picking up the pieces.
Yeah. We heard a lot about other participants this weekend. Bank of America was involved and negotiations fell through. So JP Morgan coming in there, looks like they stand to get about $92 billion in deposits in exchange for paying into the FDIC about $10.2 billion. You were mentioning to me off camera, they're going to have to pay some other depositors back, Brendo. So interesting deal. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah, we'll see what, if anything, happens to JP Morgan because of this today. Again, $25 billion going to be repaid to the major three that contributed to those deposits initially on the first go around when they tried to save FRC. And then, about 10.5 going straight to the FDIC itself from JP Morgan. So in return, they pick up pretty much everything that's left over here, guys. But obviously, as we said, really not really a saving type of a move, but just picking up the pieces.
Yeah, exactly. And JP Morgan's trading up 4%. That's one of the things you need to know. So, obviously, they're going to get a bunch of deposits out of it. They're going to be able to grow. The big get bigger, and that's the way of the world. So, as far as FRC goes, it's halted. You can actually see a unique reason code here because usually I put this up, but and you see volatility halts. Regulatory concern. That's a new one. I've never seen an H11 code before, but we'll see what happens with it. I mean, a lot of times this is pretty much it, and they don't really open it back up, or maybe there is going to be one last fell swoop there for FRC. It's a big deal just in terms of the amount of deposits JP Morgan's able to add. I mean, they're breaking out already potentially breaking out on the daily chart if it can hold above 145, and we like that previous break of 142. That's going to be in play today. But there's so much to get through this week. Like we've got numbers out the wazoo. We get jobs end of the week. We got the Fed. We've got Apple on Thursday. We had SoFi this morning. So there's going to be a little bit of everything for people here to trade. And I think you kind of want to make sure you have your focus locked in. Chinese EV names gave some delivery numbers. That's one place to go to. Maybe not the first place I will be. And NVIDIA. Churning. It's so close to that big 280 level. So 280 has been a monster resistance zone for NVIDIA. It's going to be right there here today. And don't even sleep on some of the crypto movers because since that last 30,000 rejection on Bitcoin, that's been a pretty decent trade as well. I'm watching some Coinbase. But really, what an unbelievable run for actually not just the Leafs, man, but it's going to be a fantastic series. You cannot sleep on these Panthers. Quite frankly, it's going to be an amazing series the way those two teams fought. So I'm excited for the Leafs. Toronto was excited for that win.
Yeah, what a great. And then yesterday, Colorado's out. I mean, Seattle beat Colorado. Like, I don't even know. Can you believe, like, Colorado and Boston both out? Like, Boston had the best season of all time. And they are eliminated. But no, I really like that NVIDIA 280. That's a great one. And then JP Morgan here on the daily is breaking out here as well. So, wow, the strong just keep getting stronger every time. And it seems like Jamie Dimon, this is why you want to deal with sometimes with JP Morgan. You can see the chart right here, 144, looking just like Neil said, man, we're trying to break out again on this move. So we did sell some down here at 125. That was a bad move, but right there, 144, looking to take it out. We have AMC and even reporting later on this week as well. We went to see that Super Mario movie. That was a lot of fun. Lots of stuff happening, man. Big time weekend for sports, big time weekend for the markets as we have FRC, JP Morgan, and all the earnings again this week with Apple coming Thursday night. So that should be really exciting. AMD's coming back as well. We're just keeping our ear to the ground here with some more news. And then the Fed, of course, on Wednesday. I mean, it's just going to be a pretty exciting day. We have some tech names on the mind. But yeah, wait for some key levels and let's go. I really like that NVIDIA 280 for sure.
Yeah, oh yeah, the Fed coming as well. Good point. It's going to be a huge week, obviously, with we get AMD, as Sean was mentioning there. We get Apple. We get the Fed coming through, still about 90%, looking like we're going to get another quarter-point hike. This was the note this morning that I sat down to. Still kind of referring back to what happened last week as well with the likes of Amazon, Meta, Alphabet as well had such a strong end to the week as far as tech is concerned. Do we see any kind of follow-through when it comes to AMD? Get into some of the other chip makers. We've got Intel last week and then Apple coming up on Thursday. There's a positive note this morning from I want to say Atlantic Securities, but I'll double check that on their earnings report. Or no, it was a different one. Their earnings report specifically pointing to iPhone sales going to crush, services going to crush. So let's see Thursday after the close.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see iPhone sales crushing. But what we saw last week was the NASDAQ being buoyed by big tech, not by chips. We saw chips really take a backseat last week, and we have two major chip manufacturers on deck this week for earnings, AMD and Qualcomm. I'm definitely going to be looking to see if we can get some market stimulus from them because chips were definitely on sleepy last week.
Yeah, they were. Maybe waiting for something to come. Just seeing a little uptick here for the market as well on decent volume, in fact, for futures. But I want to mention this one, SoFi, guys, 6.25% here off a better than expected report. A lot of people are going to be eyeing SoFi this morning. It was still a loss, but not bad as far as the forecast as well.
Oh, who needs to make money, Brendan? That's not important. I thought well, if you adjusted it, I thought it was a profit when they adjusted, but sometimes that matters, sometimes it doesn't. But SoFi's up 6%, and the last few times I remember trading this one off of gap ups over 5%, I seem to remember it pulling back in, so I'm going to lean back into that. Well, I've been waiting for this thing to finally break 625 to 630 for a while, and here we are. So you're back above what was like temporary resistance for like about a month. It was support at the beginning of the year. So I'm looking for that to just sort of come right back and give you that quarter to 30 area as a bit of a dip buy zone for SoFi. I've seen that happen before where you can catch it. If it ends up holding 50, well, maybe there's a long there. But I want to be buying the dip on SoFi at that quarter mark. I don't have a bid out there right now. Kind of want to be a little more nimble with it. A lot of times I'll throw the bid out there, then the first fill, it's like, I'm in a little bit too early, so I want to be patient at the open. That's the buy zone I want to be out in front of. So going to wait for SoFi to come back in. This is probably more to do with just the bounce that this is making. It's made a long consolidation here at this bottom. And you're finally actually seeing some signs of a technical breakout, right? So it's been obviously beaten up like everything else, bounces off $4. You've had the higher low at 5 for quite some time now. And then you're breaking the 50, so 200 period moving average. You've just cleared the 50 period and cleared this consolidation. That's all pretty bullish. So the next thing to do would be, let's see where the support lines up. You can have the 50 period at $6. I don't know that I want to wait around till there to try to pick it up today. So let's see if it has some momentum behind it. Good volume, but 5 million shares pre-market. So everything's lined up for this one. I want to be on that dip buy. And if it gets a run to 7, fantastic. Just note that I think 7 could be a little bit of a zone where it slows down, just based on what happened there last time.
Look, I know Sharif was just throwing some shade at the tech names, but chip names. But he's not right about it this time around, because if you see last week, the chip names actually were helping lead the market all the way back up to the upside. From Tuesday night, AMD up 8% last week. So, I mean, there's a nice move right there back to 91. So there's that bottom of $83. We closes at 90, and now you're looking to take out this 91.50. I'm just as surprised as everybody, man. When Neil mentioned that AMD or that NVIDIA was back up to that high, I was surprised as well. Look at the day there, Sharif. You missed it, man. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, huge bumps up there, actually leading the tech rally last week. So there we go, man. You're back above $90. We said we'd like to short under 90. Now we like the long above it. So let's watch out for 90 longs there on AMD. We're above $90. We're at 90.80 right now, and we are rocking and rolling. So right now, chip names let us down early, now leading us back late. So let's see if chip names can continue to work, man. I really like AMD. It's May 2nd, tomorrow night. We'll see what AMD comes with, but liking this breakout a little bit through $90. Watch out for 91.50. We just talked about it right there coming from the 20th. So we'll see if we can take that level out, but it's a breakout right now for advanced micro devices. Next up, AMD, followed by, I mean, where is Intel? Is Intel still above 31? Let's just see what Intel's doing.
Is.
Yeah, just above 31. Okay, so not a bad guess there. It held that level from earnings. We'll see what Intel can do this week as well. So I'm pretty excited, needless to say, but let's wait to see about that 90 level on AMD and 280 on NVIDIA. Tech should lead the charge here in the first couple of days.
Yeah, I saw that it was holding, Intel was holding that gap from Friday. It was pretty impressive on Friday, but here we go again. Here's another one coming tomorrow as well. Uber, guys, with a monster day on Friday, gets back above 31. Here we are taking out pre-market highs right now. Again, we'll get Uber earnings coming through before the open tomorrow morning.
Yeah, a couple of price target maintains here by Needham and Mizuho. With 54 and 50 each, but we saw this one blow out of the water earnings last time around. They did well on their Uber transport as well as the normal the Uber Eats as well. They were profitable on all their sectors. Let's see what they do this time around. I think it's going to be interesting to see if they can turn a profit this year, Brendo. They're still not profitable.
Yeah, they keep saying that. It's going to be this year. It's going to be this year. Yeah, there was 2 or 3 I saw positive notes for Uber. Oppenheimer, another one coming through this morning talking about earnings as well. So 2 days in a row here to the upside, guys, for Uber.
Yeah, well, last day was pretty darn impressive, right? And you said it was one of the stronger names out there in terms of the move, but it was pretty relentless. There was maybe one little tiny pullback, just giving you the perspective of what happened there on Friday. I mean, you cleared $30, you ended up essentially at 31, pretty much a very clean move, and you've already made the next dollar or most of it here in the pre-market. So it's floating up here in the pre-market. I don't know, like in front of the earnings, it gets to this 33. You're at the 50 period right now. The last time it touched the 50 period was kind of a rejection. I'm going to be patient. I mean, it's interesting where it's sitting. Obviously, 30 long last week. That's all hindsight to be able to say how good that would look, bouncing off the 200 period moving average. But yeah, I'm probably sitting this out at the open. Let's see what happens. If it holds above that 50 period at 32, then maybe there's a long into the 33 level, but I don't know, it just feels like it's floated up a little far and it's pretty close to resistance. I'm going to sit back on this. There's plenty of other names to look at. So obviously tomorrow, obviously after earnings is worth looking at to be sure, especially if it's breaking out at 33. I think that's something you want to be a part of. But let's see the numbers come through. It's floated up a little too far for me here in the pre-market to be excited.
Yeah, I think Uber's going to have a big quarter. I think they're just going to beat. They're like we talked about heading to that profitability. I feel like they are going to hit a number that's going to the street's going to like. So they've already reacted over the last couple of days, bouncing off that $30. You get down to there, I think you want to buy it, but it is kind of fool's gold to buy a name into earnings, not really knowing too much about what you think. You just sort of look at price action. I like Uber. Lyft's also cut a few people from their roster as well, a few drivers. So I feel like as there's some consolidation in this space, maybe Uber talks about that as far as drivers. You're going to obviously listen to hear any labor news, like how that's going. I know London, New York, paying taxes, independent contractor kind of stuff. So I like Uber, but up 3% on some upgrades here. Just seems like it's a little premature, but hey, if it's being upgraded today, what's the report going to look like later? So we'll wait to see what comes through. I still think you want to go $30 long on Uber, but for right now, it's 300,000 shares and it's up there a little bit. So we'll wait to see what it does. I think 33 is a good short for now until we get that report tomorrow.
All right, the other group of stocks really everyone talking about this morning is these Chinese little tiny micro cap, low float stocks. There's an entire group again this morning if you're just sitting down by chance. It's mostly different from the ones we were talking about on Friday, but I mean there's 1, 2, 3, 4 right now that I see up more than 100% in the pre-market. QH is one of those. There's HLP, there's SNTG, there's ILAG, which we were talking about a little bit last week. But then the ones that were the big gainers last week are all down, including Top Financial down about 40%. That HUDI down about 40% here this morning as well. So a little bit of rotation, I guess, if you want to put it that way. But I mean, it's all just, it seems anyways, social media interest.
Cyclicality is the consistent theme in small cappers, whether it's AI, biotech, reverse splits, and now we've got Chinese names that are going again. Yeah, another one to add to that list, come to my screen real quick here, NNOX. Look at the shenanigans this one does. Right at 850 break, goes all the way up, almost tests 12, and look at that retracement right back down. So needless to say, be careful with the small cap crappers.
Yeah, how could I forget? NanoX Imaging. QH, I was just double checking, 5 million on the float for that one. There's that SNTG is 1 million on the float for SNTG. So another day, another group of crazy Chinese stocks, guys.
Yeah. Hong Li Group, HLP, that's a 12 million. You know what? Either it's 2.5 million or it's 3.5 million or it's 12 million float, according to Float Checker, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, just be, we always say be careful with these, but it's like being a broken record. I just wanted to point out, yeah, he's still here. So come to my chart. Well, it's not my chart, it's my level 2. So Hong Li HLP here has not a ton of liquidity, but you can see this. Somebody's was selling, well, a second ago had an offer there, and it's been there for a while for 100,000 shares, despite the fact that it's pretty illiquid, as you guys can tell. And so when you say there's shenanigans going on in the stock, this bounced off 10. It was at $30 early enough in the pre-market, and then goes 10 to 20, and now has a massive offer at 15. So Jose Mercado, thank you for your super chat there, but these are just, I don't know whether you even call it sympathy rallies, social media pumps, whatever you want to give the name here. It's just another set of low float names that are getting big time runs, and you don't necessarily want to get caught holding the bag. Could it run? Okay, well, we saw what happened with Top, how far those can go. We've also seen how deep they can come back in if it doesn't work out. So we understand where the stock is coming from. It's coming from only $3 or $4. So right now, like anybody that had that price is absolutely euphoric. What do they care if it pulls back from 20 to 15 if you're long at like $3? That's all profit for them. I'm watching that 15, like the even $5 levels. You can see it bounce off 10. You got a monster sell. Well, it's not a monster sell. You got a big seller at 15, and you just rejected 20 evens. What I would like to see happen is if it halts at the open, which I think this is a decent chance this will halt a couple times today, based on the way it's trading here. I look to play off of like those halts to the upside. If it gets a couple halts in a row, maybe there's a nice short underneath that halt band, and then sort of take a one in, one out style trade for me. As far as dip buying, I mean, 10 makes obvious sense, but nothing too crazy for me. I'd rather trade this after it's halted a couple of times, and I'm going to go see how pricey locates are. My guess is maybe too expensive, and then I won't trade it at all.
Yeah, there's another one here, this HGF, or YGF, sorry, you also indicated that, Jose, as well, and Yangu Fang International. I mean, if you weren't long Yangu Fang International before today, then I don't know like what you've been doing. But right now, no. I mean, look, this was doing $3. It was a $3. I mean, I don't know what these stocks do other than just move up and down. So it's already been to $20. So if you woke up, because most of us in our longer term accounts have Yangu Fang International. So if you woke up earlier, you probably would have been able to get out. I mean, here's what it looks like on the e-signal chart, up to $28 earlier this morning, and then to move all the way back down into $5, $6 again. So, I mean, you're trying to always look for where, interesting volume levels would have been on a Yangu Fang. So I just look at it, there's some pretty nice volume spike right here when we made the bottoms, around $4 or $5. So I'd say coming into there might be a decent level, but to sit here and trade these things, honestly, I think you just want to wait for something to halt. It's already done 1 million shares. YGF is the name. So I can check it out on Float Checker here just to see, what exactly is going on with this name. But here we go. We'll hit continue on this. Come on, Float Checker. Okay, hopefully I just put it in here and it'll come up. YGF. Yangu Fang. I don't know. This has been
happening to me on that site.
Oh, it's been happening to you on this site as well. Okay, so let's just check it out here on, I don't even know if they have it on Trade Ideas. Okay, well, I mean, they do, but what information do they have here? 3 million share float right now. Obviously, to ignore the short interest, but that's it right there. So you're going to turn that over probably 10 times today. Already done 1.1 million. We're going to see what's going on with Yangu Fang International. But again, man, $3 stock doing absolutely nothing. Picks it up with that Chinese sort of rhetoric today. And every day, it seems like over the last couple of days. So it's been definitely influenced. And this is another one here. Down now, but was up to $28 in the pre-market here for YGF. So I don't want to spend too much time on these. I won't be trading them, but you definitely could have to go in there, pay for shorts. And then, hey, I always like the first break. So if you do get a break here, maybe this is $6.50. Let's call it $7. I mean, if you could break through $7 on this name, then you probably do get some more halts to the upside. Low float volume names here today. Neil and I will definitely have them up. Whether or not they're tradable will be determined by how many times the float turns over, what the halt looks like, how many times we halt, and if it just quite frankly is enough volume to get in once this market opens up. So YGF and HLP, thanks for your attention there, chat.
Yeah, man. Will do. All right, let's talk quickly here about some. I mentioned there's a number of catalysts in the auto group today. Here's one of them. General Motors up on this. Morgan Stanley with an upgrade today to overweight. It's been a while since we've put an overweight label on GM from equal weight. But a couple of interesting notes. Jefferies also boosting their price target here on GM specifically. Last year, if you remember, they raised their full year profit and cash flow forecast, citing demand through the roof, essentially. But they also said price gains that we saw over last year, the entire year last year, not going to last year. But good look. I mean, GM up, better part of 3% here so far.
Yeah. Adam Jonas, the analyst at Morgan Stanley, writing.
The other Jonas brother.
The other Jonas brother, right? No affiliation. We don't know if there is any. Upgrading it. He cited many negative things as well. He cited the fact that the ICE engines are dying, and that's what GM is producing most at the moment. He cited the fact that their EVs are also not profitable. However, he said all that is priced in because it's far off its high, $67, that it reached back January 2022. So all that's priced in, and he likes to look going forward.
Yeah, I was reading a really interesting article. I'm plugging in my headphones. I was just reading an interesting article on the weekend about ICE specifically and solid state batteries. I think we were talking about it last week as well. In the sense that if someone is able to finally solve this solid state battery issue, combustion's done because it's going to double essentially range and capacity for EVs. But good look anyways here, guys, to kick things off. GM up about 2.5.
Yeah, not a bad start for them. The other story, of course, for GM is just it's similar to Ford at 11. Like every time this gets into the low 30s, 30 to 32, it just keeps bouncing. So until that stops being true, like what else do you do except for go long in front of it? Congrats if you took it last week. I mean, it actually held 32 even, didn't quite even get to that 30 number, so good luck there. It's kind of gapping away from it. What's actually good about this breakout, or pseudo breakout, I guess defense of the bottom, it's not really a breakout, is that you had a bit of a wipeout low. If you look at what happened on Thursday, you had a couple of deep days down in 30 after breaking 33, you never got to 30. You get that wipeout bottom, immediately sort of reestablish support above 33, and now you're breaking up. It would feel that we're headed toward 36. However, look what keeps happening when you get to 35 on this stock. I mean, it's just you get above there and you run into a little bit of trouble getting past 36 even. So I want to be real patient. That's the 200 period moving average that lingers there at 37. The 50 period sits at 36. Anything into that zone this week just feels like an obvious sell. But I think you can be looking at buy dips into 33 even today. I wouldn't be chasing this move necessarily. I know Tesla's going to be on radar and the Chinese EVs are on radar. So it's on the back burner. If the market turns red, this at 33 looks like it makes a heck of a lot of sense. And we keep mentioning Ford, but in terms of the 11 level, but it hasn't been that complicated, except for the fact that it doesn't always get there. Sometimes the bounce comes a little bit shallow, a little bit in front. That's exactly what happened with both these names. So it's almost the exact same chart. Upgrade, downgrade, I don't care. When I see that, it's, okay, well, where do you go long? You know, you go for long in front of 11 here. You know, you want to wait till it gets to that 200 period before looking for any shorts. And in between is a bit of a trap.
I would just say, yeah, Ford to me is a little more interesting than GM because shout out to Momo in the chat as well. Shout out to Ponzi Fonzie, everybody there in the chat looking for shout outs today. But, I mean, Ford reports tomorrow night. So, I mean, for me, we've already had GM. They reported on in April 25th or last week, something like that. And now you're going to have Ford come through. And, I mean, Ford looks pretty good here off the bottom. So, yeah, I like these levels, again, coming through. If you can get Ford down to 1150 today, I think that's a buy for sure. And then you just wait to see what happens tomorrow afternoon. So it's tomorrow evening. We're going to get that number from Ford, and then we'll find out. I believe it's a post-market number. Post-market, yeah, May 2nd. So we're going to get that number tomorrow, and we're going to see if it can hold this bottom. But Ford is not really a super investable name until we get some better news about what's happening with the F-150, what's happening with, we just talked about the battery issue there. They went to Indonesia, try to get that all figured out. So I like Ford, but it hasn't done a whole heck of a lot of volume here today. So for me, wait for earnings on all these names. I know we wish there was some more to come here, but wait for Ford. They report tomorrow. Otherwise, you wait for that 1150, try to get a bid. It's only up 0.3, so maybe it does get some tailwinds here from General Motors. It's 8:57 now, still a ways away before this market opens. So we're going to talk about Apple, we're going to talk about AMD, lots of big tech names to come, as well as the halted FRC.
First segment, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. SurgeTrader.com/TTV. Use that promo code on screen right now, TTV. Shout out to Surge Trader. Here's some other analyst moves for you so far this morning. GM, we mentioned there, Morgan Stanley liking them, Comcast, Zillow, Biogen on here. We get Block this week as well. KeyCorp downside, Cloudflare after what happened last week, huge move down. Exxon on this board so far as well, guys.
Because of that 120 level, but I guess now we wrote that down and we actually didn't look at it. Wow, down to 116 right now. Okay, that's not good. So XOM right there literally bouncing off this level one more time here. 120, 118, 119 off of a great report. And with a low price in oil, we were thinking that, hey man, if we came in today and saw oil up a little bit, oil's down that 2%, I believe today. Yeah, 2.4% right now for crude. Crude's testing that 75 area and breaking it right now. So XOM, wow, nice little move. Whoopsies, nice little move down there for XOM today. Yeah, that's let's check the 20-minute chart here. Was not expecting this, but right back to where it was, I guess, pre-earnings. So you're going to look at 115 here, as a possible level there on that downgrade. Going to find out why exactly it was downgraded, because I thought all cylinders were pumping here for ExxonMobil. Record everything, profits, EPS, highs. We just hit there 120. So nice little pullback. I think you want to buy any of these dips. Possibly that's exactly what's happening. You downgrade a stock so you can get a better price. So let's wait to see what happens here. That's a little cynical, but that is generally what happens. FRC right there on a short. Just checking out to see if there's anything on the imbalance locator. I don't see XOM on here. So for me, that's a little bit of a strange one. So we'll have to watch it today. Down pretty good, man. Down 2%. We'll take that. I don't see much on there. Carvana is one of those other beatdown names that was possibly going bankrupt, but not anymore. But there's FRC right there, man. Down to down, down, down. Right now, we're going to see where FRC goes halted, and we're going to talk about that more today. If it does open up, should be an exciting one. I don't think it will. Remember when SIVBQ had a very, very similar problem? Its next move was down to the pink sheet. So let's wait to see what happens with First Republic right now. And just to check back, SIVBQ. I'm always looking at these names just to see. Of course, it's a pink sheet name, Sean. There it is, 50 cents right now for SIVB. So yeah, not much happening with that name either. Unfortunately for everybody holding FRC shares, who knows if they're going to open up today? Most likely not. If we hear anything, we'll tell you about that, and we'll continue to trade it as well. So SIVBQ, pink sheets, FRC, it seems like it's headed there right now. But XOM, that's a strange one. Let's see if we get some pin action on XOM. 115, I'm a buyer.
Yeah, it's interesting that one turned around so quickly, but that's been resistance up there, that 120. So maybe we shouldn't be surprised. Block was on there for the downgrades, and obviously, report incoming, but it feels like it made a bottom, at least recently. If you look at the $60 level the last couple of days, so you've been trending back into the downside. There's nothing positive about the chart. I'm not going to tell you that it wasn't a big move to the downside. You had the short seller report come in. However, remember that day, we got through and it was 58 was the bottom on that short seller report. It held that the next day and then just glided back up, held the 200 period and then kind of reversed. Higher low just got put in. Last week we had successive breaks of the $60 level to end the week, and each day it recovered. You had a break of 60 holding 59, it gets back to 61. You have a break of 60, holds 59, gets back to 61, essentially 61, 60-80, but that's splitting hairs. That would tell me if you get a push to the downside here that holds a higher low, then it's a long from there. Just based on that setup, you got a double bottom, you have some selling down there, but not enough to push it through the next dollar, and you've had enough buying, and the market's helped out to be sure. But that seems like a decent little zone. If that can hold, I think it's fantastic. Obviously, if you're beneath 60, I really not that interested in the trade, but I want to see 60 hold the open, and then that becomes a little bit spicy for me as you can have these you can have these dumps and get a bit of a jump zone off of there. So this is more a come back at 9:45, 10 o'clock. If this is holding above $60, then I think it can set up for a little bit of a long. But I'll put that to the middle of the list for the names I'm going to go over. And if the opening range is solid, then we can be in some square there. Randy, what do you think about the game? I'm talking. Well, thoughts on the Panthers, man.
What an upset. We're going to play in the litter box. We'll get them.
We're going to play in the litter box, and then we'll get them. As Randy drinks I believe that was.
It'll be the Leafs in 5.
Again. 5? 6.
5, maybe 6. So I think
6.
I was actually lucky enough because I had the Leafs in 6 to beat Boston on FanDuel. So I think I'll probably do the same thing again here. I don't know, though. I think I don't want to say a sweep, but I think the Leafs are a much more talented team
they are,
than the Florida Panthers. It's not.
They're a hot team, though.
Florida is, yeah.
They're a hot team.
Yeah, I mean, the Leafs are hot, too. I mean, I think once you get that monkey off your back there, I mean, Florida was President's Trophy winners 2 years ago, so I think they have good pedigree as well. All right, let's go back here. Obviously, once we win, we get all excited again, right? So we'll wait to see what does happen. I'm excited for the Lakers moving on as well. I was going to parlay that Lakers winning the cup, cash out early, and then put it, not the cup, the trophy, then put it on the Leafs winning the cup. So I don't know. We'll see if that can happen there. I think it could be Leafs Edmonton.
Steph's on fire,
which would be nice. I think that's who they play, right? Isn't it? I think it's Lakers.
It's Lakers, Golden State.
Lakers, Warriors. So that should be.
If you can't get up for that,
man, that's going to be a fun one there. So,
all
right, let's go over to the big desk right now and start reviewing what is our watch list. But we have Arun ready to go. The stars have aligned with Arun.
Yeah, let's go right to him. We'll bring him in, get a look at the overall market as we head towards the open here on a Monday. Going to be a big week. Maybe not necessarily today will be full of action, Arun, but big week ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a cursor on my face. Anyways, okay, let's go to the futures here. In terms of level, it really isn't a whole lot. I think we're most likely going to continue what we've seen for the last couple of days here, which has been somewhat of a rally, right? It's been a decent rally. Month is done. April's finished strong. Now we're starting May off. We're kind of sitting near 4,200. ISM number at 10 o'clock. Fed on Wednesday. 4220 is like the break point off a multi-month high. Eventually we'll get there, but we're going to need some sort of catalyst, and I would suspect the Fed is going to be it. So between now and the Fed, my expectation is going to be somewhat quiet, except for these blips where we get numbers. The market may just pop a little bit, pop or drop a little bit, and then go quiet again. So for now, we're looking at that 4,200 to see how it breaks, to continue the trend for the last couple of days. I do think if it's going to drift, it's going to be an upward drift towards that top end resistance level. So above 4,200, that somewhat sets up. It's going to be very slow, but let's get above there first. Let's see if there's going to be some traction to even maybe drift to the upside. If there is, then 4,200 long and towards 4,220. Essentially, you're going to be playing against the resistance zone as long as it sets up. The market hasn't really done a whole lot, as I said, right? Overnight, what are we at? We're down 0.08 on the S&P and 0.1 essentially on the NASDAQ, which means pretty sideways action. So just wait for the open, see what this ISM number brings. If we're above 4,200 post ISM, there's a chance for a continuation. It most likely will be a drift. I would hope that it's not a drift and we actually are trading. But with Fed looming, it's more likely than not that we're going to be somewhat quiet until we get to that point on Wednesday where we do get that movement and that catalyst to actually make a move, whether it's to break through that multi-month high or to actually fall off and respect the resistance level. But it's going to be on Wednesday that we're going to get this high volume and high volatility.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you scan that QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and you get the absolutely free watch list every single day as everything you need to know in the pre-market from us to you. Here we go. JP Morgan, FRC. Looks like FRC not going to be tradable. So we'll talk about whether or not there's an opportunity here for JP Morgan. If you missed it, picking up basically the scraps from FRC after the FDIC, as I guess assumed going into the weekend, steps in to rescue depositors at least. So 173 billion in loans going to JPM, 30 billion in securities, and 92 billion of deposits. In return, they're going to pay 10.8 billion to the FDIC directly. No mention of what that is going to be used for. And then 25 billion going to be paid back to the other three big banks that were involved in the initial bailout, I guess if you want to call it that, for FRC.
Yeah, it's an interesting deal. Let's put it that way. Jamie Dimon. I did it again. Jamie Dimon. This acquisition modestly benefits our company overall. That is, here comes the word of the day. It is accretive to our shareholders. It helps further advance our wealth strategy.
Yeah, there's a few cautious comments, guys, as to what this means going forward. You know, if another one of these starts to get themselves into trouble, how many can they possibly, you know, step in to bail out here?
I don't know.
All of them.
Jeremy spoke in class today, and Jeremy Dimon decided after that speech he had to buy some FRC. And
he spoke to his brother, Jeremy Dimon.
I don't. Oh my goodness.
The double J's.
What I love about it is now I really just want to refer to Jamie Dimon as Jeremy for the rest of this show.
Fail.
No,
Fail.
why not? Because it's just too much
Well,
fun.
I mean, the man's pronouncing Microsoft like it's some crazy name.
Microsoft.
Yeah, doesn't know how to pronounce XOM. I mean, there's lots of stuff happening here. So we can mispronounce Jeremy Dimon. It's not even mispronunciation, I guess.
It's not even, I don't know what it is.
Well, shout out to his brother, Jeremy. I mean, I just hope that the family is really well. But as far as Jamie Dimon is concerned, when you're kind of messing with the smartest guy in the room, he's going to take all the assets, man. I mean, when you could do that, pay down for anything, I think that's worth it. Grab all these assets, pay a $10 billion fine, down to the FDIC. Let's get it all wrapped up. And now there's just more money being managed by JP Morgan. So there we go. And look what happened to JP JP Morgan spin it for those shareholders.
Money.
You know, like I said this over and over again. This is why this is literally the only U.S. bank that, well, actually, I trimmed some Goldman, but I also owned some Goldman as well. But this, as far as the real position is concerned, I had trimmed some JP Morgan earlier when this all started because we didn't know how it would pan out. But now that we do know how it's panning out, I mean, look what's happening, man. You go all the way back down. They figured this out. We got out once it broke some 125s. I think it was, like I said, I think it was 126.50, 125.50. Bad out for sure down there. But now you're starting to go back up, which is making this guy a little bit happy. So 143, 144, looks like we want to take it out. Let's just wait to see what the market does today with all of this news. You know, you have a 138. Will this go red? Nah, I don't think so. And then also FRC is not going to open up is what we don't think so. So I think today you're just going to continue to watch out. There it is. Bye-bye. You want to look for names, you know, maybe like a Western, like a Zion, things like that to see if there's going to be any movement here. But 57,000 shares, not much happening at all. Wells Fargo, I'm going to say probably flat, if not, okay, up on the news as well. Actually up pretty good here. So it looks like all the banking sector seems to be getting a little bit of a boost up here. We like the KRE as well as the sector spider ETF here for regional banks. That's up today as well, up 0.21. So, hey, I don't think the market gives two you-know-whats, unfortunately, about FRC going under. It just sucks. We talked all about it for shareholders, that you did not want to hold this overnight. So if you had done that, then, yeah, you're going to probably get this. Like I said, I mean, the best amount, the best bit of information that we have is what's happened in the past. And so SIVBQ was, regardless of what the price was before it went down or anything, I don't know why this thing opened up at 40 cents, but it did. You know, danced around a lot that first day. Then the second day ripped up into over $1, hit that $1.40, then came all the way back down. So if you are an FRC shareholder, you'll probably open up sub $1. I mean, the prices are all a guess. Like you know, who knows where it's going to open up, but definitely looking like it's going to go down to the pink sheets. I believe we have Jeff on tomorrow or some point this week, and he's talked all about this a lot. You're going to see Bed Bath & Beyond as well, starting to head down to the downside, over into the pink sheets, starting May 3rd, which is going to be in a couple days. So again, we'll get all those dates sorted out, but please do your own work if you're looking at shares of Bed Bath & Beyond in order to buy them, or maybe you're still holding them, and when will they get converted over? Typically, you have a symbol change, then all the shares just sort of morph over into the new exchange, and you should take, I don't know, it's T+2, so I don't know if that means the same kind of a settlement date. Those of you that have had shares of Hertz or some other names, Luckin Coffee, go down to the pink sheets and then reappear. You'll know how long that does take. So for me, yeah, if we're talking about JP Morgan, I like it. I think it's a buy. Let's just test out this 143 area, sort of where we were before we broke through, and then hopefully it's clear skies for JP Morgan.
Yeah, if it goes red today, I'll be a little bit surprised. So I like the 142. Just when you have a consolidation breakout sort of like this, a lot of times, you know, you want to take that break as it happens, but it gaps above, and if it comes back in, this is 141.5. That was the last couple of weeks, the highs. So 42 makes sense for me on any kind of a dip buy. We don't know if FRC opens back up. Let's just, like Sean said, sometimes you go to the OTC markets and you catch a bit of a bounce. And for anybody that's looking for that, all I can say is, you know, hopefully that can be true, and some people can do better with the shares. But this is a bad deal for FRC, obviously, if you hold shares there, and it's a good deal for JPM.
I'll figure it out. Let's go on to Apple here. As we mentioned, Thursday after the close, we get Apple earnings. Ahead of that, Wedbush. It was Wedbush with a positive note on what is to come from. I was just trying to find it there. I was watching this as well. Ride just spiked to the downside there on SEC filing, talking about some issues with Foxconn, their manufacturer. But we'll talk about Apple here. Wedbush with a positive note ahead of earnings coming up this week, suggesting iPhone sales going to beat estimates, suggesting that services revenue specifically as well going to beat estimates. So we got to wait until Thursday, unfortunately.
And especially with iPhone sales, BofA Securities coming out this morning again, reiterating a neutral coverage with a price target of 173. But let's have a look at this chart, Brendo, because I was talking about this with you off camera. This trend line here going back to late December has absolutely held on every retracement. It's been bought up. So strong here for Apple.
So we got to wait for a couple of days anyways before we get the actual numbers, guys. But 2-3 days in a row here. Nicely positive anyways for Apple.
Oh yeah, Apple's been just churning to the upside the last couple of sessions, and quite frankly, you can see just looking at where we got to Friday. I mean, you double tapped essentially 170, so the top end of the zone feels like it's in. 168 was your bottom, 178 is your top. You're too strong into this at this particular point, to sort of. I don't necessarily think that you're going to have some kind of a crazy breakout in front of those earnings. A lot of times that's not going to be the case, but it's hard to ignore. If you have a move like that, and Sharif just gave you, that trend line that's been holding, if you have a move like this and a consolidation at the top and 170 breaks, it's $5, $6 worth of room. So if that much pressure built up top, if it breaks out, I don't think you want to wait around till Thursday. And sometimes I'm not really looking for that type of an idea, thinking that you can make that kind of a break. But if 170 breaks out, I want to have it. I don't want the breakout at the open. I'm not changing my tone on that one, where I'm not a big fan of taking breaks at the open. I feel like that move has been, if you get a break at 9:30, get out really, really quickly, because the first 5 minutes is probably, maybe even the first 10 minutes, like that's it. Then it usually pulls back. That's the market we're sitting with. So I'd rather be like patiently waiting around for that 168. Or if we do break 170 and hold above, just start working longs above 170. Like see the volume come in above that price. Work a trend trade. If it's going to go 170 to 175, you can get into Apple. We've seen this before. Like when it trends up doing one of these kind of days, then you're able to get in multiple times. So I'm going to be waiting for 168. I'd rather play that than the 170 break. But it's hard to ignore that 170 earnings Thursday or not. I mean, we're going to get there before Thursday. So you can't really wait around for that price for 4 days.
Yeah, we've been talking about Apple longs for a very, very long time, and I think we can actually take out all-time highs after Thursday. I mean, we saw Microsoft, we've seen Tesla the other way, of course, and we saw Meta, and you're going to see NVIDIA taking out those highs soon. You're going to see AMD trying to get back to 100, and they're going to report tomorrow as well. So I feel like as long as tech seems to be working, whether or not Apple gets to 183.50 or whatever their highs are, you got to wait for the report. But until then, man, I mean, look at this. I mean, Sharif just nailed that trend. I mean, it's been right to the upside. So if you're going to day trade this name, you don't have to go that far. Let's just go back to Friday, 168. I mean, 168 held on Friday. It's not like there's any worse news coming through today. So I think we're going to try to watch out for that 168. This is just a 1 minute chart. But if you don't want to trade off of a 1 minute, you want to like zoom out a little bit. I mean, even back to the 3, there's the 168 from Friday. Then it's like almost every dollar down. In the pre-market, you were there as well with 167.50. And then, depending on how far you want to go. I don't think the NASDAQ's going to collapse today, so you don't have to worry about these 163s, but it's just straight up. As long as we keep on making highs, you have the 200 period right here at 169. I feel like we will probably wind up regretting not sitting there and buying that, but any dips that happen early, Apple's still down a little bit worse than the market right now, but that's all going to change once this opens up. So I still feel like we want to buy Apple. I'm sitting down here at 168.20, seeing if we can catch a little bit of a dip bid into that. So 168.25 right now for me for Apple. It's a screaming buy today, just a matter of what price and what the market wants to do. We had a huge run up. Remember, don't sleep on what the NASDAQ has been doing, man. I mean, you're just bouncing again off that level. There's reasons why the NASDAQ is red right now today. If we go back in, you're right near some of these tops. We've already been up here in early April, and that led us back to the downside. We retook that 13.3 right there beginning of two weeks ago, April 18th. That signaled a top as well, and then we made some scary bottoms where everybody thought the top was in. Then we rallied back up there late last week, like I mentioned, and now you're just at this top again. So could you sort of settle back in? I think we could see 13.2 today here on the NASDAQ. Maybe even 13.1 would be a big move down for sure, but if that happens, it also wouldn't surprise me. So just looking to see about some of this pressure here in the NASDAQ. And of course, if the market wanes a little bit at some of these levels, then Apple is going to sort of drift down with it. So I'd still say we want to be pretty patient with what's happening here. Take Apple long if it dips, and then wait out for that 170 break. I'd rather take the break if it did happen around, let's just say, 945, something like that, where we can get a good base on Apple. But for right now, I like this 168.50, and I'm trying to buy around there.
All right, let's go on to SoFi here, fan favorite, reporting earnings pre-market this morning. A little bit better than expected, still loss, but a smaller loss for Q1. Everything else, though, right across the board, including the forecast, not bad, in line But still, full year anyways, 23 forecast in line with expectations, but smaller loss.
Yeah, not a bad look, Brendo. 43% year-over-year increase in revenue and a 45% year-over-year increase in membership. And of course, they had to take that dig at the regular banking industry, saying, with the launch of our offering of FDIC insurance of up to $2 million, 97% of our deposits were insured at the quarter. So taking that little dig there.
2 days in a row going into earnings to end the week, we were higher as well. So make it 3 here, almost 6% for SoFi.
Yeah, who cares about FDIC, man? If you have over 100 grand, just put it in a rubber band and you're good to go. But I love that little dig there. But it is about the revenue number. You're right about that, Sharif. And quite frankly, the revenue growth was good. The breakout on the chart's solid. I'm just going dip buy because that's what happens typically with gap ups on this stock. I find it's a little bit safer to go with the dip. The range in the pre-market's a little bit large, but it's effectively not that big if you zoom in a little bit, which I'm going to do. So 625 to 630, that's a previous break zone. I think I go long in front of there. You have that $6 underneath you, which is the 50-period moving average. I just want to keep that relatively simple. So, I don't like even dollar stops necessarily. So you have this wide sort of looking range, but it's been a pretty tight consolidation, quite frankly, for most of it. And if it breaks down, I'm looking to start picking up in the quarters. $6 is an obvious sort of support zone. If it can hold that today, I just want to be long going into that level. So I like SoFi here. I'm just going to be patient off the open. If there isn't a dip and it holds 650, then it's about structuring along. Because at that point, I'm just, what am I, out at $6.50 or just a little bit beneath it? I'll play that one by ear. If it holds the open above and doesn't give me the dip buy, I'll have to work in another way, maybe go into a trend trade, buying VWAP after 10 o'clock, that kind of a thing. But until then, I'm waiting for that dip.
Yeah, we've seen so many great reports come through for SoFi, and then it just gets hammered pretty much all day. So I'll try to wait for SoFi as well. But honestly, man, I mean, I'm not too excited to go long or short this name. I feel like it might be a better second day play. It's really not doing too much right now for SoFi. So I wouldn't be surprised if this name is up like 2 or 3% by the time the day's over with. So I would just say watch out for it. I think, breaking through $8 would be so much sweeter, but that's, that could be next. So somewhere around there is fine. I'd rather see the stock around 750, and then we'd see what happens near this 8. So for me, I'm going to wait on SoFi just a couple days here, see if it can get going. But it's not, if you get down to 6 and you can use that as a base, I wouldn't be surprised if we get near $6 today. But if you get to $6 today, then you've turned red on the name. So I don't feel like there's any reason for this to be red, but again, back down here is really where you want to buy it. Let's just see some strength hold in SoFi. Was up pretty good, and it's been holding. It's been holding the 650 level, so as long as that remains true, I think that's a name that you can look at. SoFi, of course, is not going to be on the imbalance locator until 9:25 when NASDAQ names come through. So for right now, not on there. Uber's an interesting name. So is Apple, AMD. So there's going to be a couple names that are coming on that imbalance locator. I like Uber better than SoFi today with earnings coming through. It's tough to trade names off of earnings. So with SoFi coming out now, let's see where the market is. Are they offside on this name? Were they expecting a huge beat, or not a huge beat, but were they expecting the 7% move or not? Let's just go over here quickly. I just want to see what SoFi's shortable interest is one more time. 12%, so that's decent. I think that could help spark a little bit of a rally here today as well. So we'll see. I like to short it near that 7 because that makes sense to me, and then we'll see what happens here with SoFi today. Probably a no-fly zone, but hey, we've seen worse stocks being traded on this show. So let's watch out for SoFi. A little bit of a move down to 6 or a bump to 7 gets me interested. But here at 650, when you're in the middle, nah, man, we've already been here before. So there's that dip hold of 630 before it broke. So I'd say something around here again, 630, 640 gets me interested. But honestly, for right now, let's see some action off the open with SoFi.
All right, let's go on to Meta. Here's the note this morning. They filed with the SEC for a 5-part senior note offering, but did not disclose the size. Anytime this happens with a filing such as this, it doesn't mean it's actually happening. It's just they're now able to do it if they wanted to. But again, the size not disclosed there. But I mean, this chart tells the story, I think. If you remember what happened off of earnings last week. Just an absolute monster into the weekend. We kind of went sideways, but here we are back at 240.
Yeah, we were joking off camera. Look, he's looking to fund his metaverse there through this funding. No, all jokes aside, Meta's been an absolute monster. And I don't think it's over for this one because the TikTok tailwind has not gone away. It's still there. So until that gets resolved, we won't really see where Meta could end up.
Yeah, let's see how the stock reacts today. I mean, it might be just a nothing burger as far as a news catalyst, but 242 up here was that high. Touched a couple of times last week.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just that 242 being a monster level, but if you go all the way back, and I have a weekly up here, I got my weekly up here on Trade Ideas just to quickly show you guys. You had a monstrous level at that 240, which was a previous support. You go all the way back into that 2020 when it ramped before things got really quadruple to the downside and it gapped back through that 40. So essentially, you've got that monster support, which is potentially turning into a small resistance zone. At least it's small for now because it's only been a couple of days. We said this with, was it Microsoft? Microsoft got to 300 and then kind of ran into a wall. Gapped up, couldn't break on the first day, broke on the second day. Meta gapped up, couldn't break on the first, couldn't break on the second. So it feels a little bit, tiny little bit weaker on the gap up than Softies was after that break. So 242. You prove otherwise, that's a short up there. You get above 240, you get into that 41, 42. I think that's going to be a shorting opportunity on Meta. A little cautious with the long. Is it going to be at that bottom? It hasn't really established much of a low. It established a low on Thursday, and then it broke that with a new low now on Friday. It's just a little easier to peg that top and say I want to sell in front of 42 than anything else. So that's where I'm going to be leaning today on Meta. I would love to see a bottom somewhere around that in the low 230s. If you can pick that one up and it starts to make a little bit of a consolidation low, that's fine. You just got to remember where the NASDAQ's sitting here, right? Like we're at that resistance point, double topped it last week, and you're underneath. So anything that's at a big resistance zone, I'd respect it and be looking for short off the open unless we start breaking away from that 13.3, which just hasn't happened yet.
Happy Hydration Nation to everybody here. Oh, you only got your coffee? Okay,
No, I got water. I got
right,
my water.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute.
I just noticed my water bottle, well, because I didn't fill it up, so I have to empty. I'm going to rinse it out.
I was going to say,
I don't want to keep the water in the plastic jug all weekend, and so I just didn't have time this morning, and I forgot about it. So we'll go
5 minutes
with the milk jug or whatever they call that. Right there. Yeah, look. So Meta, we all like Meta. I mean, that's a little, I like to see what these offerings are going to do, but again, I feel like it's just a little too fast for Meta. I want to go short. We actually had a good short there on Friday with Meta as well. So, let's be patient with it. It's down here against the market. So, again, another name here to come into play. We looked at that 236 area. It held there on Friday. I feel like it probably holds again if it gets down there. So this is a level to look at for a long, but there's only 4 minutes to go before this market opens up. Let's see if anything just hit up for the NASDAQ imbalances. So unfortunately, FRC continues to be a sell. There's nothing you can do about it. It's halted and looks like it does not want to open. Bed Bath & Beyond, we know it's just a couple days left there on the NASDAQ. Everybody's favorite stock, Mullen, looks like it's trying to get back over 10. We talked about that last week. Google with a sell today as well, so that's coming in not very nicely there for the sell. But is the stock actually coming in? Yes, it is. So nice little move down for Google. I like to look at Google instead of Google, but I actually didn't even really look at it today. So we'll do that with, you have a bad wick there, so I'll have to look at that once it opens up. And then we just talked about Meta with 100K sell as well. You can see that sort of sent that down into that 238 area. So with only a couple minutes left, we've got Amazon, and then we'll have this market open up.
Rundown, as always, brought to you by Trade Ideas. We're happy to announce that Mr. Noss has arrived safely back home from his trip to New York. He was down there for the CMT conference last week, so shout out to Michael Noss. He'll be back with us on Friday. See what's happening, guys, in real time with Trade Ideas. Check out the description down there. Trader TV 20 gets you 20% off. It was Atlantic Securities on Amazon this morning, not Meta. Other way around. This just came out as well. Chase and Amazon announcing some new details and benefits to their Visa card coming through, but essentially that Atlantic Securities note was very cautionary, talking about let's see how the next quarter is, essentially right across the board before we get too excited here.
Yeah, and the issue with this one was the slowdown in AWS. That was nothing new for us. We knew that this was coming from Q1, where corporations were slated to cut down spending, and cloud would be where they focused on initially. We saw this with Cloudflare as well, but have a look at this Amazon chart. We just showed you the chart for Apple and Meta. It was up and to the right. This could not be more horizontal, Brendo. It's been locked in a horizontal move here for the past 6 months.
Yeah, 104, 104.50 though. Bit of a line in the sand here, guys, as far as support is concerned.
Yeah, I was. I'm going to go a little bit higher than that. I think it's going to eventually, for support, yes, 100%, Brendo, that's true. I'm going to look at this 106, see if we can get back up to there. I'm going to short it into 106. Obviously, not a great quarter there, last print, and sent the stock down there from. I mean, you can see there it is right there. Was up to 120 there in the aftermarket, but it doesn't really matter. The best level there was 108, so we'll see about a 106. But yeah, there has been some good support down here at 104, 105. So we'll see if that can hold one more time. But for me, I'm going to try to go short this name up near that 106. Could be wrong. We're going to get out if it does get up to that level. You know what? I'm going to cancel that right now just to see, because we know the Amazon can get going pretty quickly here. So we'll wait to see on Amazon for now. But that was going to be a level there, 106. So I might look back and regret not shorting that one. But that's what I'm going to look at. Their top is going back up. I mean, all these names today, that YGF, that HLP top, everything's trying to probably going to make a move at some point. Yeah, there it is right now, 64 up to $80. Wow. Bye-bye top, and also bye-bye AMD. That 91.50 level that we talked about coming into play. Oops, it was on the 20-minute coming into play right now again. So watch out for 91.50. Couple good tops coming in, AMD, Apple, and whatnot here to start the day.
Yeah, 25 seconds to go. Alex Enzo in the chat. Brennan's shirt is green. It's not black, but it is a green shirt. Trust me, I can see it right there.
Forest green.
It shows up as black, and you're like, oh my gosh, the market's going to be down because both Sharif and Brennan are wearing black shirts. I have no idea. With only 10 seconds to go on the countdown, I'm going to drop it. Ride, by the way, going concern issues. I might have to throw something at this bell because no one's there to ring it. But we're going to ring it in 4, 3, 2, and like a boss.
Now they know how close the bell is, because everybody saw Katrine running there. Thank you, Miss Katrine, for doing that. Hopefully we can have
she's got
better bell management.
She's got quicks.
Moving forward. Yeah, she's got the hops right there back up. So, all right, AMD and Apple both doing not much here, hovering around that open price. We've seen the NASDAQ go up and go down here off the open, and everyone says, hola, to Miss Katrine. So I say hola to her as well, because she is now in the building. What's up to Katrine? You can take your jacket off at any time. Here we go. Nice little upside move here, breaking through 170 on Apple is what we're trying to look for.
Oh man, see, I didn't want the early break. So I'm not gonna take that 170 break. I guess I'll wait for the pullback to come in. I quickly mentioned that about Ride. Like, if they don't solve the Foxconn issue, there's going concerns. Issues with them. They could seek bankruptcy if Foxconn dispute isn't resolved. So they're down 12%. Opening SSR. If it gets back to 50 cents, I do want to fade that one. It looks like it's going to be Apple first, because NVIDIA not really anywhere near that 280 level. It got to 79 and then pulled back in here. So that 280 on NVIDIA will have to wait. SoFi is already starting to dip to the downside, and I'll give you one more that's weak. Coinbase already down 2%. It just made a huge drop right there off the open. Couple of names that are fading early as the NASDAQ is at a key resistance level.
Yeah, this is
already HFP.
This is. I'm just waiting here to see about this name. You know, it's going to be AMD. If AMD breaks too much below where we're going to go here, $90, and we're going to get out of AMD. We're still watching Apple. Sorry, I had AMD up on another screen, so AMD is falling down here to 90.50 right now. Just wick bottom 90.40, so we can watch out for AMD. I mean, it could be a small. Let's start a small starter position right now because of that wick little bottom there. The NASDAQ is starting to go back up, so we had a wick bottom there of 90.40. We'll start a small one. I'm going to try to get some more if we come down into this 200 period of 90.20 or so for AMD. We've seen it make these moves early and then make it all back late. So let's wait to see what that's doing. And then the other name that we liked was the Amazon short. That's not really printing yet either. So far, the market, although it's open, may not seem to think that way, as I don't see too many moves happening right this second.
One that's testing maybe a little bit of a bottom. I mean, look, JPM actually just got down to that 142 level, so that could come into play. So right. I might jump in there and sort of wet the beak. It did give an under over where it broke 42 very, very briefly, got to 141.70 there. So I just took some in at the quarters. If it can hold that previous low, I think that looks a little bit solid. So it opens up in front of that previous support on the daily, and we'll go grab it. SoFi is about to give some $6 here, because I just got into JPM. So I'm going to get my stop loaded on JPM and then get over to SoFi. I just want to be holding in front of that that recent low on JP Morgan, but there's that $6 bounce already. This is in the zone. 6 to 625 was sort of that zone we're talking about on SoFi. So after getting JPM, I just got over there. Still Apple holding 170 even, but there's the flush in on SoFi. It always does this. How many times we've seen SoFi dump off the open when they gap up 5 to 10%?
I mean, literally just rewind the tape 5 minutes, and I was like, I'm not taking SoFi anywhere near this level as it always dumps down. And I said, oh, I don't think SoFi is going to get to 6 because that means it has to turn red right there. But there goes SoFi downside. Yeah, we're going to give it to $6 as well. So right now we are long at 10s here on SoFi. So that's that. We got a 10. We actually got a 13 bid and a 7 bid or something right there on SoFi. So the market is pulling back, which is fine. We are waiting to get a lower bid here on AMD, so if that comes in, that's fine by me, man. We'll wait for that lower bid here near 90. Okay, well, hey, Sean, you want to wait for it? Well, guess what? We're right here right now on AMD. So here comes falling back in as well. SoFi's right down to 6 even. I don't think 6 even is going to mean anything. It's just gotten crushed all the way to the downside right now. So on a break of 6, we're gonna. I mean, it'll flush a little bit more through this, and then we'll wait to see on a pop possibly back to the upside here with SoFi. But there it is. There is the flush down on SOFI. So man, yeah, sorry if you're long this name. It's been a sucky one there, and we sort of knew that this might happen. We'll take one more price here, but after that, man, 5 more cents down, and we'll get out of SoFi. It's pretty much DOA here, and yeah, we knew that. But again, you don't know anything unless you're short, and I'm not short. So I'm long right now, looking to take about a 10-cent hit here on SoFi. So that sucks pretty good early.
Yeah, on Friday, the wick bottom was literally $5.94. So, you know, that's $6. I don't know that it means anything at 6, but it's in that buy zone. So it goes pretty deep into it. If it holds 6 even, I'd probably add above. Otherwise, there could be some ads under. I just wanted to get Tesla is absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying it's dumping, but it's back at 1 or close enough to 160, and that was sort of afternoon. It was all afternoon to the upside, rejecting 165 here, but at 160 level was pretty good support if that wants to hold. So if I just got back above $1, I'm gonna get some 1s, or can I even get 2s? No. Can't even get 2s. Okay, so I just added at like 4, which, I don't know. I wanted to add at 1s and 2s if I can catch it. So still going to go with that 94. I've got some JPM, but that's threatening the bottom. NVIDIA, as that was happening, NVIDIA 280. NVIDIA just broke 280. So
did it? Okay.
There it goes. I hate taking quarters. It's open break. I never really love those. I'll probably give it a relatively tight stop because that's been a huge resistance zone on this stock.
Yeah, Apple came all the way down as well for some strange reason, so we missed that bid because we were watching out for SoFi, but here comes Apple right now, trying to break lower, 168.80 maybe for Apple, but the market is coming in right there, that bottom 168.90 for Apple, so here comes Apple coming screaming in as well to this level, so not a great little price here. Well, we're long at 10s, I mean, we got a good price. I'm not going to complain here about the price of Apple, but it is moving now back up to the upside, so here, let's take out 13, 15 cents or so here if we can get this back. We always like to trade around the quarters, so if we could take something out here around 23, that'd be nice. There it is. Nice little move up to 28, 29s. We'll take another piece out there as SoFi goes down to the bottom. But that's okay. We're making it all back in spades with Apple, but there goes SoFi breaking of $6. Boo, SoFi, you suck.
Yeah, SoFi got into the dip zone, doesn't want to hold it. That's what happens sometimes. So I got the long in front. I added 1 time in front of 6, and then it broke that 593 that we had last week. NVIDIA, pretty weak break. So I got out of it, said it's probably a bit of a trap. It's a resistance zone, almost till it's not. I decided I did take it, even though I said I was going to wait until the opening rush was over. But come on, what's that crazy wicks up there? But there's that 280 level. It almost should just be a short till it's not. If it needs to break above, then I think maybe 280.50 makes a little bit more sense. But if you're going to wick it with the NASDAQ still under resistance, then I should be short in the first place. I even look over at Intel, which I usually like. That's doing basically nothing. So not AMD. NVIDIA is kind of out on its own here at that resistance point, and let's be patient with it. By the way, top, if you're watching this story, it is halted once again. It is halted to the downside. It tried to get going and immediately halted down. So I guess that one's not completely dead just yet. Although, down 35%. Just happened to make a bit of a bounce. Now faded and halted down.
Yeah. Okay. Top's good one for sure. Top's not the supermarket there. But okay, nice Nice retracement back for SoFi. If you're able to hold some of that, I was not, but it made a nice move back up. So we'll try another long here around 6. It just went to 608. Again, I just wonder if like sometimes you just get flushed out there right off the open. Too many traders doing what we were doing there, trying to buy some of those dips, and then when the dips don't hold, let's just see if it holds one more time. Again, 10 cents worth of a hit here on top should be fine to go for that. And Apple right back here into 169. I like where we're going on this one. Hopefully they can continue to make this move up, but it is struggling right now as we know that Apple has earnings, of course, coming out later on this week. So let's get another 25 out if we can. We're long here at TEDS. We've just reloaded a couple bottoms here on Apple, so far so good. It's been a pretty awesome trade there on Apple. And again, AMD doing absolutely nothing as just floating around. We did have that bottom at 90. We decided to pick the Apple bottom, Jeans. But, you know, for right now, we're going to wait to see if AMD wants to dip down again into 90 bucks. To buy AMD up here when we're already long Apple seems to be a little silly. Any kind of a dip buy into 90s again for Apple, for AMD, and we will buy that. The short that we liked was Amazon. And yeah, that short is printed to the downside as well, not holding that 104 at all. But we were stuck there at 106. So obviously we never got that fill either.
And I keep trying to get Ride. Ride is now down 20-something%. Sorry, almost 20%. Low, though. No, it's now broken 20%. This is going under, it feels like. I mean, it's priced like it's going to go to 0. And you just said going concern issues. I just read going concern issues. I'm canceling my 49 offer. I'm leaving my 44 offer as this just continues to flush. I just want to get picked up somewhere. FRC, by the way, for those of you that are asking, it is halted. I do not know when it is opening. If at all, it will open. That's just how it's going to go. And remember block on the downgrade? Yeah, on the downgrade, makes that double wick bottom. It's holding that 60 at the open. There was no dip into 60. As a matter of fact, it's only breaking out. So block looks like it made that big double bottom on Friday and can work into a long here. I wanted to dip into 60 even. We didn't get it. I guess I'll be playing 61 on the way back here as we go to Sharif at the desk.
The Rasputin of stocks, guys. CXAI just will not die. Look at this one. It's retracing now, but it was up 15%, rejecting off that 15.25, guys.
Man, I hate SoFi.
How did I miss Ride? That's so, oh my goodness.
Well, Ride, yeah, that story came out about a couple minutes before, and they are basically declaring bankruptcy. They have a Foxconn dispute, and if that isn't settled, then they're gone. So toast. Ride is gone, pretty much. What's halted?
QH. That's QH. One of the Chinese.
Okay, we'll look at QH here quickly for you guys. Quoho halted now.
No, it's halted.
It's halted.
It's not open.
Right now, so that's halted right there. QH. Just now, actually, 450. So that's another name that has been halted. Okay, there's AMD. We said we didn't want a 90 long, but here it came in anyways. Let's go. So that it came into the price we wanted. We're going to get out some more Apple, and there's AMD. Let's just make a going concern of this name now, as it just dropped in for us. So here we go. Nice little long here for AMD. Maybe these bottoms do hold, but we're going to be cautious with that exactly because we're long at 14s right now. It just popped into the 30s. So AMD pretty violent here off the open.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be patient with some of these names here. Just one to get to. NCLH reported earnings. I know we didn't get over in the watch list, but it is up 4%. It is moving. It's at the 50 period right now and starting to break out. This does set up pretty decently for a 14 break. You can kind of see it on the daily chart. So it's at a key level. The earnings call is, I want to say the earnings call is at 10 o'clock. Maybe we can double check that with NCLH. Always be cautious when trading during there is a break right now. Always be sort of cautious. So it just broke 14. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I'm sitting at 2s, did not get it. I'm just going to leave it in. I'll wet my beak and get some 15s if I can. So 05s if I can, but 14 now gone. Come and gone on NCLH. Looks like that one is headed to the upside. I should be able to get square at 61 as it might be coming back into the downside. And Apple, that 170 break could be incoming pretty soon. There we go. Just got some NCLH. Left my bids in there at 05s. That is positive earnings and now sort of breaking out to the upside. AMC apparently is moving, but I don't want to get into some of these. It's Ride I'm trying to get in terms of a small cap name. I just want to join that party. If it's going to 0, then I want to be there for, look, if it's going, I don't know where it's going to go, but if it's going down that easily, I want to be there for any single pop. I just can't imagine there'll be buyers lining up, not with what's happened with the last few of these names. Bed Bath & Beyond's pretty much dead. Looks like Lordstown could be following. Just a matter of where I can get it, because it has to be a pop for me to get in.
That was a lot of bangs, eh? Right there. But you know why? Because we got the damn bottom on everything here that we're looking at right now. Look at the sticky note, man. It's Apple, it's AMD, and it's SoFi that can go to hell. But other than that, man, we don't even have SoFi on there, which is what we should have stayed away from. Look at AMD, man. Look at that bottom pick. $90, man. We waited for it. So there it is, straight to the upside. Neil indicated what Apple's doing. Yeah, we went thrice down here at 169 flat. So there it goes through 170, and we saw the third on. So we're pretty happy about this, man. We are just mooning right now on everything. I'm going to get one more piece out here of Apple just in case that is the top. Hey, man, who knows? But there we go. Oops, we got a 97. We got a 90 and a 97 there as we chased it down. So let's go, man. It's going to break through right here, break through 170. We have it. We have a great price here on Apple, so that is bang worthy for sure. And then here's a nice little move up on AMD. Let's get another piece out here in the 60s if we can. So, of course, we can. There it is, a nice move up. We'll take a 65 out right now on AMD as we're really cruising here for the long into the morning so far. So there it is right now. SoFi did come back to the upside a little bit. We're lucky enough to get an 6 there off of our recent buys, but we're only long at 6, and it hasn't been a fantastic ride for SoFi. And we talked about not even being in this name, and of course it just rocketed or tanked down to that $6 level, and we could not stay away, which was bad for me on that one. So here we go, man. I do want a 170 break, but we're already long, so I'm uncertain of what I want to do here with Apple, but it does look like it wants to break through 170. Let's just let it break and carry the market the rest of the way. We're already long right now at that bottom, so hey, so far so good. We talked about Apple, AMD. The only thing left for me to look at would be Amazon and Softy, but we're already long the big guys here. It's too bad about SoFi, but
yeah, SoFi was. What are you going to do?
We'll get that back. Yeah.
JPM also didn't hold support, but I guess they wanted to dump on that news. You're still inside on the futures. Meta, by the way, Meta's already sort of heading into the lows. I have my offer out here at 42s. I don't know if we're going to be able to see that. I'll leave it in just in case, but 240. You can see what happened. We close at 240. 240 is the obvious zone of resistance, at least for now. Block is starting to come back in. So we're sort of talking about this one. Had the wipeout bottom Thursday and Friday. There's your double bottom at 59. There's your 60, kind of half hold up there. So want to be long into that zone on the way back in. The futures are kind of, the NASDAQ, I mean, we're not doing anything in the NASDAQ. 13.3, we've been 20 handles up. We've been 20 handles, maybe 15 to 20 handles down, and then doing a heck of a lot of nothing in the middle. So I don't want to necessarily rush to anything, but I want to get the levels that we like. And I know I like that dip into 60 even there. I wanted to get to NEO. We had delivery numbers, kind of glossed over pretty quickly, but NEO just double bottomed as well, triple bottomed if you like it, if you want to call it that, 765 on the bottom. $8 monster resistance for NIO. You already saw it break down there. I think you can short pops into that level. And by the way, of course, NVIDIA's gone. I take out that long probably too quickly. You're gonzo to the upside. Now 282 on NVIDIA. Guess what's not going up?
SoFi.
Well, not just SoFi. Intel
sucks.
was strong on Friday. Well, actually strong at the support on Friday. It's actually starting to give it up. So NVIDIA ripping, Intel testing the lows with a potential flat bottom break and a wick top setup. That is usually a short setup for me, despite the fact that Intel was relatively strong gapping up. You have another day of a false break and a sell-off on this name. I guess I'm back to shorting Intel, it seems. Square 15 cents from getting long, and we'll go back to that small cap Chinese name when it starts to open back up and calm down a little bit. I think it was, I'm looking at a couple of them, but the one we were just talking about was HLP.
HLP, YGF, QH,
That's the other one.
A bunch of different ones. I'm sorry about SoFi, everybody. Like, I don't know. It just went down again. So we were able to get something out when it ripped back up to the upside, but there goes SoFi. Sorry, not sorry, man. I mean, this stock really does suck, and we should never been in this one in the first place. We talk about not trading names off earnings, especially when there's such garbage names like this. You have to go the other way on it, and unfortunately that didn't happen. And unfortunately, well, it's very fortunate that we have Apple and AMD. That's very fortunate, but it's unfortunate because this NVIDIA break of 280 basically, I don't think you could have gone wrong on it there because that broke 280. And I mean, the closest candle that closed was 279.60. So, huge move up there for NVIDIA. I'm thinking AMD is probably the one that we want to dip buy into. And right now, it looks like Apple, although it's bouncing around 170. I'm going to go long. It's going to
break right now.
Yeah, I'm going to go long when we break 170 as well. So you're going to see most likely an average price into my account when we get back from Sharif.
Yeah, guys, got the U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI. We're going to get the ISM soon. This is the S&P. The ISM more watched than the SMI, but it's a miss. 50.2 versus a 50.4 estimate on that number, guys.
Yeah. So Apple's pretty much at the offer now. I mean, we're going to get it pretty much any second now. It's a big offer. It's like, I don't know, 500,000 shares. Oh, why is this on Neo? I hate when that happens. So my link, it doesn't always work, but there you go. That's the level at 170 on Apple. It doesn't really matter. It can chew through that in an absolute heartbeat. It's done 5 million shares already. Don't have to tell you 170 is both psychologically a big level, but a bit of a double top there as well. So when that break happens, which I think it is going to, any second now, the more I stare at it, the less likely it is to break. I feel like that's pretty much always the case. But yeah, I think it's going to go. I'm going to go along if it breaks. If it doesn't, then we're just waiting around here forever. I'm not going to stare at it. We'll go somewhere else until it goes. Consolidation above on Square. Okay, I maybe have to take the consolidation just to get into this on that breakout. I like the double bottom that got put in on block. I like the longs above. It's just a matter of just getting it into the buy zone here. So I'll try to take some at 61.30, 61.40 if that's all I'm able to get. And still waiting on Apple. I think it's going to break. I don't think you get to a level like that without breaking, but I want it past 01s, not long at 97 here. I just want to play that breakout.
Yeah, so that's, we're a dollar in the money on Apple, but we're still going to add to that position on that break. So hopefully that can come through as well for everybody. And you'll hear about it when it breaks because it's going to break right now or soon enough anyways. Remember, you do have some numbers coming out at 10. We just talked about that. So try to be a little bit cautious on what you're doing. Look at AMD coming crashing in right now. So again, good outs up here, man. We took out VWAP. We took out the 50 period. Now we're back into the long one more time. Long at 15s here on AMD. So I don't know, man. You're dropping. Yeah, you're dropping through $90 now. And if we do, then we're going to be out of AMD. We don't need to be holding on to these longs. If it wants to break key levels, then we're going to get out. I mean, that's going to be AMD's story here today. It's a well positive name. We'll give back probably 80% of it if it takes 90, right? We're long at 90.15. The best we got. The best we got were 70s, but, to think that that was going to keep on going, I thought that that was a fair assumption. But here we come right back into 90 right now for AMD. So, yeah, we're going to be out of this one very, very soon once it breaks through $90 on advanced micro devices. So I'm not even going to be too funny with this. We're out as soon as it breaks, and that is that story. So I was going to get some out at 12 there on a retracement back up because we just bounced off that take, and there it goes right now. So bye-bye right now for AMD. I'm surprised I'm not out once again. So let's watch out here. There it is. So there's the breakdown of AMD. We are now out of that stock. Unfortunately, it does break there, breaking through $90, and now some downside here on advanced micro. And it's a good thing we got more out here of Apple. I think I'm going to do another trade here at 84. And there we go. Get some more out of Apple just to preserve some of this because, SoFi's been a disaster, and then AMD just breaks that level of 90 and makes that move down. Let's not chase this thing despite the NASDAQ breaking out right now.
Yeah, and just a couple of things. One, I'm about to about to add to Square if I can. It's kind of consolidating at the quarters, but missed the breakdown. The flat bottom break on Intel here. I'm on the offer just trying to get 3080s. That was the bottom on Friday. You can see it breaking down. Still looking for that short. Just an NCLH, which is kind of holding that 14 level for the break. And then block, as I was just mentioning, does have that little dip into VWAP, or VWAP doesn't really matter this early. You can call it like 61, 61.20, somewhere in this range. I just got it at 39 to wet the beak. I would like to get better prices on the way back in. Apple obviously hasn't broken just yet. I want to take a quick second just to remind everybody, because I forgot to do this a little bit earlier. Wanted to do this in the pre-market to remind everybody about the campus promotion that's going on, because we're into May, and this is happening on May the 15th. That's when they're going to close the openings for anybody that's in the GTA. If you want to learn on the trading platform, day trade the world here, just like the rest of us. Anyone on this floor trades here. You have the opportunity eventually to get a funded account through Day Trade the World. It is our campus program. You can go to daytradetheworld.com/campus, or in a second, check the QR code below. There you go. So it's a good way to get your start in the markets like we do here. All you got to do is put your time and effort in. It is free. That's the key. Free, but you've got to put some time and effort in it to learn. I think it's a good learning experience. And then the ability, as I said, to have a funded account down the line. So with said funded account in day trading, you have the opportunity to take positions. I just finally got into Intel. It took a while. All of like 22 minutes for me to short Intel when it probably set up 5 minutes in, but that's fine. I'll short back into VWAP in 31s. I do like this setup to the downside. Apple is about to break. Maybe this time when I look at it, it'll go. No, doesn't want to go. Like 170 break, everybody's going to be on this one.
There it is.
There it goes. It finally broke. Oh, it did that thing for me again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you know what I'm talking about. For like a split second, it looks like the offer is still there, but it actually broke. I got slipped to 15 on that one. That's a heck of a lot of slippage. It looks like it went to 19 was the absolute maximum. So a pretty bad slippage on that all the way to 15 even. But we'll see if it can continue its break. You're in uncharted territories, at least recently on Apple. This is a break on the daily in every regard. So let's see how far it does I want to go. I'll scalp some out in front of 25s there. But it is a significant sort of flat top break there for Apple.
Yeah, we're actually absolutely murdering this one here today, man. Apple, wow. It only takes, like we keep saying, man, it takes one good trade, and this definitely is a good one here for Apple today. Buying the dips, then buying the strength, then buying the 170 break. We were 09s. There's a little bit better price, but nice move to the upside here, and I don't know where this name's going to go. So we'll wait to see now. We just took some out on the high side of that. So that was a good trade right there, getting some out at 23s and then 28s. So actually the high of the day. So now we're going to sit there again, see if we get something out at 27s, and then watch out for that. So one more try here on AMD. I'm fine with this thing breaking back down below 90. We went long again and then realized that, hey, maybe it doesn't want to go, so we got out for flat. So we're holding a small piece here just to see what happens at this 89.50 area. It's not like it's 89.50 is anything, super positive, but it was this high back on Friday where we sort of got to this 89.60 level and then couldn't break it and then closed it here at 89.40, 89.50. So I want to give this one more look to the downside if that does come into play, but there's Apple failing, of course, off the top as well. So Apple pushing back down. That's why, we went long and we got some out. So it's all good, but Apple right now giving some back on this play.
Yeah, exactly. But I actually want to add to a short on Intel if I can. I want to give Apple some room. It's a pretty significant level. The pre-market, I think like 169.60. It was too easily wicked out of NVIDIA, and I want to make sure I give this one a little bit more room. It's obviously a pretty significant price level. By the way, I promised I was going to go over and mention that HLP, so I'm going to get this one out of the way here. Not to get it out of the way, but it's bouncing off about $5. So it halted to the downside, made a fresh low at $5.60. It's kind of bouncing up here. I'm not saying it's dead, but it's the volume languishing and kind of pulling back a little too far. For everyone that keeps asking about FRC, it is halted. If we get an update as to what is going to happen with any kind of an open, we'll let you know. My latest position was both Apple on the breakout, and of course, I just shorted some Intel, as I mentioned. I want to short back into VWAP and 31 even, if we're even able to get that one. The position board's not up. So I'm long Apple, short Intel, long NCLH, which we're talking about, so that 14 level break. NCLH, of course, is a New York stock. So I took it when it broke. Didn't really get any dip buys, but I'm just respecting. This is 1385. That's a 50-period moving average at 1385. As long as we're in that zone, I want to be sitting in the long here on Norwegian. They reported earnings this morning.
All right, so there goes AMD, man. We tried it at 89.50, and it did not work. So there's another out there for us on AMD. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet. You can't celebrate wins and not acknowledge those L's. So right there, that is one there for AMD. And just trying to catch some of those bottoms, but it doesn't look like that wants to happen there. We have earnings coming out tomorrow. NVIDIA's fallen down, but not as much, I feel like, as AMD. I mean, NVIDIA still up on the day. AMD, now it'll probably rally, but AMD still up a little bit, but bouncing again. How many of these bottoms do we actually want to chase? Not many of them at this point either. You know which one made a big move to the upside was Meta, and then it just fell down $1.50 off that. So 250, 240.50, right back down to 239 again there. Now AMD goes. That was that last bid that we had there on AMD. One more try. Oh man, we'd be positive if we had just held it, but we didn't. So AMD dipping down again. We can make it back. It's just what's this market doing here at the 50 period? Again, and NASDAQ definitely making a fall down here. I was buying AMD because the market was falling and AMD kind of was hovering. So, and making moves down. I thought they could get maybe extended move, but right now AMD, we did just get out of that on a break of 50. Now it's right back to 70, putting our last position in the money, but we got out anyways. So let's wait to see. It looks like AMD definitely bouncing off that 50 bottom. So a little more patience there needed with AMD for sure on that one. So other than that, man, we'll have to go back maybe to Amazon. Alibaba's at $84.
Yeah, Baba's been
right now. That's been in trouble.
Baba's been battling with 85 for quite some time. I want to talk meta for a second. I know I like the short here, but I liked it a little bit higher. You've actually wicked top Friday's top a couple of times, 240 and a 240 half. I should probably be in this one. Just if there's any kind of a bounce in the market and we're still at this range, like we're not breaking out on the NASDAQ, this is kind of an auto short.
AMD.
If we get back up there, there's an obvious rejection of that level. Let's see what happens. I mean, I should be short this name, but I did miss it up at the top, and I don't want to get it $2 away. Going back over to Tesla, this is still trending to the downside. That 160 could be coming into play there very quickly on Tesla. As I mentioned, I wanted to add to Intel in front of that 31, so I went ahead and did that. Apple is still on that break. I scalped some out, then got some back at the 70 to kind of improve that price, 170 even, obviously. And if it can't hold these pre-market highs, all of a sudden you're in a lot of trouble. So 169.5, I don't want to get it all out because I still like this long and I want to favor it, understanding that 170 had $5 worth of room to the upside. I don't want to take it out and get it all out for 50 cents and get rid of it, but I'm going to get rid of at least half on a 169.50 break if it does want to go. I'm still in that NCLH. Square still holding 61 for now. And I know I said I wanted Ride, but quite frankly, just this stock is, on a collision course with I don't know how far downside, 26% to the downside. I'm not even offering this one anymore as it just continues to flush. Going concern issues if they can't solve things with the Foxconn dispute. And it hasn't really had any bid on it all day long. And it's SSR.
No, you want to be short. You want to be short Ride. That
should
is
just punch short at the open.
Sure.
Well, you can't punch short. That's
fine. Man. Yeah, what's up to Emil? Man, Big Sean bounced back on SoFi.
Of course it does.
It's not really. I mean, look, bounce back is just going to be one of those things here on SoFi. I don't know if it's bouncing back or not. If we can look, I guess, if we want to do a little bit of work here as Apple's coming back down, we're looking to get some more Apple down here if we can. But I just took that 50 level. I know that was the level Neil's talking about. We do have a number coming out in 20 seconds, so maybe we are best to sit and wait to see what happens with this number. But right now, let's go over to Sharif and grab it.
Yeah, Sean, about 10 seconds or so left for the US ISM manufacturing PMI. Number of other numbers will be coming out as well. The construction spending month over month. But the ISM is higher than expected, 47.1 versus 46.8 expected. So higher than expected when you see that green there, guys. So we'll see how the market reacts. But Masterworks is the sponsor for Happening Now. Masterworks returned over $25 million to their investors last year by allowing you to invest in a real asset that rose 29% in 2022. That's fine art. Masterworks paintings are all SEC qualified, and each of their last 12 exits to date has returned at least 9% net to investors. So check them out using the QR code below there on the bottom right. All right, let's see what markets are up to, guys. We moved a little bit there on the back of that number to the downside. The S&P was higher. Now moving back down 0.06 to the high side. The Dow holding up better, up 1/4 percentage point. The Russell on the border there, up 0.13. The NASDAQ just went red now, down 0.21% on the day. There you go. You see that. Toronto still positive. Let's see what is happening now, though, guys. Oh, I'm going to fix that. There we go. So load that board over here. Oh, there we go. All right, QH. You saw Neil trading this one earlier, up over 200%. All these small Chinese small cappers are moving to the high side. QH, chief among them. Apple was knocking on the door of 170. You saw the guys look at it there, rejecting off 170 for the moment. Earnings are slated for Apple coming this Wednesday, and BTC down decidedly on the weekend, and the crypto-related equities are also red. Here is the chart on QH, rejecting decidedly off that 540, trying to hold $4, though. We'll see how this one pans out. Careful with this one, guys, up 175%. There's the Apple rejection off that 170, goes up to 170.29, and then it's big boy moves down south there, trying to hold up above 169.25. And BTC, yep, down 3% now, guys, trying to hold below 28.5.
Why am I not sure coin? But I just got dunked on Apple, but sometimes when that number comes out, I said I would stop out half. It didn't hold it, so I did. And then the second we bounced pretty much at that same zone, I kind of just jumped right back into it. And we'll see. I mean, it feels like it does want to hold a higher low here. The breaks, maybe not great, but the dip buy coming into play here for Apple is the correction. I didn't actually trade that QH stock. I know I mentioned it. I don't have any trades on QH today, so just a bit of a correction. I was looking at it. I talked some levels on there, but I didn't trade that stock. It's fine. It's okay, Sharif. It's a lot to keep track of, but there's Apple.
It's okay.
There's that. No, it's fine. We talked about it. I haven't traded it once. I actually was pulling up HLP, but those Chinese small cap, whatever you want to call them, are going nuts. So that's me adding back into Apple. If we get back to VWAP, probably want to trim some and then see where we go from there. Also going back into the upside and holding. NCLH doesn't seem to care what the market is doing a whole lot. So I got back above 14 and I kind of added to the position. It's putting in some higher lows and it's not really dipping the way the rest of the market has been, which is a good sign. Obviously travel is a little bit different from tech. So a bit of a strength move there for NCLH and holding up. But they got the conference call going on. So I have a stop underneath 1380. I'm not holding beneath that stop. It's a hard stop just because of that conference call. Anything can happen when you've got that going on. You want to be really, really careful. Intel approaching that top, 3125. Going all in front of that 1325 area, and Square trying to hold, but not doing so just yet. Oh, Huddy and Top are still moving. So I guess it ain't over. Another halt for that TOP stock. Believe it or not, it's back up to $80. So it looked like it was flushing through 60, halts up, halted up again for TOP. Huddy, that one from Friday, also making a bit of a power move.
Okay, so, I mean, we did pretty good here trying to buy some of those dips in that move. So, you know, we canceled our order and got out right when that move came out. That number came out. Then once it did and we were like holding some of these bottoms there, we just took AMD right back up to the upside. We're trying to focus on some of the similar names that we've been looking at. Those of you that said SoFi maybe was turning around, not ain't. Right there back down to the downsides. You can look at that one. And then Apple was a great dip buy right at the 200 period again, down here in the 30s. So we'll look to do that again. But for right now, the NASDAQ is trying to push lower on that construction spending there, plus 0.3 consensus zeros. So construction spending a little bit better. It's the ISM April PMI number 47.1 versus 46.3. So PMI, you know, we've been much more concerned with it earlier, but we do know that the Fed right now is about 90%. We'll double check that number when Sharif is back. We'll have a look at that to see where we are. But Win right now, 52-week highs. NVIDIA, 52-week highs today as well. And NVIDIA doesn't even pull back. Wow. I mean, wow. What a good name that was. NVIDIA today, take to that 280. Like, we talked about that. Neil identified that earlier. We missed it for sure. AMD, again, making a move back up and now back down into 89.50. We're going to have to wait for AMD to try to do something. Looks like it wants to go lower, which is kind of strange. AMD flat on the day with NVIDIA breaking out and 52-week highs. So, yeah, that's why I keep going back into the long, just hoping that we get some love back in for some advanced micro. And then what's getting some non-love is Apple, as that just pulled back into the 30s again. We'll try one more little long in there and then get something in the teens if we get back down. But ultimately, this 169 has to hold. And if it doesn't, then we're going to be done and out of Apple if that 169 doesn't hold. So, yeah, try to be as patient as we can here. Looks like AMD finally catching that bid back to 90. That's where I'm going to sit to get another piece out if we're lucky enough to do that.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're looking for, I mean, I'm sitting there with like 3 longs and 1 short, but you know, USD starting to make some power moves as well, looking up there. And I wanted to mention Meta and Tesla just very quickly. I still have that square. It's back to green. That 61's putting in a bit of a battle. So we wet the beak above and then got some off that 61 kind of breakdown. I just want to give it underneath that support we had from Friday afternoon. I just see these wick bottoms, double bottom underneath. That's about 61.60, 60s, you know, 60s, 50s, whichever one you like is a stop. That's kind of an area there. If it breaks down, it's probably headed right to 59. Let's be honest about it. But it's holding for now, and as long as it does, I like the potential move to the upside. But this market is not doing any favors for any of the longs right now. If you're looking at Meta, which was another name, I'm looking back over at the names that I wanted to be short off of the open, or at least at the open or around the open, and Meta didn't really give me that chance above. It gave food fills above 240, but you're talking not much, and now headed down toward the bottom. So getting into this one could be a little bit tricky in terms of finding my way into the short. If you didn't catch it here, do I really need to be chasing it? No, it needs to pop. show me VWAP. You've double bottomed here at 38, at least attempting to. So let's be patient with this. Apple has managed to hold out that 169. Every time it gets closer to 170, I'm going to start to trim that as it looks weak. And we'll see what happens with Apple. Oh, Intel, that's the other one I should get over to. So Intel, hit enter twice. There you go. Intel, very similar to Square, right? You had the big rejection on Friday. If the market's heading down, I'm sort of short in the range on Intel, looking for the flat bottom break. So short in the range here, around that 31. My price is actually 84. Ideally, if I get all in, my price should be closer to 31 at that particular moment, and then we'll see if we get that flat bottom break on Intel as we go to Sharif at the desk.
NanoX, guys, NNOX halted to the upside, halted at 1074. This one had gotten going in the pre-market. It made a pre-market high of around 1187, halted now to the upside. Small cap crap.
Small cap crap. Okay, NanX right now from small cap crabs to the king of the jungle, Apple. Again, we're just trying to get those longs. We've just been getting them and getting them out at 50. I'm going to hold now. Hopefully we can get a bust up to the high side. I do have an out rate here at 56, which is the 200 period. Then if we can get something up to the 70s, then that's a completely different story. And let's see if Apple and the NASDAQ wants to hold right now. But I said we could test that 13.2. So we're not even close to that yet, man. We're only at 13.3 right now. And this is why, if you look at the chart of the NASDAQ, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm trying to be as patient as I can with some of these longs, but at some point, they're going to get squashed out. So 13, we failed again at the top again right there, and we didn't get a great number to help us rally either. So, that sort of 13.3 top, we've seen a top right there of 13.3 again, made a high 13.333 there, and if you zoom all the way back, we also have the top that goes all the way back to April 4th. So, a couple things coming through there one more time. And coming through big time is Rob. Oh, thank you so much with that one. And we are in love with our felines here. So cheers, Neil. Have a better day. Or what does that say? Don't worry.
It says,
oh, don't worry, be happy.
No, it says don't. I have to drink more to see what it says. It's like
it just says don't worry.
It says don't something. But I can't read it because there's obviously coffee. So I'm going to take a few sips of that and let you guys know what the second word is. But it's got this like weird frowny.
That's why it says like don't worry, be happy or something like that. I feel like would be a good one. But
well, I ain't happy this morning, so we'll see. Well, I'm happy about like where the sports is going, but definitely not some of these longs. I didn't get the shorts I wanted.
Happy Tax Day in Canada, by the way.
Oh, that's right.
If you have yet to
Mine already done.
Yet to
Mine
file.
already done.
You want to make sure you're filing today, of course.
Pay the tax man.
Yeah, you got to pay that. They say Uncle Sam. What do we say here?
We don't actually say anything.
Exactly.
We don't have a thing.
We just pay.
We just pay.
Right
we
there,
just pay the CRA. It rhymes.
Oh, I know what we do. Pay the man. That's pay the man. Pay the man right now.
Pay that man his money.
Yes, exactly. We are getting paid right now.
Nobody can do. I can't do that, guy.
Yeah, you have to have such a unique talent for pay the man his money.
John Malkovich is just
that guy's next level, man. Every movie that guy is in seems to be amazing. So shout out to John. He probably never won an Oscar, did he?
Shorty Slots just said taxes are illegal. Change your mind.
Change my mind?
Government makes up the rules.
Yeah. As far as I know, taxes are not illegal, and here in Canada, you must pay your taxes. But
I know
up
the
to
argument
you
he's
yourself.
Making.
Yeah,
I know the argument he's making.
We know how that all goes. But you know what? Sometimes when you got the monies, you do this right now, and we got the monies on AMD because it just ripped back up to the upside. We said that we would, but it's going to, okay, we'll take an 80, we'll take an 87 there. I was trying to wait for 90, now it busts up again. There's 87. We just take that, so we're 50 cents in the money on AMD. It just sucks because we had to fight that all the way to the downside, but that's life when you are a day trader. It's like a constant battle around here. So we'll just continue to battle around with AMD. And then Apple pays us our monies as well as it goes all the way back up to the 50 period, and we emptied out some more there as well. But for right now, Apple's a big positive stock for me. AMD not so much as we wait for that to get back going. So we'll wait to see, man. Yeah, the only way you don't pay taxes, I guess, if you're using some of those losses to counteract your investment gains there today. But yeah, nice move to the upside here in the market, trying to battle off that 13.3. It's where we're around. We're trying to battle off of it, see if we can hold and get a little bit higher. It's the only way these can win. DraftKings also 52-week high. I've been talking about that for a while.
I'm looking at my 3 longs, and it's the NASDAQ that's dragging us down. So that's probably the reason why NTLH is probably the better of them. But you can see what's happening. It's an arbitrary line in here that I've had for a while, but 13,000 is just there, and you're going over under. But most of the time has been kind of weak around this level. So you're flat on the day on the NASDAQ. There's a chance you can go either direction. Why is GM still up? I switched this to Square. That's annoying. So Square is now looking like it wants to break down, and of course, GM's in New York. It looks like it doesn't want to hold that support level. I liked it to be breaking out after that double bottom, but you have put in a bit of a rejection. I didn't want the long waiting for it to break or waiting for it to break 62. I wanted the long inside the zone in front of that support. For now, it could be testing lower. No chance that the market doesn't hold up. And if you're watching, sometimes Square is going to follow Bitcoin, so I will do this for you guys. Or at least not follow, but care what's going on in BTC. Come on, Binance chart, why doesn't it? All right, well, hopefully you guys can see it. I don't know why it's not going full screen. There you go, now it wants to go full screen. This chart, every now and then, kind of freezes on me. You made a bit of a bottom here on the 15-minute, and you've bounced off of it. So that's another possible positive here for a name like Square Coin, is you did double test that 28.2 bottom, and now you're kind of back above, back into some support levels. So this continues to the upside here, and just wick the low. Just another reason why I want to be in it for the potential break back up.
Yeah, you know what went all the way to the downside? We also have, and again, thank you everybody for watching and enjoying the show so far here today. If you can't hit the like button because she's right behind us.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Get those holas going, get those likes going, hit the like button, please, and thank you here as we had about 6,000 or 7,000 watching. Let me just do a little like count right now here on the show. Yeah, 7,500 watching, and I want to thank everybody for that. That's a nice number, man, for 10:15. We are the #1 day trading show in the world, so you found it now. And it's live stock trading, man. This is what we're doing. We're taking your suggestions. Hola, what's up to Tom? What's up to Shorty? What's up to B. Reggiano right now, the food trap? Everybody there that is in the chat. Shout out to all of you. If there's any stocks you guys want us to look at, please fire them our way. Wow, Uber up 4% right now, 32.25 and still going. Microsoft, just a little quick look here on Softy. Okay, whoa, okay. Can't zoom out
stocks,
too much.
not livestock.
What's up, livestock? Yeah, livestock, yeah. We don't need any livestock unless you are, of course, a bull. Watch out for that one right there as livestock price is going through the roof lately. Okay, 306.40 right there, that bottom. We're going to watch out for that. If it does come back in here into the 60s or 70s, we're going to give Microsoft down here to 306.40. Going to try a long on a name that's strong. It had a huge week last week, obviously, with earnings. If it dips down, we'll try Microsoft long. 306.40 is our out. We're going to try 306.65 is where my bid is right now. So Microsoft coming out and in, 306.60 long, out if we take down that bottom for Microsoft as the market's just trying to hold 13.3. The reason why I want to take some longs if we dip down, in case we do hold, where's the next stop? Higher and a break of that level of the NASDAQ that we talked about of 13,330 right there. So hopefully the NASDAQ can break that top and then we'll get rocking back up to the upside. But until then, we wait for some dip buy opportunities and we're trying to be patient. We're long AMD. Look at that out on AMD, man. It went all the way into the almost 90. So we're taking it out. It's just floating back in. Could be some reloads long here, but we're already long the big guy with Apple. Let's wait to see if we can get Softy again.
Yeah, and just to show you guys NVIDIA, there's no dip in sight for the stock. Like this is 280. I did have it. I had it, lost it. Too tight of a stop there for me. And you can see it just churning to the upside. I hate those breakouts early. That's what happens. They haven't always been that fantastic. And I think that's the thing. Like you get suckered into that hole. Oh, they've been so bad taking breaks at the open. And then this one is absolute, let's just say gold. That's the only way to describe it. It's been absolute gold. I don't know what levels there are up there. Quite frankly, I think it's up in the ether. So 85, it becomes a very psychological one. That's about it. If it gets to 85, I think you got to respect that. Apple's on a break as well, but it rejected initially that 170. As long as the market has a chance to go green, I think you just want to stick with it. I've been sticking with it, so we got a little bit of a dip by there. That number came out at 10 o'clock. And I had to stop for some of it, so I got stopped out of half. I said I would just to control it, and then just jump right back in. So if it wants to hold consolidation around that 169, we're going to continue to go for that. NCLH still looking pretty solid, but I wanted to get to this, you know, I know there's these things flying around here. NYSE would be one of them. This one is actually strong. I hope Sharif is looking at this name. If you're watching some of these small cap crappers, this not only held a great consolidation and a pretty clean breakout, it just did that whole Huadong downside move without halting to the downside. So resists the halt down and now trying to consolidate off that breakout, that 10 to 1020 break that was just put on. So if it holds the line here, you know, this one has a chance to maybe make another run at said top. Obviously, that 12 even is going to be a resistance zone for you on NNOX, and if you get past 12, plenty of upside. You almost have like a $3 gap to the upside if you can get past that. So let's see what happens there. Come on, Apple. Get above that. I want Apple to start getting above 169.70, and then we can start maybe trimming some. But this is setting up pretty decently for one of those afternoon or lunchtime consolidations, run at 12 even. If I had to pick one that seems strong, I'm not that interested in HLP or QH anymore. I'd go with NYSE just based on what I'm seeing here. But for those of you that are watching them, I haven't traded a single one of those just yet. As a matter of fact, I don't even think I paid for locates on any of those names. So I couldn't short them if I wanted to, just waiting to see what happens over lunchtime when they calm down. Apple's still in the same consolidation range. Looks like it's going to come in and buy some of those dips. Whereas NCLH, I haven't been able to get any VWAP. So I missed the first reload on NCLH when it dipped in here. Took some more when it looked like it was breaking that top again. It's still holding the trend pretty decently. This is a play on the daily anyways. If we're not going to 14.5 to 15, that zone, as far as I'm concerned, it's kind of a false break at 14 even if you're not even getting the $0.5 move, which is what I'm looking for, and then the 15 even. Plenty of room to the upside on Norwegian after earnings.
Okay, CCL as well.
I didn't even look at them.
Yeah, we saw them last week go a little bit. So there's so many dark pools that are holding Apple back right now. So, like look at it. Like look at it not breaking 150. Like look at all these Ds. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. There's some kind of a program like just hitting 100 shares every time here. Look at this. 1 1 1. I almost feel like someone, and again, I don't know what's legal or illegal about all this kind of stuff.
You know what they're doing.
But like this seems to be a little shady to me.
I know
that this is happening. I think they're just waiting to see until that dark pool is done, and then when it is done is when this name does rip higher. But until then, man, they just keep on pinging it, and there's somebody selling an unlimited amount of shares here on Apple. So be very, very careful.
It's called probing is I think the word that we're supposed to use for that. Like they're probing the offer to see when that massive order is done, and then somebody usually, it's like once they figure out that it's done, but they don't get that one share anymore, they jam long, which it sucks for us being sitting in a long trade when that's happening. But it is what it is. It's just, you know,
I mean, you got to identify it.
There's no rule against it.
Yeah, I've understood that it's there, and that's why I've been getting out. I mean, as soon as I saw it, I mean, look at all these outs here for us. Out, like a bunch of outs there when we noticed that. Now, obviously, the market does fade again, right back down to that 13.3 area. So just because we have a new trade alert on board right now, it's Microsoft. We have this long right here into 50. So let's see if it wants to bounce off 13 as well. I mean, we're long right here at 60, so it's fine. But this is a new position alert for us on Microsoft, hoping the market bounces. But look, I mean, you're getting the same sort of thing again here. 1 1 1 1 1. Like there's something going on all these stocks, but there's nothing we could do about it except for trade what we see. And there goes Microsoft back up to the upside. What's up, Sharif?
It's time for a small cap recap. You heard Neil just talk about this right now. NNOX. That's been the good bullish small capper of the day. Let's have a look at the chart here. Bit of a double top, possibly brewing. We had that 1175-ish high in the pre-market. We got up to 1168 here on that last ascent up after that initial halt, and now we're hanging out about 1050. Let's see if we can hold that 950, 975 support level on the way down. But the gappers have not been the story today for small cappers. If you look at what's down, there's a lot more interesting. HUDI, we saw this one all of last week. This one down today 40%, but up after the market top. You heard us talk about this one this morning, 89 top there, and multiple halts already at 77 right now. Trying to trade Meagle's back. Oh yes, down 26%. But hard trading in these ones with the ranges. Meagle and then UCAR. We saw this one last week as well. This has been a more stable downward trade, guys.
Let's see if I have these up. There you go. So very quickly, Apple right back into this support. It looks like it might give it up any second now. If it breaks 25s and wants to hold 69 even, I'm long inside this channel. I just took it out. I'm long inside that channel. It just took it out there, and I'm looking for that 169. Now you're flushing into the downside. I just got my first fill on Intel and about to get stopped on Square because the market's breaking support. So I took some under, waited for it to get above, and Intel inside the zone. I wasn't able to catch anything else as it was consolidating above there. Once we're at the bottom of the zone, I scalped some out, hold for the flat bottom break, which, quite frankly, if this market gives it up, I think is headed to $30. It's just, okay, this is what Intel's sort of done. It's floated from moving average to moving average. If you roll over here, the 200 period's at $30. So I think this can get $30 if the market does want to absolutely flush. Square came within 2 cents of stopping out. I'm at 60. I'm underneath 60.50 at that 61 long. Looks like that's not going to hold up either. And I only got that one short. The only short I have on is going to be Intel. I tried to grab Meta. Obviously, Meta it flushed right away at that open on that first 240 move. It's trending to the downside here. I'll see where I can join. I hesitate to look at Ride because I'll probably just hate myself over not just. Sometimes the play is just I saw that news and like for a split second I was like I got to pay for locates. Thank you Brankles for processing that for me because it was like minutes to the open, and I thought I should just get short the name and stuck with going over all these other things. But you have somebody that might be going bankrupt and you want to short it, you should just short that. That simple.
Yep.
And, I mean, the FRC's not going to open up. Bed Bath & Beyond, that's not doing anything. Ride's down 25%, and the last bounce was 2 cents. And that's the biggest bounce. 2 cents is the biggest bounce all morning. It just did it.
Yeah.
Well.
We had a super chat here. I don't know if I've seen the super chat for a while. $4.99. What's up to Brian? So you have 750 shares of FRC at $4.11. What will happen? What will happen is the question.
Well, if it goes
so we've already given you an example here of the last time that we saw a name halt, and then what happened with that one. It was SIVBQ, and if you're going to look here to see, first of all, Apple. I mean, everything's breaking lower. We identified all that nonsense a lot earlier, that there was all that printing happening, but other than that, the market's just breaking 13.3 and not holding it. So we're gonna have to flip over to shorts very, very soon. But just quickly here on SIVBQ, Apple's taking down 169. So our out is there already. So if that does come through, watch out. But anyways, back down. It had a couple good days where it got back up to the upside. So this is not advice to tell you what to do with your FRC shares because there's nothing to do right now. What could happen is they go down to the pink sheets, which looks like that is what's going to happen right now as JP Morgan's taken over all their assets. So needless to say, some liquidity will be left there and there'll be something for shareholders, but it's going to be down on the pink sheets. So it's going to change to FRC something Q probably, and then we'll see what happens there when it does open up down on the pink sheets. I guess that's the next stop. If and when we hear more, just stay tuned to Trader TV Live and we'll bring that to you. What's up, Sharif?
Yeah, NVIDIA, Sean, what a beast. This has been up 2% in the face of a downward market. We hit a 283.99 high, retracing back now into 283, but it's been stair-stepping up nicely, guys, bucking the trend.
Yeah, it's here. Is my face in there? I had NVIDIA long. It is what it is, man. It's one of those mornings, man. Like I had it, gave it up way too early, and then decided to mess with Apple. And then like Apple would be my worst stock, obviously today going along that one, but NVIDIA should have been my best. Like that's one of those things. If I lost today, it should have been on the 280 break, not Apple at 170. I like 280 better. It was the first thing I thought when I sat down. And that's one of the things that you have to consider. Like if you sit down and you do all your preparation, and the first thing that jumped out to you and the stock at the level that you thought was the biggest one for potential break, and you can see it, that 280. That's what I like. That's where I should have been. So anyways, that's enough of that. I'm not in the stock. 285 would make some sense to the downside if it does want to hold out. We'll see what happens. SoFi as well, by the way, to the downside. It's a good thing to have gotten out, but I liked it. Once it got into that buy zone, I was just looking for the turn off the Friday bottom. You can see, obviously, there was no turn. It's headed down toward last week's lows, 565. 565. It went from up 6 or 7% at the top, I want to say. Maybe it was a little bit more or less than that, to down 8%. They don't like it over there on SoFi. clearly they don't like it. But if there's another place where it would settle down, I mean, it had a ton of price acceptance and liquidity at 565 on the bid. So maybe it's going to catch a bid down there. I won't sit on that bid. If it bounces, maybe on a consolidation, I would go for the long. But yeah, I wouldn't be fighting that one. Intel just, it started its breakdown, but hasn't taken out the low that got made. We're still in the bottom of the channel on the NASDAQ, so I think the short is right. It's just a matter of it following out and continuing. So I'll be short into 31 every chance I get, and then getting out as it heads toward that 30. The current low is 30.65, so underneath the quarters, like 3/4, 75s, that's where I want to be getting out. And then obviously all the way down to 30 even is a big gap fill on the daily chart, but here on the 15 as well.
You're going to hear stories about this happening. Like, it's happening on Microsoft. Just this probing.
It's everywhere right now.
Is it on every stock? Because I'm
not every
seeing
stock,
it on
but the
SoFi. I'm not.
Big cap.
Yeah, so maybe is it on AMD as well?
No, it's on Tesla. It's on.
Is it on Tesla?
Oh yeah, I see it on Tesla too. Well, so by the way, that's my mistake because it's on.
Yeah, it's on Tesla.
When
too.
I said on everything, and I know I said that, you can see it here on Amazon. Come to my chart for a second. You can see like those 1 share orders that are probing. Usually it's the offer for 1 share at a time. It's there on Amazon. It's there on Tesla. I've been seeing it kind of across the board. So when we say it's everywhere, I've seen it on pretty much every single big tech name. That's the clarification that should have been made. A lot of times we talk fast. And that's when we say the market, we mean the NASDAQ a lot of times. And when we say everything, we usually mean big tech. So that's our fault. It's on all the big tech names.
Yeah, and it's just creating. I mean, so the problem is it can't go up because there's a seller there. It takes big orders to make it go up, and the thing is that right now it's because every time it tries to go, a dark pool comes to all the levels that are on the offer. So it's a short. The market has to be a short until this disappears. There's no way around this. And it's just so, this is why the SEC needs to come in and make board lots what needs to be traded. You shouldn't be able to do this on 1 share. And that's what's happening right now. And I mean, the market's falling down, in my opinion, because of this. Every time it tries to go up, there's someone sitting here. Now they're at 05s. Now they're at 06. They're still there. They're still at 7s. They're still at 8s. They don't disappear because it's only 1 share. So they could have hundreds of millions of shares. All they're doing is making that market and then forcing you to put something significant to break them. And then when you do, they just come to the next penny, the next penny, the next penny. So it is making a move down here in the market. And unfortunately, I have to get out once it breaks 169. But the thing is like, I want to be long this name, Apple. There's no doubt about that. I wonder if it was triggered once it broke that 170 because I hadn't seen it. And then it's also happening and crushing us on Microsoft as well. So there's the ones. They're printing. So I don't really know what to do other than wait and see if we can't outwait these prints. Now, I don't see them every day, so this is something new to me, but we're familiar with this sort of shenanigans, as people say, but there's nothing you can do. You just got to try to trade the best names and understand that they're there, so I'm going to get out. You know, that's why every time it bumps up, man, we just got into the 20s, I'm getting out. Will I miss this huge move up? Probably, but until I see those ones gone, I don't really see any point of not getting out on every pump up. Like, it just went to 9s there and right back down again. The market's not doing anything. The names are just getting hit. All right, what's up, Sharif?
We got the crypto update, Sean. Yeah, Coinbase, as reported earlier, down decidedly on today, 3%, have been slipping all weekend. Interesting note here coming out of the Coinbase world. One of their execs claims to have found a jailbreak for ChatGPT to predict the price of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Doge. Apparently, you know, when you try to ask the AI for financial advice, there's all sorts of controls there that prevent that from happening. Claims to have figured a way around that. So if you want to know more about that, have a look. Here is how cryptocurrencies are faring on the day. ETH also down 3.11%, mostly to the downside, guys. Not much in the green. And here is Coin down and to the right. Coin taking it on the chin as well, down 3 1/3 after popping there initially into the green territory after the bell, coming up to 54.38. And tonight, MicroStrategies, they report after the bell. They're down 5% on the day. This company was in trouble last year. Faring better lately. Let's see what today brings, guys.
I mean, where does Bitcoin go? So that's Yeah, for MicroStrategy, what's interesting, and by the way, this is just a random tidbit that I'm just going to throw out there, but over the last few years, you've actually seen pretty much every I don't want to say like altcoin, let's put it this way, every altcoin relative to Bitcoin has been losing value compared to Bitcoin. Forget about what they're doing on their own chart, but compared to Bitcoin, they're all losing value. Almost every single one over the last little bit. So relatively speaking, Bitcoin might be going down in some ways, that 30,000, but in other ways, it is sort of consolidating some strength, oddly enough. But that's an interesting tidbit. The way this is going, I only wanted to have offers above 61 on Square when it started going back above that 61 price. But the way this is happening in the market, I'm just going to acknowledge what I'm seeing happen on the NASDAQ and all those big tech names, because if they don't go, then the chance of coin getting back out and I can start rinsing and repeating, getting some out on the top end of the range, scalping the bottom end and holding for the break. That doesn't happen if this market stays weak, if the Q's names, the NASDAQ stays weak. But I am long. It was a 61 long. You'll see my price improve as it goes on, but it was effectively a 61 long. But I'm just trimming as it goes in the money. NCLH, I have not gotten anything out. It's still at that, NCLH is still at that point where I would like to have been accumulating as it's starting to break out here. So might have missed some opportunities when the market looked weak. This one, at least the whole time when the market was not flushing, but going down, this one held its strength on the breakout at that 14 level. So I am liking this. I should have an offer at the quarters because quite frankly, it's the quarters. We're going to go back to Sharif, but at least NCLH has treated me fine this morning.
Guys, FCEL is making a really unusual move here, up 15% on the day. It's completely bucking the EV trend. Everything in this sector from Rivian, Plug, Lucid, Fisker, Polestar, they're all down on the day. But FCEL, you know, the clean energy name, remember this one from 2020 and 2021, up 15 points on the day.
I want to check the short interest on this very quickly because I know.
So I think it's pretty heavily short.
Yeah, I just quickly flow checker. See, this is always happening on flow checker. It's the same thing. Like it's 18%. So 18% short across the board. Every now and then I go to flow checker and every source has exactly the same number, 17.8%. Short float. So that could be a little bit of a catalyst or one of the reasons why you might follow through or you can buck that trend. Once you get a technical break sometimes, you can have a move like that. Goes to the daily chart. Yeah, I mean, look how far it's been breaking down. You break $2 on a consolidation. These things can happen. So we just rang the register for the first time on NCLH. I mean, this has been a patience game for this one. Sometimes when you're playing earnings, not sometimes when you're playing earnings. Most times when you're playing earnings, you want to be patient with the move. I find like maybe I'm not always doing that. I guess I got impatient, time and time again here. I wasn't patient enough with NVIDIA, but that wasn't earnings. There's that breakout on the daily, 1385. It's a 50 period as well. I waited till it was cracking that 14, but it's essentially, I've been long 14s with that 85 as my stop. Well, if you're long just above 14, 1-to-1 is 14.25. It's not rocket science. That's my first out. If it gets to 50s, I'll probably be half out on the way to 50s. Just want to move this off for a little bit here. And then see if it can't get to 1450s, I should say. If it gets to 15, we'll be ecstatic. Square is now making a bit of a stronger move to the upside. And quite frankly, if you decide to scalp Square, it was just a better play. I've been like sitting in the let's go long and it breaks out the top and we get to 62, 63. Yeah. Well, that's not what the market's presenting me with. So I now have to go into scalp mode. I don't have a choice. It's an inside day for the market, and Square doesn't want to be making a breakout. So that means get shares out on the top end. My price was 61 overall. So as we get to like 61.5, I do want to be covering some into 61.5. I want to hold. I'll still have at least a third, ideally more if we can get more on the bid back in. But Square now starting to come to the upside. Not even 1% up. Intel, as that one comes back in, once it's back closer to 31, I want to be shorting in this range. I just feel pretty confident. If the NASDAQ doesn't hold on to the bid, I mean, you tell me what you see here. Like the NASDAQ, if that doesn't hold on to the bid and we kind of hold 13,000 underneath and we fill in that gap and go down 100 points, well, what do I see on Intel? I see a flat bottom break. And you don't coin a turn like flat bottom break if you're not willing to hold for the gap to the downside. Right. So, that's what I'm looking for here. I did trim a little bit just so I can reload up at that top, but that's the one short that feels like it's good. So NCLH, good. Square good. It will slap a fail on Apple for me, slap a fail on SoFi for myself as well. But at least the other two longs have held up. Obviously, NCLH doesn't care what the NASDAQ does, but at least it's holding up.
Yeah, I'm still trying to fight Apple demons here, so we can look at that. We're going to hold that Apple long until we get to the bottom of the day again there. We just ripped all the way back up to 16s, so we're going to wait to see about that little bottom right there for Apple. Hopefully it can hold out. SoFi been a disaster today. What else you guys want to look at? Roblox? Okay, let's have a quick look. Roblox going, I just saw there in the chat.
Really?
So we'll have a quick look at it. $36, yeah, maybe going to the downside? No, up 2% today. Okay, so let's zoom back out a little bit. Yeah, Roblox, $36. Good hold there. VWAP up. Everything pointing to the upside right now. So this looks like a pretty strong name, and we don't see the consistent printing of screw you on here with those 1s and 2s and everything like that. So we don't see that on Roblox. So that looks like a decent level too, depending on what we did on Friday, of course. Nice move to the upside. Roblox definitely bouncing off some 35s. Yeah, this looks pretty strong. Again, maybe you have starting to get a little bit of a trend change. Down, 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 down. Now starting to break upside a little bit. What level is this? 36.50, looking like a decent long there for Roblox right now. Apple looks like it's going to take down that bottom once again. So unfortunately, we're going to go red on Apple, trying to fight this over and over and over again. And yeah, right now we are going to go red against that bottom of Apple. 168.70, man. Here it comes. Look at the market. The market's going upside right now, and Apple and Microsoft both going lower because of what I'm seeing here on the level 2, some prints. Now I don't really see them on anymore. They're still there, but not as much. So I don't know, man. Maybe now they're just choosing to show their size, because now that it's gone, it's not going down. 87 can't break. 86s, 85s. They're going to flush me out here on Apple, taking down the low of the day right now on AAPL. Not a pretty sight here as the market continues to flush.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't see them.
There we go.
I don't see them on Meta.
Market flush.
Amazon. When we see them, we're talking about that, that one share program. It's not there on Amazon anymore when I'm looking at the level 2. So market is coming back down. And and thankfully, because I just got some of a couple of things out there. NCLH just popped. Got to 1440. I was able to take some out there, so we're ringing the register with this. But I don't know if this will be a home run if this market decides it wants to just quadunk. After that nice little bounce that we just rejected 13.3 again, AMD. But Square just gets back above. Like I said, I'm going to be aggressively trimming so I can be reloading. It looks like an inside. I thought double bottom breakout, as I was saying on the 15-minute, but it's more like a scalp trade off the low. So I'm shifting gears in Square, and I'm just going to play off the absolute bottom, and I'm not anticipating the big breakout. I don't think the market's going to give it to us. I think sometimes you have to shift, and what started out as a buy the zone, hold all day long is turned to me into a scalp inside of the range on Square, if we can even get that. So block, that's what we'll do. NVIDIA's at 285 on NVIDIA. Why am I even bidding? Whatever. I don't know why I'm still. There's no point. I still had bids at 280 after I got wicked out, or after I got stopped out. I didn't get wicked out. I got stopped out there, but there's no point having them. We're about to go to Sector Watch as NVIDIA gets to 285.
What?
Yeah, 285.
I see AMD's working, but Apple's not. Neither is Microsoft, as they're both downside right now. So, yeah, definitely thrown around here on Apple and Microsoft, just trying to. We should have identified and got out of there when I saw that guy at 169, like right here, man, on Apple. We just went long and got hit again. We saw them at 169.50. That seller, and now some downside moves. So we finally flipped up our switch here and went short on Microsoft. Downside move, hopefully coming on MSFT. We're now short in 20 cents in the money. But let's go over to Sharif, as I'm not happy about that trading on Apple or Softy. But here we go. Let's go SNTG. A whole bunch of names going. Let's go see what Sharif has to say.
You wouldn't know the market was flat by looking at this position board, guys, because it's decidedly green. Let's have a look here. I mean, most things green. NCLH, you heard Neil talking about this one, Norwegian Cruise Line, on the back of solid earnings reporting. RCLH, CCL moving up in sympathy. You got MGM and Wynn. You got the gambling names ahead of MGM reporting. I believe it is tomorrow morning. Pretty sure about that. Newell Brands also down as well. You have GPN Global Payments. They had earnings not reporting well, but you have, interestingly here, the the regional banks down and the bigger too big to fail kind of institutions, JPM, WFC, they're all in the green. You've also got semiconductors. They're doing quite well. You heard Neil talking about NVIDIA up 2.14, bringing up First Solar with it as well under the information technology, doing well, up 2 3/4. Decidedly green, guys. You wouldn't know it looking at these markets.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like at that whole, like, how are we doing since Friday, as opposed to what are we doing since the open, right? Like sometimes you just have to consider that, right? But someone said in the chat, have a look at Eli Lilly. It's back above 400. My goodness, that stock is an absolute monster. I don't know if it's a day trade, but like it's back above that 100 is completely insane. What is now testing 160? So Tesla down 2%. I mean, that's legit. You're about to test that 160. I don't know that it's already broken 160. It broke it last week. You can see here when 160 was broken. It got all the way down to 53 that day, ended up down at 51.5. Looked like we're going to be testing, like the rest of the market, the highs, but there has been no strength in Tesla whatsoever. Can't even seem to get back to pre-market levels. If this can't hold on to 60, realistically, there's at least $3 worth of downside here. It hasn't broken yet. There's still time for it to hold on, but that's weak. It just put like another weak candle in there for a reversal. I'm working back into every single time we get close to 31. I'm just adding back into my Intel position there. Somehow Square is holding up, but I'm looking for things to short on the next pop. If we get another pop off that NASDAQ support levels, there's Square. Like, it's just top of the range. So I'm going to get back on the bid here. If we do get back underneath 61, I'm looking to get back into the longs that I was able to get out. So I'm just going to get some bids on Square. This has turned out to be a bit of a scalp trade instead of a crazy long. We'll see what happens. STNG, I see you guys. I haven't traded any of these small cap, I don't want to say crappers. Sharif says small cap crappers, but STNG certainly is one. Super strong move, but let's be real for a second. Look at what happened already on this stock. Forget about the dark pool dumping. It already made a 5 break early that failed at 8, and now without halting from $4 all the way up to like 6, I just think this runs into a little bit of trouble. It's been pretty strong. I wouldn't necessarily chase at 6 when support's at 4 and resistance is at 8. That's not a trade structure that I'd be excited to make. I think your 450 or 5 break would have been fine, but you're getting a little bit too far out there to be chasing that move. Definitely a strong one. Just like NNOX was looking pretty good. NNOX now consolidating at that 10 level. Okay, so NNOX was nice. Now it's consolidating at that 10. This could be one, risk to reward. I prefer it at 9, but if it breaks out 10 here, that could be a good one off lunchtime.
Yeah, I'm just trying to avoid some trouble here, but it doesn't look like I'm doing a very good job. Okay, so 306, basically 70 as a break here if we really have to make a mess on Microsoft. But we're going to go short again on this name. Not short again, short for the first time against that 306. Basically this 306.50 area right here. It's red. The market was trying to break down. Apple's now trying to bounce back a little bit, but I'm going to try to sit in this Microsoft short. We're short right here, 94s. So it's not the greatest target. I mean, we were long and got out. So Microsoft has actually been a fine stock until we went long this last time at 15s or 16s, and then it broke lower and we got out almost immediately. So we did take about a 15-cent win, actually a little bit more than that on the longs, and then we started to break and head to the lower side right now. So because Microsoft reported last week, obviously you're going to have some nice movement in it. There's that top today, 309. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, what got up there again off some of those wicks. Now you're seeing where it is now. So it is trying to push down. I'm looking at that, maybe that 304 area, but here it comes down in. We have to take something out. If we can get something in the 70s, we've already been down there before, but I could see like a 304 maybe before this thing stops, but I don't know. The market's going to have to fail and stay below 13,300. And we just see again, like we just flushed there, but it didn't hold any lows. So, we'll see. We just got into the 70s, which put us 20 cents into the money. Waiting for a little bit more than that on this position. So just double hit the bottom one more time. Right there, double hit it at 75. Triple dot bottom 75. So Microsoft getting that bounce back. I'm going to be short this name until like this 306.50 or so area there. I don't know, man. And we're going to average in right at 30 right here, 40s. So We're trying to go short on Microsoft, but this may not be the right recipe to success. Look at Apple. Now Apple's ripping back up as I don't see those ones anymore hitting. So yeah, maybe we are in a little bit of trouble here, especially with this NASDAQ name, Microsoft. If that program's not there, man, then I do wonder about these shorts.
Yeah, you know what?
AMD 50 cents in the money at least.
I'm noticing. You know what? I'll get to this maybe later on in the day, but yeah, Nvidia never actually broke 279.50 on the way back. You actually just had like some crazy dark pool wicks on the stock, but I might have got a bad trigger on that one. I'll jump back and check. Nvidia doesn't matter now. Nvidia is breaking 285, but a lot of dark pool wicks were in there as it was at that 280, and that could have shaken some trades out. But 285 just went over, but no under just yet. You're making a big break on the daily. You guys can see there. So the momentum is obviously favoring the long. There hasn't even been a reason to go short. And if someone was saying, yeah, I'm going short Nvidia at 285, like it's all green on the 15-minute. What I would like to see is a sign of weakness at 280 at this level. If I see a sign of weakness at 285, then I want to join the short. I don't want to make the short. I want to join it. I've been on the wrong side of these when you're churning this to the upside. It's like if it's going to pull back a couple bucks, man, like you're going to see signs of selling before you have to get into it. And the other side of that equation is I am already in an Intel short. So I've been shorting the pops inside of the range and getting out once it gets toward the bottom and then holding some for the breakdown. And I'm already in this one, which is obviously a bet for the red side on at least one chip name, even if they're not terribly related right now. So I'm not taking that NVIDIA just yet. I think you're kind of playing with fire if you want to do that. Oh, I wanted to get to NEO very quickly. It's already 10:48 here, Sean.
That's
I don't know
crazy.
if you, like it's crazy how fast this Monday morning is gone. So NEO, I thought there might be more of a trade here. I think I put down when I tweeted this morning, 8 to 810 has been an obvious resistance zone. When the numbers came out, I didn't think they were that impressive, their deliveries. All it did is flush and hold last week's bottom. So it's got support down here at 760. That's pretty much it, unless we see $8. I don't know if there's a trade other than maybe long in front of 760. I hesitate to say that because, quite frankly, that's a pretty weak stock. So I'm short. I got one short on. It's working. I got two longs on. One of them is starting to come back in a little bit here. That NCLH. So that breakout, nice off earnings. It seems like it's making a temporary top at 1440, up 7%. If there's one to hold on to, if it breaks 1450, I want to have something out there to get some liquidity through a 1450 breaks. I'm just going to get an offer out. If you're watching CCL, we got them last week. I don't know what day it was. Well, I guess it was probably the gap.
Earnings, that was a Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, it was Thursday. It was Thursday or Friday? Friday morning, maybe. Either way.
Yeah, they're always in the morning time.
They're always a morning earnings. But CCL actually strong as well. So $3, 3% to the upside following NCLH. However, the difference being, if you look at CCL, 50 period is right here in like 30 cents or so. That $10 level's been resistance. So a little bit weaker on the chart in terms of where it's at and what it's trying to break, as opposed to NCLH. Like NCLH, we're breaking out here. That's why I favor this one long. Usually I trade CCL as a stock over NCLH, but you tell me which chart looked a little bit more bullish this morning if you wanted to play that group. Time to go to Sharif for Money Talks.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Neil, not too much happening in the currency world today. The Dixie up 1/3%. The Dixie, the DXY. These guys don't like when I shorten for them. So I'll give you the long one. The Canadian dollar unchanged essentially versus the US. GBP, the British pound, the quid down 0.42. The Japanese yen as well down 2/3. The Australian dollar up 2/3. And the Russian ruble has been battling with the US dollar, now up 0.85. We've seen BTC and crypto taking it on the chin. I see Riot here down 8%. Mara 7.45. Coin almost 3. MicroStrategies, which we'll see right here. Reports after the bell. I thought it was tomorrow morning, but MicroStrategy after the bell today, it's down 5%. Not too much in the way of big names, guys. We got MGM, Logitech after the bell today. Some bigger cap names up here, NXP. But tomorrow, some interesting names. You've got Pfizer, Uber. That's going to be my watch for tomorrow, guys. And then a Canadian take there, Molson Coors.
I was just I'm joking around to Sean, like you just that tops at the morning. But look, we know it's going to be a decent earnings week. We've already mentioned Uber is, I think, a bit of a standout. Pfizer's interesting for the long term because I think it's getting into a dip buy zone and probably under a little bit of pressure as other names that have been in the group have been a lot stronger. But you get the bigger names throughout the end of the week. Like we get Apple on Thursday. That's probably a bigger one. MicroStrategy, man, I don't care too much there. MGM could be interesting, especially because we've seen like the travel group as a whole has been pretty tradable around earnings, and I think you definitely got to lump the casinos in there. Wynn was good when for their report. We've seen the airlines be okay around the reports. We've seen NCLH be good. We've seen CCL make some breaks. So I think you put MGM into that category, and just I would be looking for longs. Meta melting there, super SPAC man.
Is it? No.
So here, can I have my face on the camera so in the middle? There we go.
Bit melting.
Checks notes. I liked Meta short today. I liked NVIDIA long at 280 today.
I like the Apple long.
And I end up losing on Apple's my worst stock of the day because I put the risk that should have gone toward NVIDIA to Meta. I got wicked out twice. I don't know why that's. I know why that's coded to sell because I probably put when I took the second long, I probably put an offer out there, so this got coded to short sell. It doesn't matter. I got wicked out of the long twice on it, not once, twice. I liked it so much I lost on it twice.
Wow. Look.
Anyways, congratulations if you're long NVIDIA at 280, because I damn sure am not. So that's how my morning is going. And, I know you, at this time of day, usually you should be sitting in those things that are making sense. Square's going to come back down. I'll go to buy the dip there. NCLH is starting to come back down as well. If I can get this at VWAP, I'm just going to plop in front of VWAP. I want to make sure I get something. If it gets underneath 14 even, I want to pick some up down there. So I want to continue that trend. Maybe I'll get some out in front of 14 as well. Just maybe continue the trend to the upside. All I really have is the breaks and then kind of holding NCLH. That one looks like it's going to be good to go. See if we can buy the dip there. The NASDAQ is trying to make its breakout as we speak. Oops, that's not there we go. The NASDAQ is trying to make a break, but it's been inside all morning. This is kind of an arbitrary line that I've had just above 13.3 when Arun gave it to me, but 13,000 to 1330 essentially, and then the bottoms here have been 13.28. So you have a 20 handle above 13,000, 20 handle below. You're inside all day long, so it's a scalper's dream on some stocks, and others have been an absolute nightmare. NVIDIA is starting to show signs of weakness at that 285 zone, so this could be the chance. Maybe, but it's still pretty green. This feels a little bit weaker here. Got above 285, held it for a while. Maybe we'll show you the 3-minute chart here. There we go. Held above for a while, and they have a couple of reds here as it's starting to hold that 285. This makes more sense to be joining the party as opposed to just sitting into it. I wanted to see a little bit more selling up there. So it's rejected a 285 break a couple of times. If you're only tuning in for the first time, we're going to be back at 2 o'clock because it's 11 o'clock. We'll go to the midday. But I will be joining Sharif on the desk at 11 o'clock till 12. And then, of course, Sean does that final hour. I'm not sure we have it in the middle.
It's Mad Max.
It's going to be Mad, but confirmed it is going to be Mad Max. Great to have Mad Max back on for the middle. And then we're back on at 2 o'clock. That'll be in about 5 minutes. So if you see me leave, I'm just moving like 15 feet over there to join Sharif. I'll be back.
Okay, yeah, so right now, man, we are starting to get like just run over on all these shorts, man. Shorts got wrecked. Whoever put that in the chat is 100% right, and I can confirm all of that. I mean, I'm gonna have to look back and like time-base some of these trades because I feel like it's like every day there's some moves up, moves down, and then we just start to go into this period of time, like 10:30, 11, noon, we kind of drift around, and then we get, a real big piece after that. I'm fighting this move back up. Like Microsoft just went back to positive, and it looks like it's going to go back up to the upside rate again here now and start to get roasted up on Microsoft here today. So, just continuing to make moves upside. Looks like it's going to take out 307.15, and then we're just going to get out of this and then just regroup Microsoft as it is really taking our lunch here as we went long at 306 first. It dropped below, and then again, like you got to have a little bit more faith on some of these plays there. So we're going to have to just watch out for Microsoft. Looks like it wants to take out this 25 area. Yeah, everything's blasting upside right now. So, wow.
Oh, I just got into NVIDIA for the first time short and was out like 15 seconds later.
Yeah, right away, immediately. Everything is blasting up right now. So congratulations if you somehow had those longs from the bottom. We did have them, but we stopped out too early. I don't know what to do. I mean, I thought once we broke 306, we were going to go a little bit lower, but we didn't. We only went as far as 75. So right now, you sort of sit here and you're just sort of waiting to see what this market wants to do as we get right back. It was only 4 minutes to go until we flip it over, but as we get right back into those highs again right now. So just be careful. You know, you could take it out, and then we see much, much higher. So
this could be the dirtiest long of all time.
Shorts got wrecked for sure, man, and I can confirm that.
This might be one of like the dirtiest long setups that I've seen in a while. It's like you like the long that early, and you sort of see what it's been doing to the long here. We haven't been talking about the ES because, quite frankly, we've been focused on the NASDAQ. But if you look at what's been going on in the S&P, these want to load. Like you're now cleanly breaking out. Like all it did was shake everybody out, trap a few shorts in there up at that top, so you think we're going to the downside, and then it's like breaker 19, 4,200 on the ES.
Yeah.
NASDAQ is not dissimilar, but it just refuses to go. Now, why isn't the NASDAQ going? I mean, and we kind of can give you the examples of that. You have too many big names which are lingering. Meta is lingering. Apple, which is my worst stock this morning, is lingering. I'll zoom in so you can see. It's now bouncing, but failed that breakout at the top, kind of failed at the consolidation point. So you're not really breaking out there. You're still going to the downside a little bit there. And Justin saying I should change my shirt and put on fake glasses one day before I switch. Well, I'd have to wait a long enough time for everybody that just heard that to forget that they heard it and then just pretend I'm coming on as a different character. We've joked around about doing some funny switcheroos here, but we have better ideas than one of us just putting on fake mustache or something. I think there's other things we could do for some fun. But in 2 minutes, I do have to get over there. So just a couple of things. I'm only in my Intel short, my Square long, NCLH long. Those are the only 3 stocks that have worked for me this morning. So that's the way I see it. If I'm down on everything else I traded, come this time of the day, I should be in the things that I'm up on because they have made sense to me all morning. That hasn't been Apple. So thank you, William Jones, for the super chat. Thank you very much, William Jones, for the super chat. All we ask is you hit the like and subscribe, and I'll read it because you said pineapple. I can't read the name of this. Yeah, so I can't read the rest of that. I'm assuming it's a different language. But all I see is pineapple and say, as long as it's not a pizza. But yeah, that's probably, if I translate that, I'm sure it means pineapple and bacon on a pizza. One of those things is good. The other is not on a pizza. I love pineapple, man, just not on a pizza. But shout out to you and thank you for the super chat. I'm about to get ready to go. I'll let you take it over and I'll get over there to join Sharif.
All right. Yeah, thank you again for all the super chats. Thank you for everything. I mean, if you got wrecked on that long there, so did I. So we'll wait to see what happens here as Microsoft just finally takes it out one more time. We'll see if it fades back. But for right now, the market is now taking out the to be taking out the day's high again here seems to be. I don't really know why, but we have Apple coming and AMD coming through. We do have a 70-cent winner on AMD, which is fine, but we're going to try to go short back into Apple. This is where we found the problem. Sorry, that's Microsoft still. This is where we found the problem in Apple the first time when we identified that, hey, it just couldn't break through. So we'll try again off of a nice move back up here for Apple. So let's just see if we can't, we're short now. You can see we're short of 52s here for Apple. This is, again, where we had the problems the first time. So let's see if it wants to hold these levels again, 169.70 up to 169.80. Looks like we're not. It's just funny because I should have, and we talked about it, we wanted to hit the long once we saw some of that problem go away with those 1-1-1-1-1s, and we didn't do that. Instead, we sort of fought the short again, not hoping, but I just was trying to play the tape there. Downside move for Apple. Apple's fine. We didn't. It's really, we got wrecked on Microsoft because that just really took off, and we just went short all the way back up. So that's not a good play. But I think we can make a little bit of it back here on Apple, especially if this does fail again at this top that we've already been at here today. So watch out for Apple. Apple already failed at 170 once. We did take the break. Our best trade on Apple was long early and not late. So we'll have to wait for that one. SoFi again. it's a good thing we got out of this one. Nice battles up and then a fade right back down. So yeah, not great trading here today. And I wish it was a little better news for me, but it's not. So right now, Apple right back to these highs where we've been at today. I think a stop of like 169.70 or something here on Apple is really what needs to be had. So we'll wait to see, man. Microsoft blasting up, Apple blasting up. But without any further ado, I want to thank Mahad today for sure. Great show. Thanks, Mahad. Doing great work there. But we do have Sharif, looks like you're good to go. Yeah, Neil will come by in a minute. So, all right. So let's go over to Sharif in the midday show. Thanks for watching. Make sure you hit that like, and we're back all afternoon. Neil, Max, myself, then the closing show. Let's go over to Sharif again. Thanks for everything, guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. I'm Sharif. Neil will be here in a minute. But, oh, baby, here we go. The market curling to the high side, and we have a small cap crapper that, yes, it is halted. SNTG up 310%, and it is halted at $8.09. And I will tell you 1 second here what the tap is, SNTG, on this bad boy. It's 810, so it's a penny above where we closed off. I had my eye on this one this morning, but it had kind of, given back the majority of the move. Let's look at the 5-minute here on this one. The move was really during that 7 a.m. spike, I guess. So that's when the algos turned on, because there's no news catalyst on this one that I can discern. So let me just double check that real quick. SNTG, I don't want to eat my words. No, nothing coming up here. Small cap crapper in sympathy with all these other small cap crappers. Just for, the sake of explanation, Centage Holding is a financial service provider that offers a comprehensive range of financial services across the consumer loan repayment and collection management, loan recommendation, yada, yada, yada. It seems like it is a consumer lending program or institution. Up 310%, halted at $8.09, slated to open 8.10. But we also have an interesting move here on the markets as we curl up a little bit the last few minutes at least. Bring this chart down if I'm able to here. Why am I not able to? Oh, I gotta move this. So many issues. All right, let's bring this in. Yeah, there we go. And now I'm on the wrong. Thing here because I gotta bring up the NQ. Oh boy. Okay, so we'll talk about that in a second. We can look at something else. Small cap crappers that were moving. We just talked about SNTG, WAFU, another one here. Up to $3.20, curling up now. It had been up higher, 348. Here we go. We're going to test the highs of that. So why don't we just load that up right now, WAFU. And that is an NQ stock. It is up 50%, 38% after the bell. So the majority of the move of this one coming in just recently. Let's zoom out a little bit on this bad boy. Okay, now the charts are going to do that. Now we're going to have to take control of these charts here, Neil, because they're starting to go a little wacko on WAFU. You like that setup?
What the heck is
wacko on WAFU, baby. Yeah, guys, this one holding above the $3.
Okay, now you're just being weird. Wacko on WAFU. You're making shit up at this point, which is fun. Oh, whoops, my bad.
All good. Anyway,
we're making stuff up.
We're making stuff. I know. I'm just trying to have a good time.
I think you are having a good time, which I like. Of course, just very quickly, because I think I glossed over this. I was in and out of that 85 short on NVIDIA, like right quick. But it is making a little bit of a left turn as the market got right up to, 13.3 just keeps on being resistance on the NASDAQ, but the ES just got to 4,200 and turned, so that's NVIDIA. I'm sure the 15 is not going to be very good, though. I keep forgetting you have those wicks. But Intel, which I am in, of course, because I kind of always am, if that ever decides to load up, I just keep, as far as I'm concerned, the market keeps testing highs, and you just keep holding down beneath. So I'm kind of shorting into 31. I have too many bids in there. I think I put a couple of bids that I didn't need to as I was transitioning over. But yeah, so sort of shorting into that level. It is starting to work to the downside, but I am in this block long. And I just want to go back over to this because it's been over under 61s on block, and now it's starting to come back to the under. I thought this was going to be a breakout trade. The market has not really done anything but be inside for the NASDAQ. So this is now a scalp trade. It's longs in front of, on the south side of that 61 level, and then I'm carrying it down to that 60.5 which has been support for blocks. So I just want to make sure I have my orders locked and loaded. Don't want to be too tight to 61. I'll wait for that bottom very patiently. If we're going to have an inside day, then I'm going to treat it as such and respect it as such. I'm in NCLH. That one has been a pretty decent breakout. And if you're still watching, I mean, NVIDIA has been kind of like the ridiculous, absurd runner. You can't stand in front of it. It's like, how is it always setting up? When it does this, you like it twice, whatever. But that 287 definitely coming into play here on NVIDIA. If this were to turn, I think you could see definitely this market start to pull back in because NVIDIA has been doing so much of the heavy lifting that if this pulls back, I don't think these longs are great in tech names if NVIDIA starts rejecting at any point because it's really been dragging this market to the upside. If we're at the point now where like NVIDIA is big tech as much as any of the other names out there. Like forget about things like Netflix and
we had this conversation.
We had this conversation before. Like NVIDIA's in that group, like it or not. That's just how it is now, and you got to treat it as such. And it's been dragging this market and holding it up right now.
Absolutely, and you don't really have another major runner in semiconductor other than NVIDIA. I mean, you have basically some red names and some flat names. But guys, another small cap capper here to get to the list. CDLX up 25%. We saw this one go last week. It's up 25 points again today, and it's been quite a stable name really here. Let's zoom out a little bit and get a feel for the pre-market action. So we get that big bump up at around 8:15 or so. We jump up from around 690. We kind of track around 750 the majority of the morning. Then you have obviously that breakout on higher volume at the bell, but you stair step up subsequently to that, and we're stair stepping up at the moment. 8 is the level that we just broke, looking to break that 8.25 level that we tried to break earlier. But it's been holding the moving averages quite well. I'd say maybe a 50-period dip here if you want to be ambitious, maybe somewhere in between the 50 and the 20. The orange yellowish line on my chart, that's a 20 EMA, and then the red, that's a 50. So maybe somewhere in the middle there. It really hasn't retraced the 50 since around 10 o'clock. So it's been on that incremental run up. It looks like we're getting a whole bunch of super chats here that we got to get to. So let me get to that first and foremost. William James, you got to that one, right? The pineapple bacon pizza. Did you get to that one?
I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I got to that one. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what it meant.
All right, we'll get to that after because I think we just got another one here. Here we go. Ian Rispetto, could you check Netflix? What's going on with it? Any news? $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Ian. Let's have a look at our friend Netflix, NFLX. Oh baby, this one. Let's look here. All right, what are we looking at? Okay, so we're down and to the right today. So we started around 330. Now we're knocking on the door at 332. We're down 2 1/3 percentage points. That's basically a lot worse than the market. The NASDAQ is flat and the ES is up 0.22. So as a comparator, you're much weaker on Netflix. You got to find Tesla. That's really the only one that's compared with Netflix, and maybe Amazon at 1.9%. Tesla down 2.1. Amazon down 1.9. Netflix, though, down and to the right. I'm not seeing any specific news catalyst here showing up on my Netflix. Let me just double check that real quick.
Yeah, I didn't see anything either.
Let me see here. Thinking about trading. No. Maybe it has something to do with the Hollywood writers, possible strike deadline. Okay, here it is. I knew this was on the weekend. Hollywood writers studio stage last-minute talks as strike deadline looms. That was May 1st at 6 a.m., and I haven't had an update about that since that time. So maybe this is I'm not saying it is, but we can take everything we can take everything as a whole. It just doesn't have to be one thing. But yeah, anyway, NFLX. Let's see what some of the other names. Let's see.
Have you seen Disney?
Yeah, I was about to look at Disney right now. That's the thing.
Yeah, Disney's probably worth a look. I mean, anytime you're talking, you just want to see. It gives you an indication of what's going on. If it's like only Netflix, like maybe it's the other streamers out there, and that's the one you want to be looking at.
Disney's a little different. Bit of a double top, Neil, off that 102.50, which happened to be Friday's close. That's a nice little setup there on Disney. Retracing in the VWAP 102-ish area. Low a day, 101.66. So, down 1/3 of a point. Not really anything really.
Position board still short.
Yeah, okay. Switch to the position board, guys, to take off Sean and put me in there.
And Are you in anything? right now?
No.
Okay.
I'm not in any position.
You mentioned SNTG, I'm assuming, right?
I did it right off the bell, obviously.
Because it just broke. It's just still breaking.
Go for it. Yeah,
no,
I'm
the
not
stock
surprised.
It's still going. So it's still headed to the upside. Congratulations if you got this one. It's been a good one. But there's that breakout. It took out. I was kind of moving over when this happened, but it doesn't really matter. It was halted. There's your break. Halt. This is, man, that is as clean as you're gonna get. I don't know about taking it on the halt because you don't want it to open back under. But when it reopens, there's the wick. It tries to get back beneath that $8 level. Hold 750, and you're taking the break back up. You know, kind of the break 810 into that 7 whatever it is, and then you head to $10. That's come and gone. I mean, that's. Pretty much that trade is gone, but there's still room for it to go. I think when we pull up the daily chart on this, oh, that's right. Okay, so I move over and then my daily chart doesn't. Sometimes that happens when I move over. My daily chart is taking a while to load up, but anyways, it does have room to head a little further to the upside. I do want to go back over to Tesla here. Just a couple of names that I have not necessarily talked about enough. Tesla still challenging these lows. Yep. So if you're looking at something which, as the market just got to 42 and turn, and the NASDAQ again tried to get to the top and turn, well, Tesla, it's still challenging this 160. This might just set up for a 160 breakdown. I mean, if this market is really this stubborn, and what looked like it was, oh my goodness, if you can start breaking out in the NASDAQ, which you just can't seem to do. On the ES, it was breaking out, still churning to the upside, but rejected 4,200. If we do turn back to the downside, like what do I like for some, like what do you like short? Well, how about a stock that's been trending all morning long? One has been Tesla. You want another stock that's been weak all morning long? How about Coinbase? Every single morning, I was actually waiting for like 55 to 56 to short for some obvious reasons, as you can see on Thursday. Maybe I should have just been saying, hey, just short whatever the previous day low is, and just that level should be good. The one time, like what? When has that not worked for you? On essentially, the only time it doesn't work is if it's gapped away from the level. So it's gapped away from that level. But if it's within earshot of a consolidation point, short it there. Yeah. It gaps away, so there's no play here. But the next day, okay, like if you're waiting to short into 60 and a half, you probably don't get it because you're only shorting 59, but it would have worked. And again, kind of gaps away. Actually, no, this is the one day it's no good. It was down here at that 55 where it was no good, but it wasn't that bad. Like it kind of went against you like 50 cents or so and eventually did flush. If you did it on Friday, you had to get away from yourself, but here it was easy as it can be. That top is 54 and a half. It breaches 54. It goes to 54.45, which last I checked was not breaking 54 and a half, and now you're on those lows. The only thing standing in the way of this, and again, my daily sucks. Trust me, 50 is a huge level on coin. These eventually will load. When I go from one station to another, it is what it is sometimes, and it's like you're not supposed to be logging in back and forth on the platform. Ooh, I think I just got some Intel shares out, but that's not what concerns me, because if this market is headed down, NCLH, which I'm holding that long, I'm looking for a reload. This one will load up here. Yeah, looking for that reload off VWAP. All I took was above the 14s. I'm looking for the dip buy into that 1380 level on NCLH to continue this trend, hopefully continue this trend to the upside. But there's a lot of weak names out there. It's a matter of finding your way into the shorts. I mean, a bounce on coin and good to go. I think just a clean break of 160 is on the cards for me on Tesla. I'm going to keep this one simple. I might take this trade 2 times. Like if it stops me the first time at short 60s, get out 60-50, I might just take it a second time as well.
UTME up 75%, halted at 119. This one is the tap, I believe, is 140. So slated to open about 21 pennies above where we are. And there we go, open up 142, I believe. A move back down. Look for that dip into 119, 120. That's the halt level. That's the move often seen here, that you get that dip on the initial move off the open downward right at that open, that halt level. So we'll see if that pans out again. Here we go, breaking that 1 1/4, looking for that 119 dip. I'm not taking it. I'm just saying. I'm just telling you, this is not.
Aren't you though?
No, I'm not going to take it.
Okay.
Period.
That was just
no. 119.
Tesla broke.
Tesla broke. Nice trade, Neil.
Maximum
so that blows
slippage
through 160. Holy.
I crossed to 85. I get 85. It's, you know what the funny thing about algos is? what I find this happens on a break, and I forget who, one of the traders was like, well, then maybe just be more conservative with how far you cross. Like 160 breaks, and my limit order is 285, and lo and behold, magically that's the price that it slips to, right to 85. No, but that's not good because you should be more liquidity than that. I've scalped a little bit out because that's what I want to do, but I'm going to give it some room to come back in here. But that 160 breakdown on Tesla, daily's still not working, but that 160 breakdown, it's got 157.5 was Friday's low. So let's target that price area. So I've scalped some out now. No, so 158 obviously is going to be there. So 159 and 158, that's where we want to start to get something out. We'll see what happens. Obviously, you're going to have a bit of a move to the downside in the market as we are now testing those lows. That's going to mean Intel at the low again. Oh, wow. So as that happens, I got some shares out at the bottom. Ooh. Now it's about the gap fill for Intel. If it does start to break this gap down, I want to make sure I have some bids. We're going to the downside pretty heavy here.
I have to look.
Oh, my goodness.
Clearly something happened here.
Like
I'm
that
go
was,
look at the big
wow.
desk on the thing.
Okay, so Square just went from tops to bottom, that 60-50. We're kind of cruising on that. Now that's testing those lows. At least I got a couple of shorts on there. Coin is already at it's already there. This 50 level, do I punch a 50 short? So it looks like you said it was a T-bill auction there. Okay, that makes a little bit of sense. But market obviously spiking down just now. I'm just going to pull this over so I don't have to go away from my coin chart. But you've now broken downside NASDAQ, rejected 42 S&P 500 futures. I still have 2 longs. I feel like Block will be in more trouble than NCLH, just given that one is in the travel space and obviously tech has been a little bit weaker. The ES has been stronger in general. So off earnings, I think NCLH has a better chance of holding up than Block, which is some concern. Just doubling back to Tesla here. One scalp trade out there, and Tesla not really flushing through, but look how much work was done rejecting view up. Like it went $1.50 to get to this break. It might need to at least retest 60 even. So 160 even before it flushes again. And if it does so, I'd look for fills above 160 for the short as opposed to trying to take more shares underneath the 160 level.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye here on the future. So the NQ tried to go green at that 13,220, rejects off that level. I mean, well, it broke above it, but the candles closed right around there. And now we're flushing back into 13,263. That's a low day. The ES staying a little green. We're up 1.5 points, and by little, I mean really little, 0.04 on the ES. So definitely a power difference today between the ES and the NQ, but the NQ making newer lows. The ES not so at the moment. So looking at these big tech names to figure out what we're going to play, you see a lot of relative weakness on Meta. This is Meta, top left, Amazon, bottom left, and obviously Tesla. You see Neil in that one. Wow, nice 159.46 there, so 50 pennies through that 60 level. But look at that 61 level. I mean, that's really because that was the earlier level right there at 930. So, yeah, this one making a beautiful flat bottom break, as Neil would call it, 161 right there.
Well, I mean, it's literally yours for saying.
No. But there we go. I mean, this is a fantastic trade. I like it. Going down to Amazon. Amazon is making new lows as we speak, 102.76. This one's really retracing down. We had that 105.50 close. It didn't really come anywhere near there. I mean, we tried to get right up there at 920 before the bell, reject off that level, and it's been stair-stepping, elevatoring. Escalatoring.
Elevatoring?
Yeah, making up a new word. I know how you like that. There we go. Escalatoring down into that 102.76. Maybe we'll see 102 today. Let's go to the 4-hour on this one, Neil. Let's see where the support we may find here on our friend Amazon. And yeah, we're going to look at support literally at every level. We're talking 101, 100, and then we have a local low there on April 12th at 98. So we're going to find probably some support mostly at every level just because we've been there a lot. All right, back to UTME, the small capper that was up over 75%, now back into 55% region, rejecting off that 142 top. Doesn't hold, The halt level, sadly, that halt level of 119 does not hold. It dances around it, actually retraces above it, and then you have the rejection. So the short's winning at the moment, but you got to say there's likely to be support between $1 and 95 cents. You have a consolidation top at that 95-cent area, and then you obviously have the $1 psychological support. So interesting to see if it holds up. You always want to see if it can hold up above $1, but I think in this case you have a bit of a buying zone between 95 and 1. So we'll see how that one pans out, and then let's see if there's anything else here we can chat about before we send it back to Neil. Now, Apple doing a little bit of a dance. It's down, but yeah, I'm looking for something here on Apple. We're looking for it as a catalyst, obviously, with earnings being
Thursday.
Thursday, my mistake. Thursday, yes. Thursday.
You know how I know? You know how I cannot forget that Apple is on Thursday?
Yep.
Because it's May 4th.
Okay.
So
May the 4th.
May the 4th be with you. So it's easy for me to remember that.
That's a good one.
For obvious reasons. Although,
mnemonic devices.
Well, you know, of course, that it's more of a Disney property, Star Wars, but
Of course.
doesn't really matter.
And they're
You're not
talking about
watching
them
that on
merging,
Apple
remember
TV.
at one point?
It still would make a little bit of sense.
Yeah.
I think, look, it would make some sense to see some consolidation to combat Netflix. I'm not just saying that from a selfish standpoint because I pay for Apple TV and barely use it, but I'm on.
Do you pay for it? How are you happy with it?
Well, I got it to watch one show.
Okay.
Like I wanted to watch Foundation, and that was except my favorite sci-fi series of all time was Foundation. So when I found out it was going to be an Apple TV, I'm like, I'm getting Apple TV so I can watch it. I watched it, and I haven't gotten rid of it because I keep being told that I have to watch that soccer show. For the love of, why do I forget what it's called now? It doesn't matter. You guys know the one I'm talking about. Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso.
Yeah, so I actually have not watched that show. I keep lining it up like I want to watch it, but it's going to happen
Okay,
at some
I'm going to
point.
sound really stupid and uninformed right now, but I didn't know that Ted Lasso show was about soccer. I knew he had a show with Apple. I didn't know it was about soccer.
Well, it's about soccer.
Now I'm going to have to get involved.
But at some point,
Is it good?
I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I've been told it's amazing. But we'll see what happens. And oh goodness, what did I just say about Tesla? Which was wrong, by the way. So I said if it probably has to retest 160 and get above before it flushes again. So it tests 160 exactly and starts going down. So I did not add the Tesla. However, when this starts happening, if the shorts are printing, you know the other side of this equation. The other side of this equation would be there's the breakdown now on Square. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. This is a crazy wick at the open, but I stopped underneath that support. So Square breaks down. It turned from what I thought could be a break into just a scalp trade inside of the zone because the market couldn't take out the high. I recognized that and switched gears on Square to make sure that I got a bunch out, but the reload, absolutely no good. That leaves NCLH for me for the long. At this point, I don't see anything else that I love, man. It's just Tesla just broke down again. Come on, I didn't add to it. As if I didn't add to it. But here comes that 159er. I want to get on the bid, make sure I'm getting some profit out there as we'll go.
Money, 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 money.
That's longer than I keep thinking. If you're short, though, because the longs are starting to come out one by one, they start coming into the downside. Brandon said, been watching The Wire after I brought it up the other day. Congratulations to you for finding the best show, in my humble opinion, that's ever been put on TV.
Neil.
Yeah, but...
Nice trade, bro.
But see, the thing is, I knew I wanted to add to it, but I've seen this happen so many times, and I thought we were adding above 160 into here, because how many times has that been true?
You look
and this
for
time
the
you don't get it. So you get a consolidation, it's not even a retracement. That means it's really weak. That's what we're seeing.
Yeah,
pretty weak
it's a
market.
great trade, man.
And by the way, I have one long left, and I just added to it, we'll see what happens. But I wanted to get that trend back going on NCLH. So we took the break. Now it's trying to hold VWAP in here. This is one that, again, my daily doesn't work there. Okay, so you'll have to trust me when I tell you. Trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro.
It is breaking the 50 period on the daily chart. That's kind of why I like it. But as I switch over, this daily chart is slow to load. So it is breaking that 50 period, now holding VWAP in here. I just want to see this bounce and hold trend all day. We'll see. I'm not sure it can in the face of this market, but I think it's got a decent chance up that 5% and at least bucking the trend so far. So far, so good on that name. All I got is Intel short, which is printing. Obviously, Tesla's printing as well. Oh, I'm not in NVIDIA. I talked about the 85 short. Well, you know, that sometimes you go for the round number, it's no good. It goes to 287. and is pulling back. But you know what? It's still holding 285. Strong move there for NVIDIA, up 2.7%, and still one of the strongest of the day.
The chat giving me all sorts of feedback on Ted Lasso's show. Most people are saying it's good. I think KL was the only one that said it was overrated.
Really?
CL Sharif, Ted Lasso's team played Arsenal this past weekend. Weren't you watching? I thought you were a gooner. Bruh, Arsenal didn't play this weekend. They're playing tomorrow. They're playing Chelsea. D-Loaf, Sharif, football as it's set in England. You should feel right at home. Also, wish flat bottom break potential. Have a look at that in a sec. But yeah, guys, thank you. I'm going to have a look at those. And I definitely will look into this Ted Lasso show.
Dude, Pac W is flushing.
Hold on, I want to talk about a couple of, I want to talk about a couple of small cap crappers. UTME, this one halted again to the downside, now open back up. Is it 2020 again? Because this GDC also has halted to the upside as well. This one up 227%, $8.19 is where it's halted. Let's see where the tap is. GDC, and the tap is at $9, so 80 pennies, 81 pennies from where we halted up at. Holy cow, man, these ones are, well, there you go. I don't have to tell you, every day we're talking about small cap crappers moving to the high side. GDC also multiple halted to the high side, but it was not on my radar for some reason.
Hold on a second.
What's up? Pac W just badoomed.
The market is kind of flushing here.
It is.
And you just said the only thing up are some of these small cap, what did you call them?
Did I say that? Only thing up?
Well, you said, well, they're showing relative strength.
They are. But they don't care about the market.
But then you're calling them crap.
Yeah, because tomorrow they're going to be down 50%.
But if they're the only things up right now, should we be calling them the crappers? Like, they're the only game in town.
I guess you can't just be that short-sighted one day. We
know they don't last very long, but certainly on days like today, with the exception of...
They're good.
Yeah, some
no
of them are
question
pretty
about
good.
it. Yeah, maybe I'll lay off calling them crappers.
So with FRC, by the way, everyone that asked about FRC, we don't know when it's going to open or if it will open or exactly what the next step is here more than anybody else. So my guess would be that it doesn't ever open again on the New York. That's my guess. I don't know if that's going to be right or wrong. I don't think the shareholders are going to get anything. But that's, again, I don't know exactly what's going to be the case. Maybe it opens up on the OTC and you can recover something. We've seen that happen before. But I want to go to Pac W, which is like nonsensical right now. Like why? I'm trying to ask myself why I wasn't thinking about the short over here on this name. But look at it once it reclaimed 10 to the downside. It's now at the lows. I need to get some locates on it. I'm just asking because I don't actually I'm not signed in over here into Metro for me to process them myself, so I'm just going to ask if I can get some locates on it. If we can, it's just breaking the bottom as we speak, like underneath 950. If you go all the way back and see how far this one wants to actually give me on my 15, because my daily, no good there. Yeah, you can see it is a bit of a flat bottom break already. It's been down here before, though. So if you look at $10, okay, fine. $10 makes some sense. How far can we go back? Yeah, we have $9, which is going to be a big level as well. So there's room for it to get to that recent low, at least around that $9. I'm going to add it to my radar. Still just NCLH long. Intel, did Intel just give me a fill? Yeah, I think Intel, I just got some Intel out around that 30-55 area. Now we're in a gap fill zone for Intel. Someone this morning was like, I don't see what Neil sees in Intel. It's not always sexy, but it usually works out. So, we get these you call them accumulation zones, I call them like a supply zone.
Yeah.
And when it's relatively weak, you short inside the supply zone and look for the breakdown. Now it's breaking down, filling in the gap, I think, to 30 even. So if it fills in the gap, then congratulations. If it doesn't, it's still a winning trade for now. NCLH, I reloaded it. I don't see anything else I love to the long side, so I reload NCLH off that 14 even. Just a pretty clean breakout chart. Again, that's not really working, but bouncing off VWAP here on my 3 minutes. So if it gets back up to that quarter mark, or at least close enough to it, we'll rinse and repeat, scalping some of this out on the way back into the upside. Just make some sense, man. Pay yourself out on any longs. Just so you can get them, right? If you don't have anything you like that's on support levels, fine. But if you get a long that starts to work, maybe pay yourself out because the market turned on a dime and it's feeling like we're trend down, at least till the ES hit support at 41.80.
We're right there.
Yeah.
I mean, look, 41.88, that was where we closed out on Friday. So it's an interesting area here that we're at. Like you heard Neil talk about the zone accumulation area. You got to say 4180 from the zone we're at now. Let's see how it trades around here. If we hold the lows, I want to say 4181. I'll be looking to go long the SPY or the ES or what have you. I won't be looking to do that on the NQ. In fact, I'll be looking the opposite way on the NQ. I'll be looking for a retracement into 13320. Excuse me, 13320 for a rejection because we've already rejected twice off that today. So I'm looking for a hold on the SPY. I feel or the ES. I feel the ES is a lot stronger today in terms of a long, but I'll be looking to see how it trades in and around this area. Let's see if we can maybe hold the bottoms and then make another uptrend. Quickly, let's talk about GDC. This one is still halted. Sorry, this one looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt, halted at 8:19, 10-minute or longer. I mean, it could be longer. Currently, the tap on this one, wow, 9.50. So $1.30 higher than where we are at the moment. So a lot of buying coming in on this bad boy. So we'll see if anybody's in this long into the halt. You're feeling good right about now, hoping that that doesn't change by the time this bad boy opens up. But yeah, GDC, small capper, du jour up 227%. Superseded only by SNTG, which is 339% with a $9.63 top. Let's flip quickly here on this one, SNTG. Yeah, 963 top, currently trading at 840. The halt level was right around that 8 area, 808 was the up halt level. We bounced off 8 several times. Right now, you could have got at least 50 plus pennies off that 8 bounce. Holding that level for now. Let's see if it can make new highs, maybe through 9. There you go, right back, retracing back closer to 8. This one, super volatile and spready. At times, not so bad right there. You go, 8-penny spread, opening up at the moment. But yeah, this one, chart pattern looks great, but once you get into it, you find out how dynamic and volatile it is. But small cappers today, Neil, all the rave with UTME now trying to hold that $1 area. In fact, it got right to 1. We were talking about this one, got to 102, holds that level. There's a bit of a buying zone, like we talked about, 95 pennies to around $1 because of this consolidation top here. And yeah, so interesting moves here. Keeping an eye on the ES. Want to see if we hold these levels that we're currently at and then possible long, and keeping an eye on SNTG and GDC.
I just wanted to, there was a good question in the chat there. Look, there's no such thing as bad question, man. So I know a lot of people in the chat, thank you to the community for already answering Julie's question. I think it was Julie Beckwith asking, why the TQQ and the SQQ are inversely related to each other. So the TQQ is just triple leverage to the QQQ. So that just means it's going to be triple volatile, essentially. But the SQQ is just the ultra short. So really, like, they're inverse from a functionality standpoint. So not everybody can always go short names. So the SQQ, which I have the T up right now, which is odd because I wanted to explain this one first. The SQQQ being the ultra short, you have to think of it as the market goes down, this goes up. So your way to short the market would be to bet in this and go long, and that's essentially a short bet on the market to be buying the SQQ, which is short. TQQ, they're both triple leveraged. So the T is triple leveraged, SQQ as well, but it is to the short. It is completely inverse. If you ever saw a divergence between the two, that means something has gone wrong. Those types of arb plays, I think, probably don't really exist. And to my understanding, I think if you can get it, then you're a robot. And that's great if you're able to. But yeah, like, they should always be inverse. For those of you that, like, let's just say you were long the entire market or something like that, and you're looking for hedges. People might consider like SQQ long as a hedge. It can be used as an instrument like that. Or if you simply do not have the ability to short anything, you can always buy the SQQ. That's typically one of the reasons. And Super SPAC
Cash
Man,
accounts can't short.
Thank you, Super SPAC Man. Every time we talk about these, we should always mention the fact that in terms of holding it for a longer time frame, you have to worry about decay. So it's much better as a short-term trading vehicle, short-term hedge vehicle, as opposed to holding it for the long term, because you do have the issue with time decay there. So that's always important. As a day trader, I feel like that last point, I never say it. And then Super SPAC Man's like, yo, don't forget to talk about decay, bro. And it's like, yes, there is time decay.
You
So
got
I'm a
people
little,
keeping you honest. Love
well,
it.
and that's how it should be.
Of course.
The day that you guys stop keeping us honest that's what the community's about, man.
Absolutely.
Like,
I learned
don't
a
want to
lot.
be at that day.
I learned a lot.
Because you guys know how fast I talk. And like I get reminded, someone just said, how fast is Neil talking?
Yeah.
Slow down, like Bobby Valentino said sometimes.
Oh yeah, we were
So
saying
we'll
that
slow
the
down a
other
little
day.
bit here, but you get a little excited. You have a little coffee. You're trading.
There you go.
The brain moves fast, and the lips move like
Yes,
10
sir.
times as fast, and I can go bust a rhyme sometimes.
And you've been talking straight since 8:30, so yeah. But you get a little bit of a break soon. You get a
Plus,
couple
too, like I've
hours
said,
off, yeah.
I think I've had this conversation
What?
with you before.
What?
Like I'm one of those people to which caffeine really, really gets me.
Yes, you
like
have.
if you
Sensitivity is high.
If you track when I track my heart rate, it's like forget about I could be doing athletics, I could be getting excited about a position. That has nothing to do with my heart rate spike. You can literally just look at my heart rate monitor and like this is when Neil started drinking coffee. This is when he had.
Is
his
that what
second
you
cup.
do?
Oh,
Like,
it's easy to tell.
yeah,
It's
it
easy
is,
to
eh?
tell.
Wow.
So, like my resting
Everybody's
heart rate.
physiology
when
is different.
When I cut caffeine,
Yep.
my resting heart rate drops 10 to 15 bips. Like
After how long? Like a few days?
No,
or-
like, it gives me a
Week?
little time.
Okay,
Actually, it's pretty quick.
Okay.
But when I cut it all together, I was like consistently 50s, and then the second I'm back to drinking coffee again, it's like 60 to 65 resting
Yep.
heart rate. It's just my body, man. I'm one of those people. So, when I get it, it's all good. This is the way, Steve G. This is the way to the downside at this point in this market. But the market's catching a tiny bit of a bid. A little bit. Teensy, the ES holding up a little bit. So this could be a reload zone for me. I have NCLH up. I don't know why, but I tried to get some out on the offer on the last bounce. But we just
see
got
4,200
some
again?
outs on Intel here at 3060. So as this comes back into the upside, I'm just looking to join this trend. I'm going to draw a dirty trend line here. I mean, it's not going to be a clean one, whatever. Like you can see like how steep the trend is. And my initial shorts were like when it breaks down, it's usually I get into Intel when it breaks down, and then I start joining the trend up here, and then I usually add on the trend. I missed one. I missed this add here. If it does come back in, now adding is at VWAP at this particular point. So I'm essentially not waiting for the over at 31 anymore on Intel if we're even able to get it. Tesla, I mean, very, very different. Look, it's still weak to the downside, but my entry point's very different. I just took a 160 break. Have not been able to add to this. I'm just going to pop the 15-minute over so you guys can see where I want to hold this to. If you go to Friday's bottom, that 157, right at the open, you made a 157 bottom. So a 60 break, scalp some halfway, scalp some 59. 157 to 158 is a target out for me on Tesla, and then look for places to be able to add to it. So this one looks like it is going to be good. Computranet, if that's your name, why am I not in the ride short?
Dada.
Because Ride is my daddy. I was like, right before the open, I saw the news come in, going concern issues if they can't get the Foxconn thing settled. And I was like, yeah, I should just be shorting Ride. You have this whole plan of action, all the stocks that I'm
Sorry,
watching.
I'm an idiot. What's Foxconn have to do with Ride? Can you
So
just explain
essentially-
to me? Because this is Apple's supplier we're talking about here.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I just so essentially, like I don't know the ins and outs of it, but they have like a dispute going on
Okay,
with
I gotta
them
look
for
into
some
this.
for production. And at the end of the day, I didn't even see like the details, like when could this not be getting resolved. The only words I need to see for a stock like Ride are going concern issues.
That's it.
So the second you tell me if this is not resolved, whatever it is, and then they
Ride
have,
sold their factory to Foxconn.
because that's what,
apparently,
so they
yeah.
sold their factory
Okay.
to Foxconn. I just
Got
saw
it.
going concern and Fox. That's all. Once you hear that term on a penny stock, you want to be joining the trend to the short side. I know it's cruel to say, or just some people don't like it when you talk about short setups because a company's going, a company's at risk of going under. That's not,
Yeah.
none of it's fun, man.
Neil, I gotta
look. One of the
interrupt.
first stocks I owned was literally Nortel. So believe me, I know what it's like to own a stock and get rugged and get punked. Whatever, my family worked at Nortel, that's probably why. But I'm not in the short because I wasn't nearly aggressive enough. And I missed every opportunity to get into it because it wasn't on my morning plan.
TANH, guys, that went just absolutely ballistic. Like there were come to my screen.
Damn.
There was like almost no, come to my screen. There was almost no price action movement there between, I guess, 10 to about, I don't want to say 11:40. Then all of a sudden the volume really started coming in. We made a 380 high. Careful here on this one. I'll tell you the float real quick, and then I'll tell you the short float. Hello, computer. There we go. So the float, 1.174 million shares. Micro float is an accurate description of TANH. And I'll tell you the short float, if I can get that. TANH. Oops, come on, computer.
Yes, you can. You always can.
I know, right? Let's see. What do we got? Short float, yeah, insignificant. 0.14%. Says Trade Ideas. Shout out to Michael Noss. Did you see his picture today in front of the NYSE? My man looked good.
He looked great, but I have one issue with that. One teensy issue with
What's
Michael.
up?
Is we could have had him call in from the NYSE.
Yes,
if
we
that was
tried.
possible.
No, we tried.
It would have been a lot of fun.
He was busy.
I'll tell you this right now.
Yeah,
like
it would have been nice to have him on the floor.
So I've never actually done the
Neither have I.
I've never done the NYSE. Like every time I've been to New York a couple times, and it's always been like pretty quick. I've never really done New York, which is horrible to say. But if I ever do New York and go to the NYSE floor, like it would be my goal to like I'm trying to zoom in for you guys for sure. I'd love to be able to do that. That would be some cool stuff for us. And see, I almost did it again. That'd be some cool stuff for us.
It's all good, because we always talk off camera, you and I.
it'd be fun,
Neil,
man.
Netflix found a bit of a bottom at 318. It's curling back into 320. I'm wondering if this is just, a bull trap retracement. It hasn't made any real movement here, but we are getting a concurrent bounce in the market. We're talking about the ES and NQ,
Long
both
NVIDIA
bouncing.
Instead.
Neil is he would take Neil. You would take NVIDIA instead?
Well, I'm just saying.
Are you long? I didn't even look at you. No, you're not.
You know damn well I missed that. Okay, I didn't miss the long. I just didn't make money on the long.
Well, everybody missed that. It took me I think till about 10 o'clock to figure out this one was moving.
I did it twice and lost.
Yeah.
Anyways, my NVIDIA's not been very good for me. That's a fail on that. That's a fail. It's a fail on multiple levels. I wish these are ugly wicks down here, and I feel like if I look back, I'm going to see that fill was a bad wick, a dark pool wick down here that probably triggered out, and I had to take profits or whatever. That's going to code a short, but I was just losing long twice, which is ugly.
Right.
That's ugly as all hell to have been long at the bottom there, a 280 break twice and lose twice.
Well, I mean, it was moving secularly, so I can completely understand the idea here, but it was really a secular mover.
Yeah, it's just when something goes on its own, I hate opening breaks because it's hard to have as much confidence as you want.
For sure.
But that's not an excuse. I sucked on it today. Just leave it at that. But if you're going to go long something and the market's bouncing, what do you want to do? I mean, you have NVIDIA holding up 284, where the daily chart, which again, my daily sucks on it. I mean, the 15 is just moonshot. You know what the 280 looks like. Yeah. It's been grinding higher. Every single day, it's managed. It catches a bid every single day and finds its way at least retesting, if not breaking the highs. So if the market wants to give a second salvo and show me a bid, then NVIDIA is where I want to be. I'm not sure we're there yet. On a 15 minutes, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, count them, greens to the long side.
I mean,
you're working on a couple of red candles here to the downside. So I don't know that I'm convinced NVIDIA is a long just yet, but I mean, if we get to VWAP or something, that could make some sense to me, and we could work into that. I'm just interested in Tesla right now because Tesla looks like it wants to retest back up here. So those fills above 160 for the short could come into play. So I'm looking to add to the Tesla short 160 to 161. Ideally, it never gets to 161. I am at 2/3 of it, so we'll see what happens. But Tesla, I feel like, is going to be one for me. Meagle?
Oh, baby.
Is that back?
It's
Transparent Trading Live.
It was down. It was down on the day. It was one of the biggest losers on the day.
Ready to take over VWAP to the upside. All of those names, Tops and Meagle, both those two were pretty weak. I'm surprised that this one got back here.
Neil.
This held up pretty well.
GDC is still closed. We're going on a 15-minute halt here, 8:19. Yeah.
Oh, that's...
Look at this, Neil. $11 tap, guys. It's halted at 8:19. Oh, baby.
Damn.
Let's go. It's going to be big. So this is going to be an interesting one. Proudly's getting excited back there. I love it.
Because when they hold it that long, it's because of like the only explanation for more than 5 or 10 minutes is liquidity. If it's a volatility halt, there's not enough liquidity, which is why you get the tap all over the place.
Crazy.
So that's kind of nasty.
Huh, I didn't actually know that. Interesting.
Well, there's no other logical reason. Every single time I've seen it extended, it's because like usually it's tapping like 30 or 40% away, sometimes even 100%, and then when they get enough liquidity, they'll open it back up. The one time that was not true was Funware.
Okay.
Because Funware was BS when it that one time. Every time this comes up with the halt, I keep saying that Funware time was BS, only because I know people that got trapped in that, and it was like, It wasn't fair. It was very unfair because it was an easy long to have had that day. It was an even easier short when DWAC started coming back, or at least to get out of your longs. Tesla doesn't even want to get to 160, so I might just, if I got to take some shares underneath 160, then I just got to go ahead and do that. So I'm reloading Tesla here, giving myself some space. I'm not going to get all in. I just want to make sure that I get a little something if we're going to hold this 160 breakdown. That puts me a little bit back into scalp mode. Get some out if it gets to 159 again. Just checking back in here. Again, off the 15-minute. If you're just tuning in now, I like that 157 bottom for Tesla here, if we can work back into that. And the other thing I like is Intel's actually holding 3050 as well. So if Intel bounces, we'll try to reload that, but it's still hanging on those lows. NCLH is not doing anything, but that can be good. I don't mind, because not doing anything means holding the bid. And if it's holding that 14 long, fantastic. It's trend upside, up 6%. So I'm pretty happy if that's going to continue to hold. Fun was fun. It was fun at the time. Tops is strong. Top.
Top,
Just,
yeah, it's just
because Tops is Top Ships.
Yeah, it's a different one.
Yeah, that's a different company there. So
I'll
TOP,
talk about Meagle here because
but TOP could break. If TOP breaks 90, the fun begins again on that stock.
I love it.
Probably to the moon.
Pump it. Someone was asking you, why are you pumping the stock if you have no piece? I'm not pumping it, guys.
No, just telling you like
we're
it is.
talking about it and trying to have good entertainment value. So obviously, I'm not trying to pump this stock. I'm not in any of it at the moment. All right, but Meagle, here we go. There's a rejection off VWAP. Made 260 bottom. VWAP was hanging out at the time around 292. Touches it, rejecting off it for now. But the liquidity on Meagle's drying up. I mean, it's done, what has it done? 4.65 million shares. It averages 2 million. So it's down 28 points, but, you can retrace down on a lot less volume than, moving up. So, yeah, that's the move there. Top, Neil was talking about that. It just went green since the open, so it's down 25 points. But since the market's open, we are now up 1%. Looking to retrace maybe back into that 89 area. That's a high a day. We made that high at around 1010. But this one super spready as it's always been. So since day one, even when this thing traded at $8, $15, the spread was wacky then, and it is wacky now. So be careful with this one. A lot of these small cappers that we were trading last week find themselves on the wrong end of my stock scanner, the top percentage losers category. Huddy chief among them. It's down 43% on pretty good volume here. 7.25 million shares. This one was big boy on, I want to say Friday. That was the day. Let's have a look here. The 5-minute. Yeah, look at that move, especially towards the end of the day. And then there was a lot of pre-market action to the downside. Sorry, aftermarket action to the downside when the halt parameters were off. This one, huadunked off that 13 close all the way back down into 7 without halting. So you can see the sequence of red candles there on Huddy in the aftermarket, causing it to be 43% red, but basically flat since 4 a.m., within a bit of a range, $9 to the high side and $7 to the low side, $2 range since about 4 a.m., opening that way. So let's get rid of our friend Huddy there, and let's see what GDC is doing. GDC is still halted. Let me go back to this guy here and make sure there are no updates with respect to the halt. And let me see here, paused volatility, nothing new with respect to that. What's the tap on GDC? Oh, it's a measly $11.02, much higher than the 819 we're slated to open at right now, Neil. So this one, very exciting. And by the way, the market holding up above the close. So wanted to mention that for the ES long that we talked about.
Yeah,
earlier.
I mean, the ES definitely stronger than the NASDAQ. You're in the right place being long that one. Because Sharif is long the ES futures. Right? Yeah. So futures contracts don't show up on our system. Basically, the way it's like coded in, we couldn't, I don't know, it's like the characters or something messes up. So
I didn't know that.
You are long. It's kind of, it is frustrating. We can't show you guys that live position. But there was a good question by Noah JM. Am I getting that right? No AJM or no, it doesn't matter. About Macy's, asking about Macy's, is it a double bottom? Well, if you look at it, so a couple of things about Macy's, they don't report till the end of the month, sometime around the end of the month. So you're a bit of ways away from that. you're looking at 16 even for a double bottom. So a couple of things about this. One, volume's pretty darn light here on Macy's. Very light, I would say. So not a lot of juice to get it to the downside here, but down that 2%. If you look at it on the daily as well, oh my goodness, my dailies are back, baby.
Oh, so, baby.
So here's my take on, like, if anything, this feels a little bit more like a short break at 16. I know it could end up holding, I'll be dead wrong about this, but it just made a break of the recent low at 16.5. And then consolidated off of that low and is testing the bottom with the low at 15 here, the next level on the daily chart. So yeah, maybe it's in a little temp bottom and it wants to go inside, but that's almost setting up to break the next level down after it just consolidated that last break, and that bottom at 15 looks a little bit more enticing. Maybe I'm wrong, but always zoom out. Like, if it looks real good on the 15-minute when you look at that bottom from Thursday, but then you kind of pull up that daily chart, and it's telling you a bit of a different story in terms of the trend to the downside, with 15 as a bigger support level. So we're back to Tesla. I see it. Thank you, Juice. Or the Juice, sorry. Juice. It's the Juice.
Pump it.
You know I like, well, okay. So anyways, I'm a big fan of the Bills, so you know what the juice
you can
is.
Say that.
You know what the juice is to me, but obviously that's a bit of a contentious topic there. So I already kind of got back into this, so there was no need for me. It goes to 160 again. I'm not going to take the 160 re-up when I already re-upped here on the way up to it. So I'm into it again. We're reloading, looking for back into 159. But you're right, the market catching a tiny little bit of a bid here. If you're going to go long something, I mean, like I said,
Nvidia, man. Yeah, we're both thinking the exact same thing.
Let's wait for some more confirmation on Nvidia, Neil, before you go long. No, just go long anywhere on the stock, apparently, except for when I say. So we're back up at the highs in Nvidia because it's the strongest stock in the universe. And now I'm asking myself, okay, so I'm only long NCLH. That's kind of giving me, I'm going to get some out in front of 20s on NCLH because it's slowing down. But Nvidia, I think you just buy the dip on the next available dip and hold it at least to 84. You're probably not wrong until VWAP. You're so far away from any significant, like, you've already busted out like here. Like, you think about it, like a 280 break, 282 was the previous high. Like, why aren't you getting the 290? We're only up 3%. Like, this doesn't care what the market's doing. If the market were to hold green today, where is Nvidia? The NASDAQ's down a quarter point. The ES is flat. If we hold green and it turns into a long day, Nvidia 290, easy. Why not? So if you're going to be sitting in something long, the way I'm sitting in short Intel, in case the market breaks down out of the range, and that's working, you should be doing the same thing with a long in Nvidia. It's just frustrating.
Nvidia just hit a 1-year high. I'm getting that right now as an update. Nvidia hitting 1-year high as positive AI sentiment continues to abound. Gaining, it's up over 3% today. So yeah, well, and you know, we're really not seeing a sympathy move in much, guys. AMD is up 0.57 and it's red since the bell. It's down 1.1%. In fact, Micron is also down 3%. It released, I think it, based on the back of global chip sales, are saying here, signs of life in March rising 15%. No, that's probably not it. Not really sure why Micron is down 3%. I'll have to look into that a little later there. But yeah, Micron is down 3%, and it is leading to the downside here in the microchips. Also with Pi. Pi had bad earnings last week. That's also down 3 1/3. So weakness in the microchip sector, but don't tell Nvidia that because it doesn't know. All right, quickly here, let's talk about CDLX. Yeah, small capper. We were talking about this one earlier. Now it's up 31%. Much more stable, as the chart shows here, than these other ones. You know, it's basically the type of stock that you get in on the pullback into a moving average. Now, whether you want to choose the 20, you know, and wait a little bit longer, if you want to choose the 7 EMA, which is green, and you're going to get that, but you know, you're not going to be, you may be out of the money a little bit. The 20, it's been bouncing off the 20 quite nicely. It hasn't touched the 50 at all. EMA since 10 o'clock, so it's been quite strong. It's due for a pullback, you have to think here, or it can explode to the high side. Let's look at what the CDLX, let's see what the daily is on this bad boy. Look real quick. Okay, so this one really got going April 4th. That was its moment of resurgence. It had over 50 million shares 55 million shares done, traded that day. Today is the second biggest day since that time. The level that we all need to be concerned about with respect to CDLX top is $9. That's the top we got to February 3rd, and that's a clear top on the daily. Let me see if we can load that up here. Let's load daily charts, baby. Let's go. Oh boy, look at all these distortions. No, distortions, no. Here we go. I think you'll be able to see it this way, though. Look at that. So that's, let's zoom in a little bit. Yes, this is the top I'm talking about, that $9 top. We got back to early Feb, and then we're looking at another top there at around 10, 10 and a half. You got to think 10 is the level here, though. But here we go. We never know. We could make it up there, but definitely, I don't want to say secure, but definitely a lot more stable of an ascent here on CDLX.
It's a great trend. That's a great trend. And yes, Comp SRX, you're not going to, if you're going to, he just put it in the chat. He's like, yeah, you know, let's see if you can figure this lyric out. And it was way too easy. Like, he threw in there, I want to see, if coin does what I calculate, quote, you'll be calling me Aldo Capone, which is, that's from Rakim and Juice.
Okay, I didn't
So I'm like, sip the juice. I got enough to go around. Definitely. I didn't know that one. If you're gonna put a rap lyric in there and think that I'm not gonna get it, then don't put Rakim, because you know that like Rakim is that's the god MC for a reason. I think he's the best. But anyways, that's just my 2 cents. I'm gonna do this one. We'll ring the register on NCLH. Why? Because it's bouncing off VWAP and trending back to the upside, so we get some 20s out. As the market does a little bit of a teensy-weensy, I mean, the market's trying to turn here. Like you can see on the NASDAQ, look, we're basically flat on the NASDAQ, but every single time we get above my magical line here, and I'll zoom in so you can see it better, this is a 60-minute. We keep rejecting it and pushing that back now down toward those lows.
GDC.
So if we're pulling toward the lows, GDC's open back up. I just want to get quickly over it because I have to go in a couple seconds. I just realized. We're breaking down again on Intel, so 3050's gone. I got a bid in front of the 30s. I got a bid in front of 30 even. That continues to flush. Like I said, I reloaded Tesla. Whoops, that's 15-minute. Probably doesn't show us very well. Yeah, so reloaded Tesla in front of 60s. I got my bid in front of 159, and then that 157 to 158 is my target to said downside as this continues to flush. There was one more thing I wanted to get to before we get to that. Coinbase is at 50. It's broken 50 a couple of times, kind of rejecting that breakdown. It's still trending down, but there's really no distinct move from either direction here on coin. It's at that 50 level, which is a big one. If it flushes a second time, this could be it for it. But I kind of think it wants to bounce before it makes another move down. It's been consolidating up and down at that big level at $50 for Coinbase.
Oh, baby. GDC. All right, guys, it opened, it was closed at 819. That's where the halt level was. We talked about an 11 open, then maybe 11 and a quarter. It's halted at 1577, and now the tap is 1577, but I saw it as high as 18 moments after it halted. So not sure, you know, where we'll end up towards the end there, Neil, but oh, baby, this one headed to the high side. All sorts of crazy. I mean, I don't have to tell you, obviously, to be careful with this. And we're not pumping this stock. I don't have any positions in this stock. Neither does Neil, from my understanding.
I do not. I have not traded it once.
So be careful with this kind of stuff. You know, super spready and, you know, possibly dangerous here. All right. We're doing nice on our futures trade, but I want to talk about this Netflix bounce, Neil, because we talked about this 318 being a bottom, and then, you know, there was some discussions here with respect to 320 being a possible top. Well, that's come and gone for the moment. We're up to 320.60, but we're at that 50 period, you know. A lot of the times, you know, when you have a bearish retracement into a level, it's the 50 period often that we see here being tested and rejected. So I'm going to see how this one acts, but it looks like it's going to break the 50 period decidedly here, maybe, and take that 321. So Netflix looking to curl as the NQ is curling. Oh, baby, 12,294. Looking to go green, possibly. To go green, the NQ is going to have to get up to 13,320-ish area. Yeah, so that's why we took the ES long. I was taking the ES long because it looked stronger on the day.
Definitely
that hasn't always been the
stronger,
case.
It's
But
definitely
the
stronger.
NQ with a nice little pump. I'm sitting at 95s on the ES waiting to get printed. And looks like I'm going to have to wait a while, Neil, because stair stepping up, the NQ looks a bit stronger at the moment.
At the moment,
not on the day.
On the day, the ES is back green, but the NQ is definitely making a bit of a charge to the upside. We'll see what happens with that Tesla. It's back at that, keeps getting to 160 and reversing. Someone asked about NCLH. Again, I reloaded to the original position I had, and I'm just taking quarters out. So quarter, I'll be in half position if it breaks 1450. That's a structure I like. And then if it gets to 15 even, is my daily better on this? Yeah, now my daily is all of a sudden fine here. So a couple of things. I mean, 15 is a psychological level, but I want to have half out. And then if we can actually get through the 200 period on the daily, then I want the other half to be out above on a break towards 15 even. But this was a simple, consolidation break on earnings. This is 1385 here. So, and then the 50 period was kind of at that same level at 1385. Once it broke that at the open, I kind of joined at 14 even and have been playing 14 long ever since. So we'll see what happened. We'll see what happens here, but the market does seem to want to go up. I'm actually out of here. It's already 12.
Yeah, man, you got to go, bro.
That's crazy. So
I can take over here and we'll.
Well, I want to get kind of one last
of course.
thought here.
I'll give you a break.
Because like
Nvidia,
Nvidia's double top up here. Like the next time it pulls back, if the NASDAQ is still catching a bit, I just feel like there could be a little something there.
Absolutely, a neckline break.
But everything about it is like, why am I not shorting Nvidia? Because it's been so strong.
I don't want to stand in front of
look at that wick top. Oh my goodness. You don't want to stand in front of it, but
it's a good area. I mean, you give it
area.
like 50 pennies, whatever you need to give it to maybe the high of the wick right there.
I mean, 87 is 70 cents here. The previous high is about 70 cents or 60 cents. But anyways, I'm going to get out of here, get out of your hair. I'll be back at 2 o'clock. Good luck to everybody for sure. Keep watching that Coinbase at 50, man. It's going to trend. It's got $1 one direction or the other. I think if you like the short, you wait for it maybe to bounce. We'll see what happens. I'm going to log out, then we'll let Max join you for the next hour.
Thanks, Neil. See you tomorrow.
Holla.
All right, guys, let's look at what Netflix is doing here. We were talking about 321 being a level. That is no longer a level. It is at 321. I'm seeing prints above 321. This one is all sorts of strong off that 318 bounce. Nice little move, but it has to be said, the NQ leading the charge here, and Apple is pumping to the high side. We'll get to GDC in a minute, and we're going to have Mad Max sitting down, the small cap king himself, so we'll get his take on GDC. Yeah, there's, I know, I can already tell he feels some sort of way about that. So let's see what we have on tap for that one. Let me just fix my charts here. All right, now let's get to Apple, because this one is really strong at the moment, and I think it is the reason we're seeing a bounce on the futures here. We're getting a big move on the NQ. We're getting a big move on the ES. I'm pumped with this ES long. We're up on Apple. Here comes 170 again. Right now we got up to, where did we get up to, 97s? No, we got to 99s on this last little bit here. So Apple trying to knock on the door of 170. Look what happened last time. We got that big move up into 29, and then the Huadunk of the century comes in there as you retrace back, straight back into 168.64. And now we're trying to test that level again. We got a rejection last time around off 69, but there we go. We retrace on the day, and now we are green. The close on this bad boy on Friday was that 169.69, 69-ish, 169.69-ish. Anyway. Doing that dance right below 170 at the moment. We'll see if this one continues to print to the high side. Let's load it up on this screen over here. Wow, we have to talk about GDC because GDC is an absolute you-know-what show. There we go. AAPL, there we go on Apple. All right, where are we here? All right, so let's see what the tape is showing. Obviously, tons of sizage here at 170. I'm thinking this is really just a fraction of what's actually sitting at that level, given the kind of price action we've had around there again. But we'll see when it comes back into 170. We'll talk a little bit about that. All right, GDC, yep, it's halted again, 1674. Let's load up this bad boy over here, 1674, and here's the tap. 17. Okay, it's not as bad this time. Last time was a couple of bucks. Okay, so we get at 26 penny upside slated move here for GDC. I mean, there's obviously, we're not even talking any levels here. It's a blue sky setup at this point. I see this. Okay, it's loading on my chart. It's giving me the question marks here, meaning that it's loading. I don't see any data for this one prior to December 2022. Let me look on the weekly here. No, nothing loading on the weekly either. Yeah, so this, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Maybe you can double check your own charts. Is this a blue sky setup? I see all-time highs on GDC. So let me know what you guys see there. All right, let's get back. Yeah, so GDC, this one's halted. We'll wait till this one opens. 1725 tap now on GDC. We're watching Apple again as it is in that mid-90s range, looking to knock on the door of 17 again. It's just barely positive as we have very much a close to this 170 range, which is that 169. All right, let's have a look and see how this futures trade is printing. So we get in here at 88s, first out on 95. So let this one run maybe into, we're going to look for that 4,200 test again. So that's the idea with this one. I think if we really break through that 4,200, we could trade much higher. Arun talking about that this morning. Shout out to Arun for those levels. And yeah, so this was the whole idea, to see how it traded around yesterday's close. And oh baby, we get down and we hold that level quite nicely. You good to go? All right. We got Mad Max, everybody.
Yeah.
Your mic on?
It's on.
Sweet. How was the weekend?
Excellent weekend.
Yep.
Nice victory for the Leafs.
Huge.
Couple of friends' birthdays, so lots of celebration on Saturday night.
Okay, I bet.
Yeah, good weekend for sure.
Good. What'd you think about Florida yesterday?
On it, I went to sleep so early last night that I woke up this morning. I was like, no
With the
way.
news. Yeah.
No way.
I watched it.
That's a gift.
It was.
I think.
I mean, they're hot.
Yeah.
Like, you want to take on the hot team, but I'd rather take on the hot team.
I would
than
rather take on
the
Florida
beast
than
that Bruins were this year,
yeah,
setting all sorts of
yeah.
records, right?
for sure. Yeah.
What do you got? Tell
What
us
do I
about
got?
your day.
Well, what was that small cap this morning? QH.
Take your pick.
QH. I was long this QH this morning at $4. End up getting a little halt up here. Goes like $1.50 in the money. I only take like half the trade off, and then end up making like nothing because I hold it all the way back down. But yeah, I was looking for one of those. What's the one that's going right now that's halting? GDC. I was looking for like a GDC move. I was looking for like 15. So $5 was nothing to me. I figured we could like wick down below here and then explode to the upside. Didn't happen. Too bad. But yeah, I tried a couple longs on some NASDAQ names, which didn't work, like Apple at 170. I tried the 169 hold too. I don't know, like nothing really substantial today. Right now I'm long Meta.
Meta, baby.
Meta is holding this support area of 236, kind of 236.50, I would say, to 237 is an area for me. So got a long right now in here. Got stopped out once, trying it again. And I haven't taken anything out because I was walking up here during this little wick, which I was really looking to take some out there, like 70 pennies in the money. But it's all right. We will take some out when it comes back up to there, which I am confident it will do based on the strength in all of the NASDAQ names at the moment.
Bradley's yelling NCLH. Let's have a look at what this one's doing. Norwegian. This one was big boy, and it is being big boy at the moment. It's single-handedly lifting up these other cruise lines, Max. Wow, look at this. That's a daily chart on NCLH, breaking through that local range that we had at 1350. It's a big boy move today to 1450. You got to assume we're going to encounter some resistance at this 1475, 15 level. Look at all the kind of bottoms, consolidation bottoms created right there. Former area of support may act as an area of resistance in and around here. I'm thinking 1470.
I liked that 1380 area on the daily from the recent consolidation. Once it broke 14, went to 1415-ish, 1410, and then pulled back to there. But like I got to it too late. It was trading like in the 90s by then, and then broke out. So yeah, too bad on that one. I would have probably gotten long if it dipped one more time into that like 1390, 1380 kind
Yeah,
of
close.
area.
It holds 14. Like
Yeah.
come to my chart mod. Look at this, Max.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
a beauty 14 hold.
Yeah,
right
it's a
there.
14
that's-
hold. Right.
Those are the kinds of trades where you can risk 2 cents and now you're 44 cents in the money. Like that's an easy trade.
This is a good trade too, and
Yeah.
you're going with the trend. You feel good about it. You know, it's a
Exactly.
lot of
VWAP is
simple
right
things
there too.
Yeah, well, we'll
of,
see.
you know,
It's an
whatever.
absolute print factory here on the futures as we continue to head to the high side, baby. 41.97, I think we just topped out at, I believe. We just got there. I think we're sitting at 98. So if that prints 98.5, we'll take some out in front of the 4,200. Technically, high a day on our friend the ES is 42.01.5. But obviously, you know, the level we're really keeping an eye on is that 4,200. Oh, baby, here we go. Also, NCLH is an absolute monster, man. I mean, where do we find a top here? Let Max add. So we talked about that 14.75.15.
11% shorted as well on NCLH.
11%.
So you
These
got like
cruise lines were getting
44
killed.
million shares short on this one. That's enough to cause a little squeezy
Oh, yeah.
action. And Apple taking out,
Max,
took out
look
the
at this.
170.
Look at this. Come to my chart. Look at this, guys. This is a very interesting inflection point we have here. This is the 4 hour on NCLH. So we're right at that level, guys. This is an interesting level if we can break through here. Like, look at that. That's not small volume right there.
Yeah.
So that bottom is made on real volume.
And like that's where the chart starts to kind of expand a bit. So,
Yes.
you know,
So
you
this is
could
an
expect potential like 15 break today into those like 16 levels. I don't know. Who knows where this one can go? I mean, I don't know what the. I didn't read their earnings report, but I mean these cruise companies have been absolutely smacked down recently. So any good kind of earnings on a cruise line could definitely be a good catalyst for a squeeze.
Yeah, what has been their problems? I haven't even. So many things you have to follow. I don't remember what the cruise lines issues were. Is it
they all kind
margins?
of got shut down during COVID.
No,
right?
I know that. Are they carrying a lot of debt from that? Is that
Probably,
the issue?
yeah.
Probably,
yeah. Also, like fuel prices pretty high at the
they're high.
moment, so
That's bad.
maybe same thing with airlines.
GDC. Okay, let's get to this.
Is it
Oh
halted
my
again?
goodness,
22
25.86 top max. Wow.
Wow.
My, okay, let's get to the 1 minute on this one. There we go. This is as, you know, this is as much bamboozlement in a stock as you're going to see, guys. This is we talked about this 1.1 million share sorry, now it's telling me lower than that for some reason. 965,000 share float according to let's see what Trade Ideas has to say about that. GDC. And then, okay, so it's saying 1.1 million shares, not much of a difference between 965,000. Short float, 2.11%, you know, kind of negligible. Here we go again to the high side, being bought up in front of that 20. Now we're looking to go into 23, 25.86, blue sky setup, guys. That means we haven't been at these levels before, and that means anything can happen.
The blue sky setup, yes. Room to infinity on this one.
And beyond.
I'm trying to find these other small caps that I was trading today to see if there's anything that might go in sympathy with this one. But I mean, like QH.
Bring it down so people can see the Trade Ideas thing.
This isn't all connected, so I can't bring it down. I need to put it into like one screen.
I see. Yeah.
But the QH one, like this is really consolidating since it broke that 4. It's just consolidating above and below 4. Low of like 360, 365. So maybe this one does a little wick down action and then goes to the high side. But I mean, it's done it how many times today already? I don't think this is a real wick, but it's done it here, and it does the same thing to the high side. So maybe this is one where you got to take a breakout at that 453 level where it halted before. That could be. Maybe that's the way to get into this one, a 450 breakout. We shall see. Volume pretty light at the moment, but you just need one little event to get the volume back going on this one as, you know, that GDC kind of putting wind into all of the sails, I would say. Let's take a look at NCLH, which just turned quite hard off of that 1450. Maybe there's something there. Brad was yelling about a bunch of lots on the offer, maybe, but Not seeing anything at the moment. We'll see if we can get back above that 1450 level and get going back up. And where is, all right, so my meta is coming back up, looking to fill me on my first profit taker at, oh, wrong chart there, meta, at 40s. Then looking for that 238 and then 240 plus on meta. Looking for this one to put in a bottom here. If you look at the 30-minute chart on meta, since earnings, come on, load. So we put in these bottoms on day 1 at this same level, kind of dip a little bit below on day 2, and now making a higher low today, looking for that explosion through that 240, 241 area into like the 245 zone. There's lots of room on the daily chart for Meta, one of the strongest names, probably the strongest name on the market this year, maybe other than NVIDIA. But yeah, Meta crushing it. Just got filled on that profit taker, looking for 238 plus. Feeling pretty good about this name. What else is going on? Apple rejecting that high again. Amazon finally caught a bid off of 102.20, going for 103. No trade there though. What else can we look at here? Where's yeah, so GDC halting down now. Maybe this is the is this the spot where they give it up? 17.13 halt down, could gap down to like 11 bucks or something. Yeah, Meta's killing it. I've taken 10% off, but this Meta trade is like a big idea trade. So I'm looking for a big return here on Meta. Not looking for that $1. I'm looking for like $3.
You do. You have I would say a really good target, 240.33. That's Friday. I was going to say yesterday. Friday's close.
Yeah, I think I would like to get some out 238, 239, and then see if we can take out these highs. Like that 245 level is looking like a juicy spot for me. And yeah, so GDC does halt down. This is another one that's for whatever reason broken in the system. I don't know what's going on these days with these halters.
Yeah, it's broken in my thing too. I'm getting all sorts. It doesn't show me when it's halted, and there's all sorts.
Yeah,
it's all good.
And
we're not trading it anyway, so I'm not touching it.
The same thing was happening with the one that I was trading this morning, that QH, which like it was showing me an unrealized that was very close to my shutdown when I was in it. So I'm glad I didn't take any more shares than I did, because I could have gotten punched out. Yeah. Since the system didn't know that it was halted. Like it's pretty annoying. But yeah. Glad
Max,
we didn't
are
get
you looking at Netflix, man? We're at 322. I'm done. I'm not done talking about it because I'm going to talk about it right now. But yeah, great 318 bottom dip. It blows right through the 50. In fact, once it blows through the 50 and then it does its retracement, guess what? It comes back into the 50. Surprise, surprise. And then really decidedly takes that 321 and 322. Just got taken out quite nicely there. We get up into 322 and a quarter. Netflix looking, is it going to go green? Goodness gracious. Let's see where VWAP is here on our friend Netflix.
Right around 323, it looks like.
Yeah, nice call, Max. Yeah, 323, right into the 322.80 area. Definitely 323-ish.
Did you have that 318 as a level on Netflix?
I didn't, but we looked at it and we're like, okay, this is interesting. It's turning with the NQ. Yeah. I wonder if these have anything to do with each other. And so it was like, okay, we're watching for higher highs. Higher highs, higher highs.
And like, who could have expected? We do the whole range on NQ a bunch of different times today.
Yeah,
just all the way down, looks like everything's falling apart, all the way back up. What's going to happen next? Probably turn around and go back down to 13,250 again. Yeah. But yeah, hoping that doesn't happen. We just take off the top and we can fly on these longs.
Fly.
People were talking about Huddy today, saying it looks good.
On the other side of the list.
But it's holding up. So you would think that this one would be kind of going down, but consolidating here. I guess it did a halt down and a halt up.
7 to 9 range all day since 4 a.m.
So like that 9 breakout kind of looks juicy for that move back to whatever it went to on Friday, 13, 14.
Right.
I was watching this on Friday actually in the afternoon when it was consolidating around 950 and it does a wick down and I'm like, I should get in right now. Don't do it, and then it's $5 higher within 10 minutes. But
the dreaded $5 move.
Yeah, is what it is. Can't have them all.
No, you can't. You can't have them all. Another one that I've had on my side chart here all day is this TGTX. You know, it's not that sexy because it's not much of a mover, but it's up 20%. And the levels on it are crisp because you have a red to green move here right off the bell. You were up in the pre-market quite nicely. You're gapping up on the day as a result of a nice after the market move. I guess news came in there on Friday. You're gapping up quite nicely. You closed at 24.75. You open up the pre-market here at 4 a.m. at that 28 bucks. So you're almost up $4, $3.25. You make a move back down, and then here's the pre-market. Here's the after the bell action. Right at that 9 a.m. You go right to green. It's been stair-stepping up the entire way. Let's go and see what the levels are on the daily on this bad boy here. We're close to getting printed here on these ES futures. We're up to 97.25. I'm sitting at 98.5 here on the ES. So if we get printed on that, I'll be very excited. Here is the daily on TJTX. Now we're gonna have to look at the weekly. The daily ain't gonna cut it on this one. Let's go to the weekly here. Hello, computer. All right, so the weekly showing a really interesting level at that 35. Nice price action going back to May 2021 and then subsequent November 2021, all at that 35 area. So if we get 35, that'll be an interesting range here on TGTX. What do you got, Max?
Yeah,
you're looking at that same level?
Yeah, there's gap fill from like 29.90, so like let's just say $30, up to like 31.50.
Yeah.
From a prior kind of dump area. That's the last time we were here. So that 30 break, I mean, you probably aren't going to get it super clean, but if you want to give it like 20 cents on the 30 break or something, and yeah, looking for like that 31.50, I mean, the R to R is there.
It's there.
On that one. Interesting. And it's done like 8 million, so it's not so bad.
It's
25% short float according to Trade
baby.
Ideas. So maybe there's some juice on that one for the move.
All right. Yeah, the ES stepping up here, Max. The ES close to that 4,200. Again, we're sitting at 41.98.5. The NQ also very ambitious, looking to go green. 13.320 is that greenish area. We just got up to 13.316. So we're knocking on the door of green here in NQville. Oh, what is this doing on the side here? There we go. We're looking on we're knocking on the door of NQville. I'm making up stuff as I go along. Neil was displeased this morning when I said Wafu was going Waku. He didn't like it. Just joking. All right, IWM gonna squeeze on highs. IWM. All right, let's have a look at that. Not sure what that is. iShares. Oh, that's a Russell. Yeah, that's a Russell. I should know that because I follow it. No, the Russell has been a very bad underperformer lately after really outperforming in January. It has very much underperformed the NASDAQ and the S&P as of late. It's been stuck in its range between 1,800 and 1,700 going back to early March, while the NQ and the S&Ps have been printing higher lows and higher highs. I'll leave that for the market technicians to decipher that, but you clearly have a market an index divergence there, so the small and mid cappers definitely not lifting. And we've seen this. It's a stock pickers market, and it seems like the ones that are winning are the big cap names that can generate revenue during times of austerity, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the Metas, the Apples, and the big names continue to print. So, all right, continuing to watch as the ES moves up here. We're still waiting out 98.5 max.
Yeah, I'm looking, just going to take some profit there on Meta. It got to 237.96. My offer was just at 238 even. Figured we'd just kind of blast through there. So I'm going to take some profit since it is turning off of there. Still have 80% of this left. Looking for the break of this 238.50 and then into those 240 kind of area highs. But yeah, clearly should not have punched out 20 cents lower there because it instantly just comes back up and would have filled me, but that's all right. Still feeling great about this one. How much am I in the money? Like $1.30 in the money? Chilling on Meta. Yeah, looking at Apple too. This is like consolidating below that 170 price, which, I mean, 170 on Apple is pretty important, I would say. I tried the breakout early on in the morning, and then I tried the 169 hold thinking that we would get this move, but had to go down and stop everybody out before coming back up. The 169 hold would have been money right here, but here we are at 170 again. Failed it a second time. Really, I guess you got to be looking for that 170.30 hold, since that's where it went to the first time. And
Bro,
then,
are you looking at Meta?
What's happening? Yeah, whatever, bro.
Nice trade, bro.
Talk to me when it's in the 240s.
I like it. I like that, like, cockiness ambition, baby. There we go. Let it run. Yeah, it could.
You got to look at this like
240.33. I think is a realistic target. That's the close on Friday.
I'm managing this one on the daily chart. Okay, at this point, man. You know, we're managing this on a long term. This is a intraday swing through the highs, 245 target. We'll see what happens here.
Intraday swing. I like.
We'll see what happens, but yeah,
Max,
for now, this is looking pretty good.
Back at 170 on our friend Apple. I mean, we broke it earlier. And then we broke it again, and we huadoomed again below that 170 and right back there at that 169.93 again, trying to kind of stair step into Apple. People are making comments. What? Nice editing for Max's talks. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either. Just got to let that one go. But yeah, there we go. We're watching here some tops start to form on the futures. I didn't get that 98 print. Looks like we topped out here at 97.75. So we'll continue to watch that. We'll continue to watch Apple as it knocks on the door of 170 as well. That TGTX I just talked to you guys about.
Oh, yeah.
$30 is right there. We're at now 29.92 highs. We're at the highs on TGTX. Let's load that up in the scanner here. Where is that bad boy?
There's a little bit of size there. Oh, Meta's breaking out. Here we go, Meta.
Bro, I mean, I talked to you. You tried to play it all like, yo, talk to me when it's at 240 and whatever. I was trying to get your attention. It is moving quite nice, man. It blew through VWAP at 238, not 238.5.
But we're only like $1.75 in the money, man.
Pretty good, man. Pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, that's a great trade. Hopefully that'll get me flat and then into the money today. But yeah, looking for like 240 on Meta, legitimately. I'm not joking about that one. I think that is the level. I think it's going to test it again. So I'll probably offer out something in like the 239.20s eventually when we get there. But I will do that when we get there. Not going to tell the bots where I'm offering out by sending the order already. Let's just stay a little coy here and see where we want to punch out.
So remember I talked to you about the compound? And you're like, I listened to it. I'm not really a big fan of it. I'll listen to other.
That was Wayne. That was Wayne.
No,
yeah,
man.
Yeah. I haven't listened to the compound. I don't know what it is.
Okay, so was it the All In podcast that you had listened to that you didn't like? Wasn't none of those? Okay. Well, the compound's one of the podcasts I listened to. One of the guys, Josh Brown, and he had one of the market technician guys, Brian Shannon. Have you heard of this guy? He's the guy that Michael Noss is like pumping his book.
Oh, yeah?
The anchored VWAP thing.
Oh,
Have you
the
heard
anchored
about this
VWAP?
anchored VWAP?
Yeah.
So yeah, essentially this guy goes on. He's obviously there to promote his book, but he's going to talk about other things on the podcast. And this guy's like, yo, the algos, there's so many algos right now that they offset one another.
Yeah, that's what you would think.
He's like, the days of like the really predatory algo moves were like between 2010, 2013-ish.
Yeah.
And then like almost everything became algos. And
now they're just fighting each other for fills. Yeah.
So it's interesting, man. Meta's flying, but yeah, I just want to mention that because I think it is interesting that take. And he also talks a lot about tape reading. Talks about the SMB style of tape reading and how that's tough with all the bots and stuff like that. And
it is very tough to tape read with the bots.
There's a lot of really interesting take there. I'd like to talk more about that. But yeah, I got the print on the 98.5s. Through that top there on the ES, so we're printing nicely. The NQ is just about to go green. We may encounter some resistance at 13,320. That is the close on Friday. Keep an eye on that. It's flirting with that level. The ES is retracing to 4,200, so you have two key levels coming here, that 4,200 on the ES, as well as that break-even level on the NQ happening concurrently. So let's see what the market decides to do at these two critical levels. We shall see. 12:30. So a less liquid time of day to be at these levels, but we'll do what we can with
We'll
them.
see what happens. I mean, you could probably expect a turnaround at some point here. Do we think that? I mean, maybe people, wake up on Monday, decide to sell everything off, and then the selling stops when we go back up and break the highs. But we have FOMC soon. So do we really think that we're going to make a big market move ahead of that FOMC decision? I feel like no, but we have seen that kind of thing in front of CPI before, where there's like this weird little short squeeze kind of action into CPI. I did take a little profit on Meta there in front of 239, but Sharif, if you could just tie my hands together.
You're printing, dude.
Untie them at the end of the day.
No, I think you have the rock solid trade here. You got it off key levels.
Yeah.
I think what is
I
best
still have
about
70%
this trade,
left, by the way.
Yeah, I think what's best about this trade is your target.
Yeah.
I
mean,
you
it's
gotta
kind of obvious, right?
Quite cojones-y to have that target, and I like it. You had some shareage on there. I saw what you had. So, yeah he had some shareage, boys. All right, Max, 4,200. We're knocking on the door.
Are we now?
And 13,226. Oh, baby. Are we new HOD? I was about to say HOD. No, that's incorrect. 13,370 and a quarter. That's HOD on the NQ. We're at 13,326. Just,
I think Meta's going to just pull it through by itself, right?
Okay.
Yeah, Apple did break that 170 again, so looking for 170.30 to break and hold on Apple, and that would probably kind of put us in a good position for the NQ to make a move. We are positive now on the day on NQ, and a lot of these names starting to wake up. NVIDIA as well, 287 on NVIDIA.
Oh, wow, Max. Yes, there we go on the ES, man. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay, that was a nice move on the ES. The NQ flying to the high side. Is it 12:30? Because it's not supposed to be liquid right now. Did the market take notice of this? I don't think so. Flying to the high side here on the ES and the NQ. We make a new high a day on the ES, and we're looking to retrace the high of day on the NQ. There's the out at 42.02. Let this one run, baby. We could see, where are we? Let's bring in the ES chart and let's start charting. Obviously, just because we broke 4,200 right now doesn't mean we've really reclaimed that level. Let's see how it trades around 4,200 and whether it runs. We could easily quadrunk off this level. Okay, let's get back to the 4-hour chart here on the ES. Oh, yes, we are at month's high. Now, I want to say we haven't been at this level since March 2nd. That's as far as I can see on this 4-hour chart. Let's go to the daily. All right, and then where are we here on the daily? Now, keep in mind, these levels here, this is the June contract. So this level was not heavily traded back when we made this level on February 1st. So let me flip to the continuous contract here. ES, and then we're going to go, yes, we're going to go ES futures, and then we're going to go continuous contract. There it is. Okay, so continuous contract, we haven't been at this level since February 13th. Okay, now this is a continuous contract, guys. I'll look at the SPX in a sec. The continuous contract highs dating back to November 1st is 42.43. That's the high. Break above that, that's a new high, and then that's a continuation of a trend. You'll have 3 new highs, and you'll have 3 higher lows. So, definition of a trend is 2 intersections. You'll have 3. So it'll be interesting. Obviously, we're range bound, but it's an upward channel. So, yeah, good look there. Let's flip that back, and yeah, send it back to you, Max.
Yeah, now full $3 in the money on Meta. Going to get some out at 240. Looking for that high of day break. I think it's coming today. Next leg up. We could trend all day on Meta. They had strong earnings. They are crushing it, leading the market, getting ready to go. Apple just kind of made another little top at 170.25. But yeah, I mean, consolidating here in like a 10-cent range. So Apple looking to make that next move up as well. Has to take out that 29.30-ish area before we're really, in an uptrend or before we can confirm the next move on Apple, I guess, let's say. What about the day chart on this one? Like, really the next significant level is 171.25. 120-ish, and then 176. So lots of room to go on Apple ahead of earnings, which is a little weird, but I mean, possibly like a short squeeze. I mean, we keep seeing these stocks go up into earnings. I'm not sure what the mechanic is there, but they keep going up into earnings. I guess like people just assuming they're going to beat. There was a positive note on Apple this morning about potentially their iPhone sales are going to be
better than expected.
Yeah, so maybe
be
that's what that is. I would not be surprised if Apple.
I wasn't
Apple
blown
beats
out
earnings.
by the 14 versus the 13. I have the 13, and I have a couple of friends that have the 14. And like, yeah, aside from the fact that there's like that new satellite gizmo, and there's other things, obviously.
I had to buy it because I keep breaking my phones, but.
You're their
I don't
favorite
know, like,
customer. You're like the
I think
high margin customer that they make a lot of their money.
100%. I'm like always. It's always right before the new phone comes out that I break my phone. I feel like they're like vibrating.
How
it or
convenient,
something.
Sean says. Yeah, there you go.
I think they're like putting these vibrations
Max,
in, making me slip.
I would start paying attention to your meta position there, because you're like 4 cents away from printing, my friend. 3 cents. Let's go, Max.
There's a little bit of size there on 240, but you know, we're chilling. It's gonna take that out.
Okay.
We're
All
chilling.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of reverses off there for now, but
for now,
you know, just a little pullback, chilling out on Meta. Little like, what is that? $3.10 in the money. You know,
so
just
Wave
another
Trader was telling me something earlier, and I liked it. Where is it? Yeah, I was talking this morning about one of the I think it was COO or CEO of Coinbase said that they had found a hack of sorts for ChatGPT to kind of elicit information out of it with respect to its predictions on crypto, which it's been programmed not to do for obvious, liability reasons. So they coaxed it out of it, and so I wanted to see what the results were. I haven't had an opportunity to read it, but Wave Trader sending me here saying Agent GPT said the MACD is the top signal indicator. That's AI backtest, baby. So I'm not vouching for the validity of that statement, but I'm going to be looking into these types of things because I think that it's going to be interesting to see what kind of results we get from the AI genuine testing, back testing these principles,
that could
show us.
That could really be something.
It's going to be market shifting because all of a sudden you're going to have a level playing field, and that by having that level playing field, it's going to mean there's a new dynamic and there's going to be new winners and losers, right? But it'd just be interesting to see because I read the CMT materials, and there's only one dude who really went out and did a full-out study of chart patterns and candlestick patterns and kind of tried to have a standardized, I think his name was Bolkowski. I'm pretty sure his name was Bolkowski. It was like the most comprehensive study done to date. And so that's the best that's been done. But imagine getting an AI there and just digesting everything.
And there's these new AIs this new ChatGPT where the ChatGPT can prompt itself, and then you have it'll replicate itself and keep prompting itself, so it gets infinitely
infinitely better.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
There's some stuff coming out there. Let's just put it that way.
That TGTX, Sharif.
It just broke 30, and it's
that
pumping.
30 break.
It's fantastic.
Come on.
It's really good.
Come on. I was thinking of taking that.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Goes 30 cents right away, now making new highs.
Oh, Meta just printed, baby.
Did it now.
We just broke through 40s like nobody's business. There it is.
Money.
I did take profit at 87 instead of 40. I canceled my 40 offer. I did the exact same thing at 39. So just seriously, tie my hands behind my back and let this trade play out.
Let it run, man. Good
Every
for
time
you,
I
bro.
manage it,
Solid trade.
Yeah. So yeah, looking for that 240.60 high of day, and then, 242. That's 242.30 is the high after earnings. It was a pre-market high. We got 241.50 was really, really, really hard to get through on earnings day, but you see this. You see these names make a bottom after earnings. You saw Microsoft do it. It consolidates for one day and then makes new highs over 300. Meta looking to do the same thing.
We are printing. This is an absolute factory of prints on this ES position. We're really long here, and Meta is really taking it to the highs. I think we're going to see 33s quite soon there. Apple, HOD, Microsoft, speaking of the devil, just woke up. Google right at HOD as well. 107.70 the high a day. We're at 66s. The NQ just rejected off 13.350. The ES up to 42.06 and a quarter. Didn't take that last print. Gonna wait for 42.10s. We'll see for that last one there. Also, our friend Netflix just retraced. This one was uber weak this morning. Now it's retraced into VWAP off that 318 low, 322.75. Dan Emmons says ES 42 and a half, 42.05. That's the level Dan's looking at there, seeing, I'm assuming, Dan, you're talking about resistance at 42.05, or are you talking about a breakout level? Just clarify with me here, because I have 42.0625 level, and then we talked about, you know, not having been at these highs for quite some time. So we shall see where the ES ends up holding on to this one, looking to see whether we get continuation. Even Stressla woke up, man. Stressla just took VWAP as well.
Oh, yeah.
Through that 161 level. So a lot of curling here in some of these big tech names.
I feel like Tesla's kind of been off the table.
I just want to say quickly before you go, Dan saying since 42.05, February 2nd. All right. Good to know.
Yeah, what was that? Oh, yeah, just like, it seems like Tesla's kind of off the table these days in terms of trading. It used to be the name, but nowadays, you know. Maybe. Yeah, for sure. Like, we just need to make the next move up and get that volume going again. I mean, we were doing like over 100 mil, 150 mil a day. Yeah. Now we're doing less than 100 mil a day. So Tesla kind of falling out of favor for traders on its way down. But, you know, making a base here. Let's pull up the Tesla 30-minute chart. We're making a bit of a base around this like 160 area. Yeah, I forgot that we got all the way down to 152 the other day. But yeah, it seems like earnings day, I don't remember where it was, but make this base here. Now we're making higher lows, it looks like, and potential for like that 165 decisive break. Did it get through one? Yeah, it did slightly get through 165 the other day, but yeah, looking for that 165 break and then back into the 170s potentially for Tesla. We need a little good news on this name to get that volume back into it. It's kind of been a little boring, a little muted recently. But that TGTX is going for 30.50 now. I mean, what an easy trade there. You can just take that breakout. You probably get filled like 03s on TGTX. So you're risking 5 cents and you're making 50 cents. It's crazy. Like
it was a beauty. It's a beauty.
You know,
and it's calm. It's not like havoc wreaking. You know what I mean? Like where all of a sudden you're completely out of the money and.
You know what that probably is?
Can I tell you something? You know what I've been looking at? Looking at the range of each candle before entering a trade. If the range of each candle is like 80 pennies, and I have to at least give my stop 80 pennies. Can I manage that with that risk?
Yeah.
I'm using like the average range per candle in like the last 20 minutes to see, you know, really what kind of risk I need to give it. And when you look at TGTX, you don't need to give it all that much average range per candle. Those are tight ranges that they move in.
And you can look for like, what's the worst looking red candle that I can find on the chart? It's like 29.19 to 29.75. So even that, like your worst case scenario is 40 cents. That's not so bad.
No,
that's not so bad.
It's quite good.
Yeah.
Having said that, not in it. So yeah, much easier to say when you're not into something.
Yeah.
Someone was tagging me in something here quickly. I just want to find out, Sharif. Do you have a tap on BAOS? Sure, let me have a look real quick. Tell you what the tap on that bad boy is. Oh,
another halter.
GDC back above 20. Just by the way, this one was BAOS.
Would you take a trade on that GDC? Wow, BAOS.
Yeah,
oh
nice.
God.
75 points, halted at 887. The tap, yup, a cool 10. So up $1.13 from where we're currently halted at right now. And from what I see, it's going to be a 10-minute halt max minimum, maybe even more. In fact, there was a 20-minute halt that we got into around 12:05 there. So this one's been more than 5 on every single occasion.
Yeah, I mean, you got to watch out for this one too. It's only done, 200K of volume so far today. So definitely be cautious if you're going to trade this.
13.5 million market cap. Sounds like a secure investment.
Yeah, my thing is telling me 488K float. So
Let me double check.
sub million float.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is crazy. This you know
Why is
you
it
can make
showing
money
up
off of this, but the risk is intense on a name like this.
How much did you say the float was?
488,000.
Okay, I'm seeing 365. Not much of a
So
difference. They're both super micro.
Once you get to sub million, does it really
Yeah,
matter what the
no.
float is? I mean, I don't know if I've seen one that's like 100K yet, but I'm sure it's out there.
Sure it is.
Yeah, pretty nuts mover there. I will keep my hands off of that one. I need to see at least like 5 mil of volume to get into those trades. But like GDC, if you get into that, is that what it's called? GDC?
Yeah.
GDC, that one halted with like 800K of volume and then went from $6 all the way up to 25. So
It's up
you know.
734%.
Yeah, the money's there for those who have the cojones, as you like to say.
I just feel
guess I
like it's
don't.
look, on the way up, you could say that they trend a little bit. Even though they're halting, they seem to hold certain moving averages and whatever. We've talked about that. But I still feel like, you really got to, if you're going to make real money on this, you're going to have to take some good sizage, right? Yeah. You're gonna have to make some good sizage.
Yeah.
And good sizage on this means you can absolutely get huadunked and get run out of town.
Well, that's the problem. Like, you're looking at potential for like a $10 down haul.
Yeah. And to me,
are you willing to lose $10 on 1,000 shares?
You're making that kind of money consistently on this floor. If you lose that kind of money, you're out of a job, unless you can make it up.
Yeah.
And then your history determines whether they give you that or not,
Exactly.
not whether you promised to make that up.
And like, imagine you set a stop and you don't cross enough. You're done.
And then you're not
it's
at
over.
your desk.
It's
Yeah,
over.
there's a bunch
well,
of things
if
that
you're
can go
trading
wrong.
that and you're not at your desk, you should
better be
probably
at
be
your
fired
desk.
already.
Unless you're like running to the bathroom from all the nervousness.
No, you got to pee your pants if you're in that one. Like, no running to the bathroom.
Yeah, I know, right?
Just
That's hilarious.
buy a new pair of pants, because that's going to be a lot more expensive than a pair of pants if you miss a stop on that guy.
We're holding above 4,200 for the moment here on the ES.
We are.
So just before, like I was talking, I was like, okay, yeah, we broke 4,200, but now we're gonna have to watch to see if we hold above this level. How do we trade around here? Is it gonna just be a quick break and then we start making newer lows? So definitely looking to see if we can hold up at these levels. It'll determine a lot of, my approach. I'm long 88s. So my exact entry is 41.8850. So, I got a lot of room to give this one, but that doesn't mean that, you just give back profit willy-nilly. You're going to definitely be keeping an eye here to see if we hold up at these levels. If not, the problem is you just don't really have a level off which to work, right? You can use VWAP, which is 41.92, random a little bit. Obviously, VWAP having its significance, but yeah. Let's give this one a little bit of room around 4,200 and see what she brings there. 30.75 now, the high of day on TGTX.
Yeah, you're getting basically like 25 to 1 risk reward on that one. No, not quite. Let's say, I don't know, easily 10 to 1 risk reward on that 30 breakout. Probably better than that even. And this one just squeezing to the upside. We said that this one has 25% short float, so the fact that there hasn't been an explosive move up yet, although like that 30 break went 30 cents right away, which is pretty nice to see. But I would say that this one likely, if it keeps trending today, you could see a bit of a short squeeze into like that 31. What was that level? That 31.50 area that we were discussing earlier.
Coming to my chart, guys.
I believe that's what I said, right? Yeah, 31.50 is the gap fill from that 30 break. So, there's lots of room on this guy up to like $35 if it decides to squeeze. And look, Meta just comes down to the teal here too.
Yeah,
right?
oh baby,
Comes to the teal. 239.20. Should have just reloaded 10 times the size here because this is going to 245. But I will stick with my size. I have half of it out, so I did get half out into that 240 level. That was kind of my most realistic, I guess, target.
Yeah.
That 240, and that could be the top of the move. 240 definitely a substantial level on Meta. Hasn't done a lot of trading above it. Hasn't really been able to hold above it since it reported earnings. But Yeah, really my target's 242 and the break of that. So I'm going to be holding the second half of this position probably to VWAP, I guess.
I like that. And
yeah,
if you
then I'm locking in like $1.50. That'll be fine. I mean,
and if you get a turn on these futures, like we're at interesting junctures here on both the NQ and the ES. If the ES can hold 4,200, retrace upward, or both, the NQ can hold above that 13,320. That's the close on Friday. We're just 10 points above that right now. You hold both those levels, all of a sudden you're printing higher. Meta likely to go higher, unlikely to be secular to the downside. If
you wouldn't think, right?
No.
Based on all this strength and the fact that we make these lows and then start pushing higher as TGTX makes new highs into the 80s.
This, bro?
What a miss. Why didn't I just take it?
It's still going, man.
I structured the trade.
TGTX, oh baby. Come to my screen FOD because I have TGTX on. You know, it's a 4 penny spread. Now it's 1 penny, but you know, between 4 to 5 pennies at times, quite reasonable for this stock. Number one, it's a $30 name. Number two, it's been much more calm. Now, as this one continues to go up and get more attention and more participants and algos start participating, this, this aura of calmness could absolutely disappear, and it could become a Huadunk Central, and you could have a big boy move right into 30, you know, on big volume. So,
well, that's the thing. When the volume's not coming in, which way does the volume come in, right? If the volume comes into the downside, this could get real nasty real fast.
Yeah, it could be real bad.
But
I mean, we don't have any levels off which to work on this. We looked.
No.
Right? Was this? No, we didn't look on this one. We looked on GDC. Let me double check this one again. The daily on this bad boy. Yes, okay.
I had 3150-ish from that gap fill.
Yes, we talked about this already.
Yeah.
Yes. This is what I was talking about.
Room to $60. That wasn't so long ago that this was at $60. I don't even know what this company does.
32.50 to 35. You got to say that's the range. You're going to encounter likely selling around there, and this is what we're talking about here. This goes back to last May. This is the weekly chart, guys. Okay, this is a weekly, not the daily. Look at that. You have a 32.5 area, and then you have, a 35 area and a 32.5 area here. So a bit of a range there between those weeks, I should say, excuse me. So see what this one does. 30.85, knocking on the door of 31. Do we get a move up? All right, so let's take that one off and have a look and see what we're doing on the futures. We're still holding that 4,200 for now. Again, you know, not the best looking pattern, but holding that level. Gonna continue to hold whatever I got here into the afternoon, Max, looking for that eventual or hopeful move up, not eventual.
Yeah.
BAOS halted up again?
Again? No way.
Like someone just said that. Yes, it is. Halted at 887. The tap, 1145, Max.
I think that's the same halt that it was.
It's still halted at that level.
It's just still halted.
Oh, yeah, it is still halted.
From 12. Okay, so it's been halted for almost half an hour now.
We talked about this. It was not going to be 5 minutes. None of them have been 5 minutes.
Yeah, these gap ups today are kind of insane. Like punching into these halts hasn't been working for a long time. Punching into a halt and getting a gap up and just taking it out on the open. Now that's starting to work again. So interesting how these strategies kind of rotate, and we'll see if this does gap up to that $11. Same thing with that GDS or whatever it was, GDC.
Go to his screen.
Yeah, let's pull up, what is it, BOUS?
Fahad, go to his screen.
Yeah, so tapping 1150, still 200K of volume on the day. That's a little questionable, but yeah, we'll see what happens on that halt open. Could be just straight into a halt down if there's no liquidity for people to take profit, but we will see. What time did this halt at? 35:03, maybe. So looking to open potentially at 55. If that is a half-hour halt, that could be quite exciting. And I was looking at that QH that we were talking about before. Does that 450 break, gives you, 30-ish cents, and then absolutely dumps to the downside, finally breaks this like 370, 360 level, and now looking back into those pre-market lows potentially for QH. So finally does the official quadunk. I figured this one could get back through the highs, through that $5, but not today on QH. FRC, did FRC open? going on? Wait, what? Is this today? FRC open today, apparently. No? Oh, okay. People are kind of freaking out about the FRC in the chat. I guess not open. No, that's at 9 o'clock. Yeah. This isn't open. I don't know. Is there news on FRC potentially? I don't see any news on FRC. I don't know. All right, back to the markets. What else is going on? Meta starting to make its move up, so NQ, I guess, starting to push a little bit. Still waiting for that 241 area to take more profit. I'm just every even dollar starting to take profit as NASDAQ does make a move up. That 13,350, kind of a key level for me. So let's see if we can push through there and make some new highs on Meta. What else is NVIDIA doing that little over-under at the highs right now? So NVIDIA potentially wanting to turn around after not doing that all day. Come on, load. All right, not showing that wick for some reason, but wick's the high, and now we are coming back down on NVIDIA, so potential for that like 50-period test if this market doesn't decide to make the next move up. And Apple is still struggling around that 170.30 kind of high of today. We'll see if it holds it this time, and we start to make the move up towards 170, 150 would be the next area on Apple. NCLH, yes. We did see NCLH today. What's it up to at the moment? So making a new high. So it does kind of turn around off that 1450, holds all these areas, goes straight to the 50 period, and bounces basically right away through the highs. So NCLH making those moves, that 10% short interest, getting a little bit squeezed out today. Maybe this is the move back to the high side on into those like 16, 15 kind of areas on NCLH. There's lots of room to go on this name if it decides to start going. I haven't had a look at Microsoft today, but it's looking pretty strong. Higher lows every day on Microsoft. If you looked at that today, I kind of just put it off.
Not exactly rocket shipping, but it's green, which is nice to see it's holding.
Yeah, and if you look on the 30-minute here, it's like makes the lows on earnings day, holds them the next day, and then just higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, looking to push that 310 area on Microsoft. If you're long this name in the long-term accounts,
oh baby,
congrats, because Microsoft is just a beast recently after earnings.
Yeah, man. I was again. I'm going to go back to the podcast, but some people basically saying that this move that Microsoft is making in terms of its move against Google is short-lived. Google is so much more well-positioned. I don't know about all that, man. I think AI is kind of like paradigm shifting in like the way that mobile was, the internet was. There were like so many different search. Like back in the late 90s, early 2000s, they were like all paradigm shifting movements that allowed new people to come in and become the leaders. All right, we're seeing some good moves here. I want to say in Apple and in Tesla. We're also seeing good moves in Google. You talked about Microsoft as well. Meta taking it easy for the moment after really rocketed up to 240 and beyond. It almost got to 240 and a quarter. The big laggard, I want to say, do I have this right here? Yes, the big laggard on the day, definitely Amazon. Down 2 1/3. Again, it's not bouncing at all. You're getting bounces on all these names, but you're not getting it on Amazon. Definitely the weaker name on the day. So any market decline here, looking for Amazon to be a big quadrunk opportunity. Sorry about that, Max.
That Amazon, watching the earnings, I watched for 10 minutes, go home. By the time I'm home, it's like down to...
Shouldn't have done the call.
To 107.
The call is what quadrunked it. Yeah.
I think that, the Bears don't have that great of a case on the old Amazon. Once they decide to tighten up the spending a little bit, like that name's going to the moon. I'm not worried. I'm too young to retire anyway.
Yeah, I know, right? No, but here's the bull case on Amazon is that, you know, they had a bit of tightening with their cloud.
Yeah.
Because companies are just trying to be more efficient. That's not always going to be the case.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm sure that they're going to start incorporating AI like Google is, because like Microsoft is, because Microsoft did well with their cloud platform and projected better guidance because of the incorporation, or I'm assuming this is their assumption. Obviously, it hasn't been proven yet, but the incorporation of AI is going to be, obviously AI, the use of AI is disinflationary to the company. You get more bang for your buck. You have to expend less and you get equal amounts or more, right?
For sure,
in terms of product, in certain things, obviously. And so, yeah, AI inherently disinflationary. We'll see if that obviously will help with profits. You have to assume down the line, because costs will get definitely cut.
And like whoever does win the AI race, if you could even say win the AI race, like that technology is going to be copied by every other large technology company within a couple of years anyway. So
it's just like saying like winning wireless or winning mobile.
Yeah,
Nobody's
like
won.
there's lots of companies.
So many people
exactly,
won off
like,
that. Yeah.
Winning
Winning
you
the
know,
internet,
personal
nobody
computing or
won.
whatever. How many
Yeah,
companies
exactly.
win on personal computing?
No
This
one.
isn't like some field
tons of
where
winners.
one person has to win and everybody else loses. But you know, that's how the market likes to price things before they happen.
Oh yeah. All right, Max. 13,350. Another touch here on the NQ at that level.
Yeah.
And not broken quite yet, but we're seeing NVIDIA high of day. We're seeing Apple high of day. Google very close, 6 pennies off high of day. You saw Meta almost touch high of day there, rejecting off that 240.25, looking to hold 239. You got a lot of high of day pushes. On the NQ. Now the NQ was the laggard on the day. Now the NQ up 0.2%. The ES up 0.32%. The ES holding 42 for now. So we'll keep our eye on the ES. But yeah, definitely want to see some more higher highs here, and that usually means 42.06 break, 42.05 break. We'll keep an eye on that as Mr. Katina gets ready to come on for the third leg of the midday show. It's been rad having Mad Max on. Obviously, Mad Max will be on the rest of the week.
I will.
Still killing it there. Appreciate
Great time
that.
as always.
Yeah.
Coming on, making money.
Love
you know?
that meta trade. That was absolutely solid trade. Woo! Bring the split, guys. Yeah. You're missing all the banter. I'm just joking. Yeah, guys. All right, Max, we'll let you go, and you're going to have lunch. See you tomorrow.
Good luck the rest of the day.
Appreciate it. All right, here we go. Back up at 13,350 on the NQ, and back up to high a day on NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks poised to take that 288. Neil, where were we talking about? Were we saying 285 this morning on NVIDIA? Neil doesn't even want to look at me. He doesn't even want to acknowledge me right now because, like, we were talking about that. It's a trade that everybody missed. Neil is in it. Okay, you got Neil there. Beautiful. Better late than never. But Neil's in it. 287.99 high of day on NVIDIA. There is no news, guys. All right? Here's the speculation. NVIDIA shares are trading higher. Strength may be due to continued AI-driven momentum. Wow, profound, Benzinga. Yes, thank you for that. Of course, it's moving on AI stuff. We know the catalyst, guys. This is the big boy. You know, they're doing all sorts of income-generating moves. For example, renting out your GPUs so that, you know, a startup can use it to train its AI model and not have to incur the ridiculous costs of buying it and owning it. So many income generating things. And, you know, I'm going to go refer back to the podcast, but like people were saying, you know, that the seed money required for these startups is going to exponentially drop because the amount of manpower involved and woman power involved in these startups is going to be cut down to maybe 2 or 3 persons because the AI is going to be doing so much of this. So you'll be able to have, like, say you had like $100 million in cash that you want to spend, you would have spent it on 5. Now you can spend it on 20, and the return can be a lot better. So many different things coming from this AI. You have no idea where this is going to go. I can't even fathom, and I don't think anybody can, all the opportunities possible from this AI, guys. So, all right, that's a mouthful. Still holding 4,200 on the ES and still flirting with 13,350 on the NQ. Dan Emmons was telling me earlier that 42.05, that's his level. He likes that as a level of resistance. Technically on the day, we have that 42.06 and a quarter. That's the HOD on the S. We haven't been at 42.05 since February. I remember Dan telling me that. So, and that's what we looked at here. We were just having trouble going back and looking at those levels because we were using the continuous contract, and the continuous contract shows us some different levels, Sean, than what we would have seen. Sean locked and loaded to go, baby.
Good.
Let's bring the Katina man on.
Everything all right?
What do you got in there?
Coffee.
Coffee.
I mean, it's just coffee. I didn't have anything special there. Yeah. How's everything going?
Everything's good. We've been trading these
I don't have my
futures.
earpiece in, so it's gonna
That's
be,
okay. I got it.
on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, not too many coffees. This is only we had one. I brought one. We had one earlier, and I just having another one now. As wow, this market really just continues to make that move up. I heard you guys trading Meta near that 240 level. That's
Max was in that.
Yeah, that was a pretty hot trade. Great job on that one, Max. Right now we're back into some longs here as well. Wow, I still can't get over how we bottomed out at some of those levels there, just like that 236 on Meta up to 240. Same thing, 306 on Microsoft. Got turned around on all of that now. But now we're back into the long finally here on AMD, Microsoft, Meta, SoFi. We can check out SoFi today as well. But yeah, what's up, everybody? Thank you for watching again today as we start to take out some of those highs. And if you go back here, even on the NASDAQ, I'm going to go back to like a 60-minute chart or so here, if we can.
Go to his chart, Fahad.
We're just starting to now take out some of these past highs. Mr. Fahad. Yep, something like that, yeah. So if we can start to take out, some of these past highs that we're talking about. So we're right back up to here. 13,350 is what we're trying to do right here, and that's what we're trying to get at, and we're pretty close to doing that right now. 13,350 is just a 60-minute chart. Yep. You're well off. Nice moves to the upside, and if we even zoom this back out even further, again, I don't know. See, because I moved over here, see, I have day separators in here.
Neil's acting up too on his daily. Over here.
No, I think the problem with this one is honestly is that like, I
Separated?
only have it from 9:30 to 4 o'clock. So these
I
are
see.
just in the middle. And you could say get rid of day separators right there. It's pretty easy. I just get rid of it if I wanted to.
Okay.
But yeah, just right back into the top again. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what we do now that we are at said top. But right now, I'm going to put this down to a 3-minute chart and just look at this. You're well off the 50 period. You're nicely moving now back up to the upside. Took out some of these levels of 13,300. That's sort of that little dip down that we like. So now we are long. And we're long, pretty much in control right now of this AMD trade right back to 90. I'm going to put another offer here at 96 as I heard you and Neil talking all about NVIDIA
oh
and
my
how
God.
that's moving around today.
Have a look.
This is what's sucky right here, just quickly about AMD, because we were long at 73 and then again at 64. And then when we broke 60 right here, we wound up getting out. And then so we actually have that 60 fill. But that very bottom kind of stayed the same right there at 55. So right now we're long at 75. Our out's going to be about 20 pennies. So we are finally 1-to-1 on this AMD trade.
What a move, guys. 288.48 now on NVIDIA as, guys, the close on Friday was 277.80. Let me just bring that in for you guys real quick here. Here is the look on NVIDIA. This is the 5-minute chart. I mean, there's not much that needs to be said about this. It doesn't even give you a VWAP retracement or even close anything subsequent to 10 o'clock. You got a couple of touches here. You got one at 9:55 and another one at 10. 288.67. We're seeing we're seeing good continuation with the market in this one in this one's favor. So it is definitely with the trend now. Whether it's leading the market or not, it's the chicken and the egg, the whole thing again. But yeah, 42.05 on the ES. 13,350, like Sean mentioned, back up to that level again on the NQ. Meta just curled again. Shout out to Max, looking to touch 240, 239.90 again on our friend Meta. So this one curling back to the high side. We're seeing similar curls on some of these other big cap names like Apple as well. But here goes Meta looking to go green on the day. Green will have to take it above 240 and a quarter. I think somewhere in the 30s there. I think the close was 32 or something like that. So just marginally above that 240 level. But oh baby, it's been a rocket ship for Meta quite late. And again, like I talked about, I want to reiterate this point now. You guys know I'm not in Meta anymore, so I'm not. I don't have to disclose anything. But the fact of the matter is, the TikTok tailwind has not gone away. And if you are of the opinion that the TikTok tailwind, and by that I mean, you know, the potential banning or forced sale of TikTok is a catalyst for some of this Meta move, and it's not just earnings and cost cutting, well, then that has not gone away. I mean, it's still there, to be quite frank, right? I mean, I don't know how you feel about that, but that's just the way I sit on this. Now, obviously,
I still think Google has good tailwinds to catch from all that too, because I don't know if you know, YouTube Shorts and things like that.
India, #1.
Could come out, and that's what's big. That's why I'm holding on to Apple really right now. I think that India is such a huge market and full of tons of affluent. Like, there's money in India.
And it's not even just the India thing, Sean. It's the precedent that sent. Because in India TikTok is not allowed. So in order to, they don't use Reels. They're using Shorts. That's the #1 thing. The point is that it becomes a potential like a stepping stone for North America to do the exact same thing. But we all know that Meta still hasn't monetized Reels. That's coming end of year, and Reels apparently is picking up in Steam, in usage.
Even more.
They tweaked the algorithm, they're saying.
Yes.
So,
because they're showing you people that potentially you don't follow. Try to get you more followers.
You heard about that, eh?
No, they've been doing that since
and people
the fall.
hated it, and they liked it now, right?
So
it's
I
funny.
think it was from the fall.
Funny how that works,
that they're trying to figure that out. So I like it, but I don't know. They talked about also trying to get some more, technically speaking, how to get it. So you have to be. A parent needs to activate your account or something. Wasn't that what was happening? Or maybe that was TikTok. There was more guidelines and all.
Oh yeah, that was TikTok. They are adding more stuff, more parental filters, and to kind of try to assuage.
Yeah.
There we go.
As a group. Yeah, Apple can assuage D's, if you know what I mean right now, as we're trying to assuage ourselves into some better trades. Yeah, I know. Everything is BS. What's up, Hamster?
I am Renata, still in the trade.
Today. What's up, Renata? What's up to Kim? Yeah, people still use Meta. I mean, you tell me their number for daily active users. Did you see what that was?
What?
Their account?
Blew through again,
2.09 billion?
Yeah.
How many people in the world? We
and
have
that's
40
not even
million
WhatsApp.
people in Canada.
Yeah. That crept up on us, eh? Remember when we were growing up, 25 was the number?
I don't want to talk about our immigration policy and all that kind of stuff and how out of control it appears to be right now. But anyways, yeah, welcome to the show. I hope everyone can like the show, hit the like button and the subscribe. I mean, SoFi today has been, so far, not SoFi. It's been down another 9% today. I said it earlier on, even when you guys were doing it in the middle of, at the beginning of the day, I was like, you know what, when we get these reports and it actually gets up to the upside, it's really just waiting for it to be beat down. Because, I mean, some of these newer banks with some of their lending and what they're bragging that 90% of their deposits were. Yeah, it's because they have shitty deposits. I mean, it just makes perfect sense. You don't make money off of me depositing $5 grand in there, SoFi. So you might not want to like celebrate that too much, but congratulations anyways. You bamboozled everybody with your report and now it's down 9%. You're probably going to find out that there was you know, ownership selling and everything here this morning. So we'll see 550 to that bottom. But you know what? I'm sure you can't be all tin-hatted, so on and so speak. Maybe this is just coming back in to a level that we all should be buying it here around that 550 mark. So I think there's a potential there, but here's a big move down on the 20-minute chart there for SoFi, just straight fire to the downside. We could try to explain some of the positions I'm in right now. I mean, hopefully they can start to work out for us. There goes AMD. Look, it just broke through. I thought we'd get a little more love on that breakthrough. We're waiting at 10s, 08s, but there it is, a nice little break for us upside on AMD, which is all good, man. I mean, we had some good longs there. We did get dropped out there, but then I bought it back once we held that 200 period. There it is. There's the 8. So there we go. We're going to go, oh my God, because the decent one right now is just starting to make a little bit of cash back here. What's up, Comp SRX1? What's up, Dan Emmons? Apple will take business from SoFi. Yes, exactly. I mean, I'm not...
they took business from a firm?
Forget about a firm. A firm took business from themselves. Remember I told you, buy now, pay never.
Pay never.
I mean, that was never going to work, right? The thing about, I think what he's getting at is that when you're going to give a small deposit, there's a lot of people that, of course, number one selling, you know, the iPhone, right? There's a lot of people that have that bank account that they're going to try to open up to get that 4.
Yeah. And I wanted to make a point about this.
The 4.15%.
Apple got into the buy now, pay later service. But can you really do a buy now, pay never with Apple? Because they'll block you out of the ecosystem. Unless you make a new account.
No. I'm just talking about that being your basis.
You know what I'm saying, though? They have more leverage on you than a firm does. A firm, you're going to get bad credit from them.
Right.
Apple will knock you out, and you'll have to create a whole new store.
I don't know if that's how it works, dude.
They'll probably block you out of your ecosystem if you don't pay.
I have no idea.
I'm assuming. All right, guys, LEJU.
So you think that if you owe them like $100, they're going to say your iTunes is no longer working?
Yeah, you'll have to create a new account.
I mean, anybody that signed up for that Apple credit card, whatever it is, let us know what the default rules are, because that seems a little bit harsh.
I think that they'll probably.
To me.
I think they'll get you on that. I don't know. I just
well, if they do, that's even more reason to like it.
Yeah, more. Yeah, I don't want to call it predatory because
you want to get your iTunes suspended?
No, I don't. But I pay my bills.
You're so smart, man. I really appreciate that.
I care about my credit, baby. The whole Western world works on credit. So unless you have good credit.
My credit card is hooked up to the bank account. I don't even see the bill. Just every month it just goes ding, ding, ding. 10 grand has been taken out of your account. And I'm just like, great. And bye-bye to that. So I agree with using credit. I mean, the thing about it for me is that when you're spending literally that much every month on your credit card, you need to get those points, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
And honestly, if I'm just paying out that with straight cash, homie,
I
don't get them points. But
man, I miss Terrell, man.
Don't get me wrong. If someone's gonna come in and do work on my roof or my landscaping, well, I'll do my own landscaping, but then I'll be paying cash.
Straight cash, homie. Just like Randy Moss.
My daughter got her
What
my daughter's so cute. It's so stupid, but she got her braces today. I asked the orthodontist if she'd take Bitcoin.
What did she say?
No.
No,
she said no.
She's not down.
So just a little story there about how I'm trying to pay with cash and or crypto at every step of the way, but
you're trying to offload your crypto? Is that what the move is?
Trying to get better prices on everything.
I love it,
my
man.
guy, right there.
Yeah, everything's a business. Everything's.
No, I'm not trying to offload crypto. I'm just saying I think that's to me that's what that next usage of crypto is, right? Is that once it becomes a seamless integration with your cash, then it can go. Because right now, at least here in Canada, and I know Venmo was just talking about it with PayPal, which we can look at PayPal, which the market is
pumping.
Saying bolt right now, bolting up to the upside here. As the NASDAQ, again, now up 0.26, and we are really rocking. Man, we cooking with gas right now on advanced micro devices. What do you want to call this one? AMD?
AMD.
AMD?
AMD.
Okay, as long as not what I'm on the show.
That one doesn't. You can't do that one. That's not fun. Like ZOM is cool. Dixie's cool too. The DXY.
Oh, is that what the young guys are saying? That stuff is cool. I like the Dixie. The DXY. The Dixie's called the Dixie.
Is it okay?
That's,
okay.
Yeah, it's
well, why
literally
can't XOM be
because
called
I've never
ZOM?
heard anybody call it ZOM before. Have you?
No.
There's nothing wrong with creating something.
Yeah.
I'm down with that. But right now we are pumping to the upside. We can look at ZOM for sure. But anyways,
downgraded today, by the way.
ZOM? Yeah, I know. Zed, what was the symbol for ZOM? Zed what?
XOM.
Oh, XOM, got it.
Zed.
No, we talked about that. I liked it actually at 115. We can look back at that. I have no idea what it's at in a minute. But some people talking about what I was talking about there was seamless integration. What I mean by that is, and I was talking with an old trader on the floor on Friday because a whole bunch came through and we were having some beers and whatnot. And you were there having a drink as well afterwards. Basically, the minute that your cash is backed by crypto. So what I mean by that is like you deposit yours, I don't know, I'm just going to throw out a bank, Royal Bank.
Okay.
So the minute you can deposit your Bitcoin in there and they can give you a real-time cash balance on that crypto and let you spend it.
Yeah.
Just the way you do your debit, your Visa debit card, whatever card you want. The minute the banks let you do that and just say it's backed by crypto. Just like right now, right? Like, do you ever see your paycheck?
So the banks don't look at crypto as a threat; they incorporate it. That's the move.
No, I'm saying we don't pay you in cash.
No, of course not.
It goes through a magical wire,
right,
to which you never see anything.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that why could that not sort of very simply be backed in a very, very similar way with this market's coming back down into the downside right now. And I don't know if it's going to happen or not. And maybe I'm talking like a crypto bull here. I'm not. I'm just talking about how can it be integrated into the into our life a little more seamlessly.
Makes sense, yeah.
So that more people can have it. Because what's happening with crypto now is you got to convert it out. Then you got to get it into cash. You know, then you got to transfer it around.
Right.
And there's too much, you know, money transferring laws and things like that exist, whereby you can't just simply say, oh, I want to pay for a car using Bitcoin. So how are you going to do that? You're going to have to go in, get your Bitcoin out somehow,
right?
Either with Coinbase, wait for a money transfer to come through, fill out all that information that you've withdrew this much crypto, and I'm not talking about doing anything shady.
No. Besides the ledger now, the blockchain,
right?
And there's
you want to audit
AI,
the blockchain, audit the blockchain.
There is AI that goes there and will trade, and
right.
people don't want to do anything illegal on there anymore because of these auditing AI bots, right? No, I hear you. I think it's completely it makes sense if they integrate it. They'll obviously have to give you a spot price.
That's what I mean. We have to figure out that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to give you a spot because it fluctuates so crazily, but so do currencies. So if you have a U.S. dollar account and you pay with a U.S. dollar, there has to be a spot price on that as well.
I mean, you're just talking. The thing is, you're talking about U.S. dollar.
But if I will take my U.S. dollar account, connect it to my debit card, and I use it right now at the bank, at the point of sale.
You're also paying 3% more than you should because they're going to convert that over for you.
Right. Forget about the fee. Just the spot price they give me on the U.S. dollar at that time. They are already in the business of doing spot prices.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say. And why can't you extend that to crypto?
But you already answered the question with your own discussion there.
I tend to do that. How'd I do it?
Because you talk about bank fees.
Yeah.
Why do you think they don't want to do that?
The bank fees with respect to
crypto? Why do you think the banks don't want to make crypto
because I think they look at it
so
as
easy to use?
It's an existential threat to them, the decentralization of it.
Exactly. It's exactly.
Yeah.
And it's that they don't have control over those fees anymore.
Yeah,
like when you're converting your U.S. dollar, when I go to New York and I go see the Islanders game or whatever, and I want to pay using my Visa card, right? My account is Canadian.
Listen, yeah.
So they're going to charge me 3%.
Of course. Yeah.
Because just exchanging the fee over. So they go into their pool of U.S. dollars and into their pool of Canadian dollars, exchange it completely fee less for them, but drop the 3% on my head.
Right.
So if they did that for crypto, they wouldn't even have to charge anything if they could figure that stuff out. But you throw the baby out with the bathwater sometimes here. When we have these banks, people will say, oh, well, crypto's not safe. SIVB was what, $350? Now it's 40 cents. For First Republic was 170. Now that's going to be 10 cents.
Besides, I mean, like nobody's telling you to put your entire life savings in crypto. Most people will tell you to put a small percentage of it in there.
I'm not even trying to talk about it as an investment.
Yeah, and trim it as it becomes a bigger part. I mean, that's how I would do it.
Can't Bitcoin somehow become, tied or tethered to a major world currency, like almost the way like we're talking about? Like we want to talk about USD, that's pretty consistent. What if your money is tied up in, you're African or you're part of one of those nations, and you see or you saw what happened with Turkey earlier this year, Syria, like some
Crazy
of these dollars are going back and forth.
John, Meta's flying here, man. Meta is absolutely flying.
Are they doing that Lion coin?
He's not
what
even
was that
here,
coin
man.
they were doing?
240.63, I was about to call you Max.
Libra?
Sean on Meta, 240.63. Leju, Leju. Look at this, halted, 676. All sorts of crazy halts here. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the fifth. This one actually huadunk, but didn't halt. The algos kept it from halting here. So LEJU, someone was asking me what the tap is. LEJU, quickly, the tap. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have it on this one. Is this a New York name? LEJU? It is. That's why. New York, you don't usually get the tap on the NYSE stocks. But BAOS, I have the tap on that. It's halted at 1540. And guess what? The tap is $18. Hello. GLC was not the only crazy one today. Guys, small cap season is fully among us. And, it usually comes in this type of manifestation, guys. Look at this. BAOS. Can this thing even stay open? What's the shareage this is done on the day? I can't even see it. Why don't I have the shareage up on here, man? Very frustrating. But, let's click this bad boy, and then we can be able to see the shareage here real quick. Today, 293,000, nothing. Can't stay open. It's got a $24 million market cap. Be very careful with this, goes without saying. But, all sorts of power to the high side, 204%. Tap now $17.50, down from $18. All right, The NQ, Sean, continuing to print to the higher side. The ES, not so much printing to the higher side, but holding that key 4,200 level for the moment, still holding a little bit on this ES trade, looking for that continuation through 42.06. While you and I were talking, a lot of people were chiming in on the conversation that we had. I also want to shout out Nicole Harris with the $2 super chat. Nicole, a good friend of the show's. She says Pepe coin. Any idea about this Pepe coin? I don't know anything about it. Let's have a look here.
Is that a Le Pew coin?
Pepe Le Pew coin? I don't know.
No. I'll say something about Nicole Harris. It's going to backfire a little bit on that. Is that honestly, shout out to Mike Marsh and everybody out there. I really think that there's, I'm not going to say all these altcoins are really shit coins, but the problem is you have to find a base case for them and you have to find a use for these coins.
Yeah. And
it's just like, until someone says, why Pepe coin or why Cardano or why, I talked about some NFTs and things like that, why Solana and NFTs have gone right in the shitter. So some of these coins have to have a base case use of something,
I got
right?
it. Yeah.
Like if you're gonna buy Dogecoin because you think that dog is pretty cute, that's cool, I'm down with that, that's fine.
Up to you.
Right? But just understand what you're doing and then understand why am I buying Dogecoin? And I have nothing against Dogecoin. I think that could be, Dogecoin and Elon Musk have created a relationship.
Yeah.
With Dogecoin possibly being the new coin of Twitter or whatever they're trying to figure out, right? And so I could say, if someone were to say to me hey, look, I think Dogecoin has some, potential here if it's how you pay for your verification or how you buy advertising on Twitter or how you pay for a Tesla. No, but seriously, as long as,
absolutely.
there's reasons why Ripple XRP has the deal with Western Union, where they help them transfer over large sums of money really quickly for negative or very little fees. So, I can understand why the banks would not like Ripple because all of a sudden, if I'm sending you an EMT, guess who makes money on that?
Not the banks.
Right. Well, banks do. But if I send it to you via blockchain, then nobody, the only one making money is me and you. And the people don't want that.
No.
Sharif.
No. It kills their profits.
But we got to be careful what we're talking about. This is not an endorsement to go ahead and buy Bitcoin.
No.
It's just I'm thinking that there is.
Do you get free EMTs with your account?
I get free EMTs. Part of it. I think I have. I don't have a monthly fee, but I think I have. I think it's like 5 to 10 EMTs a month. I don't send that many EMTs.
I send a lot.
You do?
Yeah.
Nah.
I always buy stuff off Fit Marketplace, and then I never end up. EMT guys is kind of like the Canada version of like the Cash App. Stands for
what do they call it? Our US friend
money
always
transfer.
sends us one. Well, you can send from your bank to bank.
Wires? I don't know.
No, that's what an EMT is. What I'm
saying. That's what I mean. It comes by your email. So Sean, I'll just send it to his email, and then he'll open up his email, connect his email to his banking app, and that's it. Everybody.
I have auto deposit selected.
Yeah, same.
So send it to me. You ain't ever getting that back.
Yeah, you're not gonna touch that. Yeah.
So good luck with that.
All right, where are we at here? We're still holding these levels, Sean, on the ES and on the NQ. Shout out to Nicole. Nicole, here's what Nicole was talking about. Come to my screen, Fahad. Pepe coin, up 41%, Sean. That's
the one
why
and only
she's pumped.
Pepe coin?
Pepe coin, baby. And no idea what the use case is or anything about the price action. Here's a little, quick graph on that, but not endorsing this at all. But shout out to Cole for the $2 super chat. BAOS, any ideas? Yeah. Fear it. No, kidding, of course. It is, it's strong. It's quite good. But it is spready, BAOS. Let's load that up. BOAS.
Don't boast if you have a good trade on
BAOS. Come on, there we go. Halted again, guys. 1540. The tap on this one, 1775, so almost $2 to the high side. But keep in mind, it's done very little volume and super, super risky. By the way, the float. Let's talk about the float on BAOS because I don't think we have company profile. We've got, yes, we did. Max and I talked about this. 365. It's open and it's moving to the high side. Just touched 19. Here we go down. Look for this halt level though. This 1540, 15 area. I think it's going to halt at these levels. Let me look here. What the ask. The size hanging out at 15 on the ask. Usually that means a halt, and it is halted. to the downside at 15.58. You have a tap of 15.58, so nothing to the downside.
Those taps aren't working.
Those taps are wild.
Yeah, they don't work. So tap is theoretical auction price. So we haven't seen them be working out too much. Yo, what's up, Mr. 33 Cats? Tell me you're not telling me the truth here. You have 10 Ethereum worth of Pepe coin? No, you don't. I'm gonna pass on that one. Sharif is not trading now. We're waiting for some opportunities there. Yeah, you can buy these SH coins.
I'm in
on
my
different
futures position.
Decentralized exchanges. So, you know, if it's not on your Coinbase or your Binances of the world, just go to pepecoin. No, I have no idea. pepecoin.com to figure that out. But we don't have to look at that really quickly. Yeah. So the ES again, we talked about the NASDAQ just basically running into some of the troubles that they've had before. This just goes back into today. We're just going back into the morning here, where we had this level of 13,360. We just hit it and bounced off of it pretty nicely there, back down to the downside. So either we're going down or we are reloading here for another run back up. We've seen this happen before. I'm just like distraught a little bit today because like, you know, we had some great longs and then we threw away everything in the middle, trying to go short there between 10 and 11. That didn't go up very much. Sean, people have put hundreds of Ethereum into Pepe. Really? I need to find out more about what exactly this Pepe coin is.
I have no idea.
Before we continue to talk about it because, you know, like if someone's putting 10 Ether, I mean, aren't we at 1,800 a coin right now? And I'm not going to say that like 20 grand is a lot of money. I mean, everybody's got to pick up their own coins and their own risks and, you know, figure that out. But that, to me, putting 20 grand into something like that seems a bit much. But I haven't said a negative word about, I don't know anything about those coins. I was simply talking about Bitcoin and how I think that, you know, it could be used as a store of value and as potentially something a little more stable than some of these currencies that we do see out there. And then you don't have to worry about Jay Powell pushing the printer on.
Yeah, man.
You don't have to worry about the Dixie, the DXY, and what exactly is happening with all that. So that's why I lean towards talking like that. Now, whether or not
I'm... a couple of weeks ago?
Mr. Kashkar, do you know his first name?
Neil.
Neil, yeah.
Yeah. Remember...
Neil. Don't trust those Neils, man. Where is that guy?
Remember the little meme of him replaying over, it's a video meme.
I don't know.
Of saying that there is an unlimited amount of money at the Fed. And so all the de-dollarization people took that and they ran with it, right?
He's not wrong.
He's not, of course, there's an unlimited amount. Who's going to stop them?
Just put those printers on, apparently.
Yeah.
And who is going to stop them? Not I, and not this market, apparently. But we're going to wait. It's just till Wednesday we come back with Fed, and we'll get a lot of talk on that, and that should be a lot of fun. AMD just flushed a little bit. We're still long a little bit here on AMD. Of course, we're still long in the money, 27 cents. You can come over to my screen here a little bit. It's that little flush down spot.
Fahad, go to his
Who's
screen.
over there? Right there, 89.90. Coming into play right there. So, you know, that flush down, that was that last sort of spot that we first started taking some profits on. So now you're bouncing around. I'm still trying to give it to this 200 period and or that drop. So I'm going to get longer down here if we can, almost at 60s. I just want to hold out for this, man. I mean, I keep getting out. Every time we drop down, we get a significant, I mean, this time we got a significant piece out on this for AMD, but you are trying to come back in, and I could see us taking this pretty aggressively again. Apple's the name that has been falling down a little bit here, but again, this is what I'm so upset about, because there's the 169 all the way up. We were really cruising. Then we just started to go short, which was great. We hit the short downside, fantastic, but then it just started to go, man. We had actually at this point down here at 800 shares. So when it blew up through 170.30 right there, you know, we wound up taking like a 50-cent hit or something on 800 shares. So that's $500. So I'm not too pleased about getting hits here on some of these names today. So yeah, a little bit of a struggle there in the middle of the day. And then also, whoopsies, MS, F to the T. This is another name here.
F to the T.
As Microsoft, of course, Mr. Softy.
Huge.
Its proper name.
Been huge lately.
It's been absolutely monstrous, and that's what
that was a shot at me.
Once
obviously.
again, yeah, I'll get rid of this at 10:58. But again, just getting caught shorting it. So what you have to do here is, if you ever see a bad wick and you're part of our software here, see it has a low there, 295. Like Again, it's just a dark pool wick, so you can make this up. Sometimes I just look at the high, the low open, so that's 08. I'll just take that as the close, and that will set it up a little bit, so now it looks a little bit better.
Clearer.
But once we started taking out the bottom of the day there, we got stopped out on our last long at 306. Then we started to go short, not believing in it, and then we had to get out once we sort of took out the high there and managed to get out. Then we shorted again, took some money, then our last short at 306.80 got out at 307. So needless to say, it's not a disastrous day by any stretch of the imagination here for Microsoft, but not a great one, looking at maybe a 308. I'm trying to just hold out for those longs. Look at that AMD reload that we mentioned there at 90. It came right into the 50 period right there. That should have been reloaded down, but we'll do it next time. Back into the 90s. Why did we not do it? Because the futures, I mean, I didn't know if we were going to hold that 50 period right there. So, you know, the fact that it did hold that gives us a little bit of pause for concern. If it does not retake that high, then we'll look for it to break next time. But for right now, that's a positive hold there and then a retake. Like when you're starting to get higher lows that you're starting to put in right now, I mean, obviously you can draw a straight line up since 1030, which is, you know, where I'm a little disappointed, but, you know, right there, that's a good little bottom to look at there, 13,330. So we'll see if that can matter right now. We're 37 cents in the money on AMD.
Nicole Harris coming in with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Nicole. Saying Pepe just came out 3 weeks ago. AI generated. Volume is crazy. Way more than SHIB this weekend. MetaMask and Uniswap, I only invested 100. And by the way, her NCLH calls are printing and they're fire.
Please ask her how much she's up on Pepe coin.
How much are you up, Nicole?
Not money-wise. I'm not
percentage.
money. I just
We
want to
don't
know,
do
like,
it, yeah.
if it just came out, because my whole plan of action is a lot of these coins, and we don't have to tell everybody this because you participate in it, but if you were part of ICOs, it's just like the pump and dump.
I don't know what ICOs are.
You don't?
No, what are they?
What's an IPO?
So it's like
Initial coin offering.
Oh, cool.
I got you.
Every day I learn
The
something
professor
new.
going to school. I like it. I like it.
Meta top, 240, 65.
241 meta top.
We touched that in the 10 a.m. hour, right, Sean? We're right back at those levels, those 10 a.m. levels, right back there.
I mean, I already shorted. It's like a day 5 move here for Meta. Meta just continues to go, man. I don't know. We can have a look at it if you want to. I mean, I'm just trying to get some more AMD as we push into.
I can do it if you need. If you want to keep on your AMD to monitor, I can.
No. I mean, monitor it, whatever, man. I'm going to the depths of hell with that stock. So we'll wait on that one. But there's Meta, yeah. And the same thing happened. Basically, it's exactly like the futures. Remember what we said? The futures has come up and started to double top again. And this one actually triple top because it was already here. And now it's all the way back. So you could see that's going to be a good one, man. 241. It's just so frustrating because, like, you look at a lot of these tops and it's like, to have that crystal ball, I know we have the 8 ball, but, you know, what are you thinking about where the market's going to go, which is why I always go back to the futures. And I still feel like we need to get above this 13,350 and hold it. So we're not doing that, man. This coincides with a couple tops that we've had back days and days and days ago. And let's just see if it can hold this top. If it can't, you could flush back down to 13.3 again, which isn't that far away.
All right. Well, since you brought it up, let's have a look at these futures here. I'll get to these small cap crappers in a sec. But let's look at the NDX. And that's the NASDAQ index. We're not going to look at the futures here. So here goes the index. And we're going to go to the daily. And the reason this is important, Sean.
Look at those tops.
This is it. Look, this was the high, and then we made another high, and then we made another high. Now we're above March's highs, the end of March's high. We just made a new high, 13,280. The next clear high we're looking at here is 13,7. That's the peak we made August 16th before the big boy Huadunk into those October lows, where we made a newer low, lower than the June low. Remember those June lows? Yeah, they got superseded by the October low. So this is the one we're looking for here. Let's go ahead and put that trend line in place at the moment. What am I doing here? Focus. There we go. Horizontal trend line. And we're looking at that 13.7. That's the level we'll be looking at. That's a bit of a gap between 13.3 and 13.7 here on the NDX. But yeah, the S&P, the SPX, not the same, guys. And we've been talking about this one. So let's go to the SPS index. Look at this. We really haven't made that decided high above the highs that we made in end of February, early Jan. We still haven't made those newer highs, let alone the highs that we made in August that we just talked about on the NDX, which is at 43.25. We're not even talking about that yet. We got to break Feb highs first. So the S&P has been kind of the relative underperformer, but not by much. It was definitely a lot worse before. I think that they're starting to even out a little bit, the SPX and the NDX. But Meta is absolutely flying to the high side here, Sean. We just broke 41 and a quarter. This thing is flying. What's happening here on Meta? No, something's a little bit different. Let me have a look.
We need to get a trade ideas account over here like ASAP.
I have a trade ideas account. Oh, on your side. Yes, of course.
Because like I'm just sitting here like trying to figure this out. But
yeah, Meta's flying,
there has to be some news about Meta. So
I'm
Meta,
looking. No, this is way too earlier. Buying a $7 billion bond offering, that's not going to be at 12.45. Meta's flying to the high side.
This looks,
I'm just going to go look at the front. Okay.
Yeah, go. I'll talk about it with everybody else. It does look like. I mean, this is why I say it has to be news related. When you get a single spike like this, basically straight up about $1.50. I mean, did it break anything right there? Sure, it broke the high of the day. So, I mean, I could see that maybe it's not news related, but for an algo to be like, we just broke the high of the day, let's just continue to go up and continue to push higher here. I mean, it could be absolutely nothing to do with anything. It's just, look at Meta go. It is a big shiny toy, and it continues to be exactly that as we're starting to rip up new highs right now, 241.70, 241.90, 242 incoming right now. We'd already been up here today, so it looks like it wants to take it out again. Now, if only its friendly giants, AMD and Apple, could wake the hell up as well, that would be pretty nice. But right now, there goes Meta, and this is, part of it, man. This is just a 20-minute chart, so you're way up. You're way up. We already saw that earnings report come in, and then there's that long. I can check. I don't know if Max is still in this, but regardless, there's that 236 bottom that came into play again today off of Friday's low. So it's an absolutely great trade. Like, that's great. Any kind of long today has been fantastic if you've been able to hold it. I fought the long, I fought the law, and the long one. Yeah. So that
fought the law, fought the Fed, fought Meta.
Yeah, man. I mean,
they're all losing causes.
The Fed.
Like.
Yeah, don't worry, my guy.
No, I'm not talking about you in general. You know the expression "don't fight the Fed." Like that's the thing, right? Like usually it's not a good idea.
That's exactly what we're doing, and I don't think we're fighting the Fed in this situation by any stretch. But you're going to get that quarter-point move, and you get a decent number today that no one runs away from on that ISM.
This has to be news related, Sean. I mean, it's still going, dude. I mean, what is happening here? We're going to touch 243.
You just went to look.
Nothing. There was nothing up there.
I saw Neil in the chat. What's he doing here besides talking about the Buffalo Bills over here?
I'm not seeing any.
242.33 post-earning high. No, he's right. I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about. I don't mean to. It's a great Meta long. I mean, it's breaking out. Part of trading Meta. And by the way, finally Apple. Oh, maybe Apple and Meta. No,
Pump
I have
it.
no idea. Let's get a piece out on 40s now if we can. We just went long. Ooh, don't do this to me here. Okay, I'll punch out a little bit there and get some out at 40 if it does come back up. But there it is right there. Let's go.
Money.
I mean, I sit here and talk about cryptos, talk about all that, but I'm not. I mean, I'm still trading in the back. You guys can see all that. We just took an Apple long right now if you want to come and have a look at this. We just went long again at 170.15 and then again at 170.10, right back up to the day's high there for Apples. It's continuing its move higher, so we just reloaded some of the longs that we already had. And then here's another one. Okay, it got reloaded, but AMD though, we reloaded it there. So we reloaded at 02. It went as high as 12s, and now look, there's the dump down. So you're coming into another level. I have more bids for AMD, but we don't have enough shares. So let's put a bid right now because we are getting that drop. We'll take a bid at 92. I'm waiting for, and again, maybe it's just Meta wants to fly, and that's fine. AMD reports tomorrow night. Could be wrong. I'm going to try to go right.
Lisa Su.
Yeah, what's up, Lisa Su? I love all of them, man. Yeah. All the CEOs right now.
Jensen Huang.
Yep, that's the NVIDIA one. Anyways, okay, hold on a second here. I just want to talk about this level. So we're going to try to bid down here at 60, and then I'm looking at this and getting out of the way if it breaks down through 50 right here on AMD. It turned out to be a bad trade. We're long right now at 90. We'll see if we can get this going back up to the upside right now for AMD, back into 60s, and then a little bit lower as well. So we'll wait. But good outs for me there on Apple. Went into the 40s. We got a couple more out near that high of the day. Let's see if we can't keep on doing that there. Like when I see a Meta move like that, I'm debating just taking that short because we just ripped up there. And if we don't know what's going on, you know, that 240, I mean, you go short right now at 240, 250, you give this thing 50 cents, you're at the 243, you fall back down on someone saying, oops, didn't mean to do that, then maybe you do get, oh man, you were just talking under your breath there. I thought that was Randy making another appearance right there. But yeah, this is absolutely flying. Yeah, Randy, the juice man, Randy right there, not OJ, of course. But right there, yeah, there's that high on Meta, man. It broke the highs and came all the way back. So there goes Apple, by the way, right back down. So it is a good thing that we took that out. Now it's 20 cents lower than where we just got out on Meta reload 170.10. The market's starting to get pretty back and forth here a little bit, which I like. I mean, if it just comes into the levels, we'll take it and then we'll figure it out. But what's up with Meta? What's up to Martin? Thank you, Martin. You want Google to go up as well? So do I. Google, my #1 holding. That and Microsoft. Microsoft actually overtook it there.
Microsoft is absolutely flat today.
Brendan just threw his chair across the room. So.
yeah, guys. Sorry for that. Yeah, Meta pumping right back up, Sean. 242.85, the high.
What?
Something tells me that high, it's made to be broken. I feel that we probably touched 243 at some point today. We're knocking on the door there. Here comes the 80s again. Some renewed selling around these levels, obviously to be expected. I don't know if well, there it is. There it is. New high a day into 90s. We're at 52-week highs, Sean. 43, you know, is an inevitability almost. We're up 1%. Now,
what was that 52-week high?
That I don't know. It just told me here 52-week high without telling me like what it is. Look at this. Meta reached new 252-week high at 140.
Okay. So then it already hit it.
Doesn't tell you. Yeah, it did. It did hit the 52-week high at 1:40 p.m.
Yeah, I
yeah.
thought you were talking about the price. I'm like 140.
No, at the time 1:40 p.m. 95 is now the high. Concurrently, we're still holding that 4,200 area. We're below it, 41.98 on the ES. We've been consolidating sideways with a couple of wicking candles to the high side on the NQ. We're at 13,350-ish area. 13,370, the high of day that was made on lesser volume earlier, but we knocked on the door there, I think like 7 points shy of that one, but it's being buoyed by this market being buoyed by the move in NVIDIA, the move in Meta, definitely, and Microsoft, now Apple, green on the day, was up higher at that 170.45, but it's been dancing with 170 the entire day, Sean. Does 170 hold here? Do you think a good dip trade, if the market holds up, would be that 170 on Apple? Former area of resistance, maybe current area of support here on our friend Apple at 170. I'll be keeping an eye on that one. But Meta, 243 high of day. I'm looking here again. Is there anything coming in on Meta? I don't see it. Chat at me if you guys know anything. It could just be the fact that it is 52-week highs and it is raising the attention that way, because you know a lot of people have alerts for 52-week highs. I know on my scanner at home, I have a column for the 52-week high and the 52-week low. I need to know what those are.
People like, you know, there's one thing of buying winners, and it's a winner, right? So you're taking out the highs.
Of course.
Why not make new highs? We talked about Eli Lilly taking out 400. It's back above there.
Yeah, right there.
Today.
Good call.
What's up, Ponzi Fonzie? What's up to Momo as well? I've never heard of that song, whatever you're talking about, exponential something. I don't, you know, I love to listen to songs, but songs about the market, I don't know if I already have nightmares and dreams about the market already. Yeah. But yeah, no. So we'll have some fun here and start to look up some of that.
I don't think I've ever dreamt about trading, Sean. Not that I can remember, anyway. Like I don't remember all my dreams, but
like
I don't
even as I'm hosting this, I'm dreaming of the market as well. So you may have to start to dream more about the market. But there's nothing wrong with not doing that. But no, I always you don't think about that kind of stuff. Like for example, I'll go to bed like. You know, for like last year when AMC, or not last year, a couple of years ago when it was those meme crazy. Yep. Like I used to not even set an alarm or anything, but as soon as markets started quoting at 4 in the morning, I would right away get up. Yeah. And like try to find out like where was AMC, where was GameStop, where were the markets. I wasn't even in Well, I was in it a little bit, but I wasn't even like in it. And I was like, I had to like an instant clock going off, like bang. Need to go check the market.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
kind of like being stuck in like an FRC or something. Oh, people asking about
By the way,
FRC.
I just want to mention something real quick. Brendo sending this in the chat. This I saw on my blotter, but I think this is actually the reason for the move, Sean.
Yes.
Meta sets the size for dollar bond offering at $8.5 billion. And Brendo telling me a lot of people are reposting that. So it seems like we
low,
are
right?
looking at that as the catalyst. Remember, this morning they had announced that they were going to do it, but we didn't get actual quantum. Now the quantum coming out
So
at
they're
$8.5 billion.
They're trying to raise $8.5 billion. Okay, we'll find out.
Yeah, for a what's the market cap now on Meta? 550, 600? What's the size on it? 623 billion market cap with the new move up. Do you remember when this one was? Where was this? 200 something?
What?
Meta in October. What was the market cap then? It was ridiculously low.
$200?
200 billion.
Oh yeah, well
Yeah. Now it's 600.
Well, I mean, just chop it in half.
Billion, yeah.
Chop it in a third. It was down to 88 bucks, man.
Yeah, it was nuts. Well, Meta now knocking on the door of that $1 trillion club. It's 623 billion again. Geez, Louise,
And it set size
how
for
things
dollar bond,
change.
8.5 billion.
Time.
That could be it. That could be it. What's up to Dan Emmons there talking about that in the chat? Okay, so I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit less than people thought. So Meta going to the upside now and continuing to go 243 and change. Nice upside move. We're not getting too much love on anything else, man. We're long Apple and AMD, and they're both completely flat. Well, now they're both out 5 cents. AMD is really the one that's starting to come down a little bit and bothering me just a little bit. Let me check out what NVIDIA's doing because like 290, and again, we talked about that 280 break. That should have been the long of the day there. I don't know, again, we could sit here and talk about it, but that was a pretty easy break right there. Like you're breaking the, like,
My God, Meta.
there's nothing even wrong with that. I mean, it's the same talk on all these stocks, right? Like look at AMD. Like there's a reason why this isn't going anywhere. I mean, this is not breaking anything. I mean, there's no levels here. Of course, AMD's coming back down right now. It's just floating around. Tried to get going earlier, tried to break 91, didn't do that. Started the day greater than 91 and then just flashed all the way to 88. Like that's $3 almost straight down. That's where we started to lose a little bit there. Now we're starting to go long, and it's pulling right back again. So let's watch out to see if we get hit out here on AMD. But you notice we're not averaging into this play right now. We're trying to let this come back in so we could take a 60. So, I mean, 60 might be a little too low, but that's where I am bidding down here. But now since I put that in when I came on the show. So 60 was right here, right? That was where the 200 period is. Now the 200 period is here at 75. So let's change our bid a little bit and take something near 75. But right now, AMD is getting pushed down pretty much past its limits. I feel like right into the 200. That's why the 200's there. So let's see. Maybe we'll take a fill at 80, and then we'll see about some more action down here near the 70s. But AMD getting hit a little bit. We're okay. We're only long at 91, and we did get some out on the top, but it doesn't mean that we're winning right now. So let's put some more here in the 80s. And then we'll wait to see about a 50 break downside, try to get something around 65-ish.
Nicole says Meta's going metabolic. I think it would have, probably rung a little bit better if metabolic wasn't actually a word and meant something completely different. But yeah, parabolic is the innuendo.
But that's why it's funny,
It does work. Okay. I'm right. All right, Meta made 243.35 top.
Man, that's going metabolic.
What a move. Metabolic, baby. I like it. We're going with it.
Man, that
Shout
stock
out
is
to
going
Nicole
metabolic,
Harris.
man.
Nicole Harris coming out with the hot
Why
lines,
didn't
baby.
Nicole think of that? Why didn't Nicole think of that last week?
Neil hit that word of the day, baby.
Well, it is a word of the day. That is the new word of the day. Your words are now becoming like minuscule when you're talking about that kind of word of the day. Metabolic, I like that, especially when it's going metabolic. It's like an absolutely perfect thing there. And metabolic, for the definition of that, is just the stock going crazy. We need to have.
Yeah, we're gonna have to add a new definition into Webster's because I think
I do like that metabolic, but what a good short that
was. We'll completely disregard the meaning with respect to like your metabolism. It goes when Meta pumps, baby. It is metabolic today, even though it's up like a little bit above. Not even. It's below 1%, now 0.97 to the high side. It was just the move, guys, that 236.46 bottom, 236.5.
I mean, I don't even think if you take 242, I mean, I don't think you want to go short this name at all.
I'm not touching that short. I'm just crying over the $13 difference that I've now missed out on.
Where you got
it
it
at 230.
Bro, I guarantee you, you probably got better fill than 95% of the people watching.
It's just I
Because
knew.
like, who holds it?
I said
from,
to myself,
who holds it from 120 or whatever you're at?
133. Yeah. I even said to
all
Brendo.
the way to 230. I mean, that's
I was
pretty
gonna
epic,
hold it.
dude.
Yeah,
Did you get anything out on the way up? Like anywhere?
Nothing.
See? So
Nothing.
you beat everybody. There's
I didn't
not
beat
one
anybody.
person. Yes, you did. Because there's not one person in this room that would have not gotten some out on the way up.
So, do you really think that I don't know what metabolic means? And I don't have a science background. Who said anything about a science background? What are you talking about?
Come on, man. Start studying
let's go,
up some
bro.
science, Sharif.
This guy.
Like you're a trader, man.
I
You
know
don't
what
know anything
metabolic
about
means, man.
metabolisms and shit like that? Smarten up, bro.
I know, right? Like you think that
You
if
didn't know
I
what
go to
you
the
didn't know
gym,
what
I'd know
you didn't know what an
metabolism
ICO
is.
was.
I know.
You know, I mean, you're not sure about what metabolic means.
I know. I gotta do better, Sean.
Wow. You know.
41.98.5. We're hanging out on the ES, but we're seeing a bit of a curl down on some of these moves. Apple.
I want to
we've
thank
talked
all
about
Jets
this one.
fans for taking Aaron Rodgers from us. So I see what's up to NY Jets, man. Thank you so much for that. That means a lot to us as owner of the Packers and everything like that. This is a dude bro show. What's up, bro?
Dude, bro.
What's up, dude? Yeah, man. Bunch of Chads over here.
I know.
You know,
right?
me and you for sure.
We got 5 minutes left
Typical
on this
Chads,
bad boy.
you know?
But yeah, I'm still holding this this ES position long from 41.88. We've been doing the dance around 4,200. Looking for that continuation into the more liquid part of the day where we're seeing some good moves on NVIDIA. We're seeing some good moves on Meta, Sean. I think if we can hold 170 on Apple, we can definitely get another high day test. That's 170.45.
That's all that I'm really trying to do. I'm trying to get some bids closer to 170. And I have an offer at 170.45 and a couple offers in the 20s as well, as we'll just continue to watch it there. Bitcoin today, I'm just noticing, is down 3.5%, so up down to 28.3. So that is starting to make a move down. We can check out Coinbase real quick. What time is it? Wow, it's 1:55.
Yeah.
Man, you're having a good time, dude.
Been a good day. It's been a decent
I see
day.
you have this on here in case we play Prad's beat.
Yeah, no, hold on. Remember someone gave us that last week, and what did they tell us to do with it?
Oh, Neil wanted to flip a coin to see
Flip a coin
if you're
that
supposed to go
top.
heads or tails on top.
On top. I remember. He's
Right
like,
there. You know-
that's how you get in. Did you ever play this game where you spin the quarter?
Yep.
And then you have to keep it going
No, I
by
never did
going
that.
like this. And if you knock it,
lose.
then you get it whipped
the
at your
quarter.
knuckles.
We used to play Bloody Knuckles. Did you do that?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
where you-
like when you punch?
Yes, you go like this.
Yeah.
And then you like flinch, and then I bang like that.
Oh, no, I
And
never
then
actually
the
played
thing
that.
is like you flinch, and then I go like that, and you pull, and then
No, I played this one where you had to spin it, and if you don't, and like the trick was to spin
Yeah.
it counterclockwise, so everyone knew how to do it with a certain way.
Right,
But if you
but
got
then
everyone
you go
doing
the
it on their
other
left
way.
hand,
smart.
you
smart.
got everyone. Yeah, that's the kind of education you're gonna get on this show, guys.
right.
Just kidding.
Lakers
of
in
course.
6. Wow, that'd be nice for the bet if the Lakers can finish
Interesting.
that off in 6 there. Any interesting picks by the Cowboys this weekend? I didn't really see too much else.
Yeah,
they got
just-
that nose tackle.
That's a no.
pretty
That's the guy.
early.
Yeah, they picked up.
They got their tight end, didn't they?
Huh?
What?
Deuce,
I
yeah,
don't know
I
anything
remember
about
about that. Yes, yes.
Oh, I saw that. Yes. Yeah, he phoned his
missed
own
that.
son. Yes. Just like me phoning Baxter. Hey, Baxter, you want a job on the trading floor, my guy? Comes right there. Loses all my money, comes back. No, just joking around. But yeah, that's a lot of fun. Baxter's going to be in the building today. What's up? Sean is touchy-feely today. Oh, because of the bloody knuckles? Yep. Sure.
Jeff Erickson, Cowboys will still be terrible with Dak.
Ouch.
Yeah, I think some people would agree with you on that because, I don't know, man. I tell you the truth. As a
I
throwing
mean, whenever that guy
quarterback-
becomes free agent, when is it? I think he just signed a decent deal because he got hurt.
a few years ago.
Yeah.
Was it, but-
You know,
I don't know
Jerry
what his
Jones is going to
options
pay
are.
that guy like 70 a year probably. You watch. Doesn't have to win a damn thing. You guys love Dak Prescott over there.
I don't think that he's the guy, and I've been
Right,
saying
but
that
I'm saying,
for
but they
like
love him
several
for some
years.
reason.
Yeah. Well,
It's-
usually you get behind your players, and you always want to see him do well because he's the only way you're going to do well because he's the guy.
Yep.
Right. But I would have liked.
He has that hip shake, that shimmy. You see that when he's warming up?
Yeah. There was.
dance,
Remember
little
when that
dance
went
action.
like crazy in the memes? It was like all like Dak
Yep,
doing
yeah.
like the little twist.
Now
and
a
then
few
they
other
compared-
quarterbacks are doing that now too. So you know.
Yeah,
they
no
must
surprise
have
there.
liked it there.
Yeah, the chat letting us know what they think of Dak. As I expected. Of course, I'm not going to read out some of these comments, but yeah.
Let's just
All
see
right,
if the
guys,
market
quickly.
can hold. The market's holding right now. You go ahead because
I
the
just want
show's
to review
over.
some of these small cappers here. LEJU, we talked about this one.
Go Leafs
This
go.
one, yes, go Leafs go. This one, 984 high side. We knocked on the door at 10. It's been stair-stepping down. Even though we did have one halt up off VWAP, we're at a critical level. Let's see if it holds VWAP in 6. But, you know, this one, you and your luck. AOS as well. This one halted to the downside after making a 19 top. Now it's halted at 13.12. I'll tell you what the tap is on that in a sec. 976. So much, much, much lower than where it is. This one has been halted a while. I'm not going to count how many minutes that is, guys. But Sean, yeah, we have about 45 seconds left. I'll just update you. I'm still holding this ES long. So if we can continue to 42.0625 and make a newer high, that would just be aces. But Dan pointing out that we haven't been at that 42.05 since early Feb, and therefore it is a resistance level of note.
All right. Yeah, getting ready to wrap this thing up. Thank you so much for watching one more time again today as Neil, Max, and myself help out on the midday show. And yeah, we're gonna find some more talent. We're gonna get this show rocking.
We haven't made any announcements, but there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, but there's absolutely no announcements to make.
No, I know.
Yeah,
that's
so
fine.
That's why we haven't made any. Once there is something,
You just like completely pooped on my build up there, but
no,
it's
I
all
don't have a
good,
problem
yeah.
building. I don't want people to think that there's anything imminent. There's absolutely
No,
nothing
we're working.
imminent whatsoever. So
Yeah.
okay, you know, this is your show and I'm just a guest. So why don't you tell everybody what's coming up?
It's fantastic, guys. We got the closing show. It's going to be you and Neil on the trading desk. And I will go up to the big desk with Brendo, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon. That's turning into a positive one once again. Good to see the market climbs its way back, as we've seen over the past little while, week or so. Here's how things are setting up as we go into the final couple hours here. 0.274. The S&P 500 about